España será de nuevo candidata al Consejo de Derechos Humanos para el trienio 2025-2027 y esperamos que esta candidatura consiga el mayor apoyo posible. Nuestra actuación en este órgano estará guiada por la aspiración de tener un orden internacional que reafirme que la democracia y el Estado de Derecho garantizan sociedades inclusivas, que sitúe el enfoque de género en el centro del sistema de derechos humanos, que reconozca y proteja todos los derechos para todas las personas de manera integral. Promoveremos igualmente la diversidad y la protección de las personas en situación de vulnerabilidad. Fortaleceremos nuestro compromiso con la protección de las personas defensoras de los derechos humanos y la promoción de su legítima labor en un contexto de ataques crecientes. La actualidad nos sigue marcando el camino. No debemos desfallecer en la defensa de un orden internacional basado en reglas que sitúe a las personas en el centro. España seguirá impulsando una mirada innovadora para que la respuesta a los retos de nuestro tiempo esté basada en los derechos humanos. Este es nuestro empeño. Muchas gracias. Es nuestro empeño. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Su Excelencia. Y ahora unos minutos de interrupción para que tome mi lugar el señor vicepresidente de este Consejo, el embajador de Armenia. Gracias.
I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Nicholas Selakovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia. Your Excellency, please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to address you and express Serbia's strong support to the work done by the United Nations Human Rights Council. The reality we live in constantly reminds us on the vulnerabilities of human rights and of the complexity of identifying adequate response to their violation. Serbia is sincerely committed to fulfilling the obligations undertaken by ratifying United Nations human rights treaties. We regularly submit reports to the treaty bodies and continuously work to implement the accepted recommendations. We pay special attention to the Universal Periodic Review as a tool of examining the human rights situations in each and every country using identical methodology. Serbia has passed 3 review cycles, including the voluntary mid-term report we submitted last year. Human Rights Council's special procedures have an open invitation to Serbia, in accordance with the practice of maintaining active cooperation with the Council. We have submitted over 300 responses within this mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, the events of the 1990s have left a mark on the region I come from. Serbia is striving in good faith to contribute to the achievement of lasting reconciliation by constructively approaching the resolution of all open issues, with a commitment to strengthening regional cooperation. We focus special attention on determining the fate of missing persons, primarily as an obligation of the states towards the families of the missings. Unfortunately, resolving this complex issue has often been politicized, thus slowing down the entire process. According to the data of the International Committee of the Red Cross from 2021, 9,925 persons are still listed as gone missing in the region. Specifically, 1,621 in the autonomous province of Kosovo and Metohija, 1,964 in Croatia, and 6,340 in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to underline Serbia's commitment to resolving the fate of missing persons, building on the premise that the right to the truth is one of the fundamental human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, for many years, Serbia has been pointing to the importance of finding a lasting and sustainable solution for the issue of persons in protracted displacement, both for the refugees from Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina and the internally displaced from Kosovo and Metohija. Stabilization of the situation in the region largely depends on resolving this issue. Serbia is among the countries with the largest number of internally displaced in Europe. These are persons of Serbian and other non-Albanian nationalities who have been forced to leave their homes in Kosovo and Metohija. According to UNHCR, out of the total of 201,284 internally displaced, only 7% were recorded as returnees. Sustainable return is estimated at less than 3%, primarily due to safety-related pressures on returnees. In accordance with United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244, ensuring sustainable conditions for the return of internally displaced to Kosovo and Metohija is the primary responsibility of international presence and of the provisional institutions of self-government. We believe that in finding lasting solutions for this issue, it is necessary to ensure equal choice between local integration and return to the place of origin. For these basic requirements need to be met in the place of origin in terms of personal and property security, the rule of law, and absence of discrimination. We expect the international community to continue its efforts aimed at identifying lasting solutions for refugees and internally displaced persons. The migrant crisis that spread in the world due to displacement for the areas affected by conflicts and natural disasters has further emphasized the interdependence of human rights and humanitarian issues. As a country located in the Balkans migrant route, Serbia has taken a highly human approach in the provision of shelter to persons who found themselves in the migrant situation by providing international protection to this category of persons based on the principle of non-discrimination. A special test is posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, further increasing our collective responsibility when it comes to respecting the right to health. Serbia is taking all the necessary measures to suppress the pandemic in the best interest of all its citizens, while ensuring the availability of vaccines to all categories of the population, and also providing the opportunity to the citizens of all countries in our region to be vaccinated. The pandemic reminded us of the importance of mutual cooperation in order to ensure equitable health care in every part of the world. In spirit of solidarity, Serbia has selflessly delivered vaccines, both to some neighboring countries and to the countries of the African and Middle Eastern regions. Finally, may I inform you that Serbia has established a council for monitoring the implementation of the Human Rights Council's recommendations. In order to increase efficiency, an electronic database will be transferred from the Office of the High Commissioner this year. We are aware of the responsibility of states to implement the jointly adopted treaty norms in good faith. Cooperation and mutual understanding should be the basis for action, in line with the principles of universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity. We appreciate the independence and impartial approach in the work done by the High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet. We will continue to support the work of your office, including our active engagement with the United Nations bodies in the field of strengthening and protecting human rights. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker on the list for this meeting. We will now have a short technical break and will reconvene in a few minutes to continue with the high-level segment. I hereby close the first meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council.
COVID crisis has demonstrated that through combined endeavor, knowledge and determination, it is possible to develop in record time much needed remedies to save lives. With the hope that a similar approach can be applied to all challenges we are currently facing. Only through human solidarity we can reach the much desired end to crisis, redoubling our efforts to place human rights at the heart of all measures. Distinguished delegates, in the spirit of fostering cooperation and sharing experiences, allow me to highlight a number of issues related to human rights agenda in the Republic of Moldova. Just 1 month ago, we had the privilege to present in detail the situation in the country with its Universal Periodic Review. I would like to extend our gratitude to the Secretariat, the Troika Group, and Member States for the comments and recommendations in the complex and comprehensive exercise. We also thank the civil society for their support and partnership. On a particular note, as a part of our commitment to building a robust society based on the rule of law, we have embarked on an ambitious plan to develop and implement the justice sector reform, fight against corruption, and ensure the balance between human dignity and protective measures. Access to equitable justice and the institutions that are free of corruption are key human rights that are being streamlined in our governance. Dear colleagues, turning to the gender equality, we can proudly say that we have been rather successful in the efforts. The Presidency, the Government, the Constitutional Court, and the Ministry of Interior are all run by women, and for the first time in our history as an independent state, more than 1/3 of parliamentarians are women. As many of us noted, during the pandemic, gender-based violence has been increasing exponentially as many victims have been forced to lock down at home with their abusers. The Republic of Moldova was no exception. Thus, we have stepped up efforts in preventing and combating domestic and gender-based violence through adequate national policies. Now, having ratified the Istanbul Convention, the Republic of Moldova is fully engaged in an extensive process of its implementation. Mr. President, I would like to draw the attention of the Council to another issue of utmost importance to my country, and I believe that the entire region, the protracted conflict in the Transnistria region of the Republic of Moldova, and the grave human rights situation in that area. In the past year, there has been an alarming trend of cases of criminal persecution and deprivation of liberty of persons criticizing the Tiraspol administration. The situation of most of those detained remains unknown, including regarding their conditions of detention, state of health, or the accusations brought against them. Let me underline that all measures aimed at ensuring effective mechanisms for monitoring and protecting human rights in the Transnistria region, as the rest of the country, is our top priority. However, this is an effort that needs collective engagement. Thus, I reiterate our call on the international community to speak out against the human rights violations in the region. This being among the very few instruments to ensure some form of accountability for those violations and maintaining hope for victims. To conclude, I would like to echo the same call when it comes to promoting and protecting human rights for all. Nowadays, it is of utmost importance to enhance coordination and synergies in fields of human rights among international, regional, and national mechanisms. We firmly believe that such an approach brings efficiency and strong results. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Don Pramudunai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kingdom of Thailand. Please, Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, allow me to congratulate you, Ambassador Federico Villegas, on your election as President of the Human Rights Council 2022. Thailand looks forward to working closely with you to further strengthen this important body at this challenging time. Mr. President, COVID-19 lay bare the social fault lines. Its uneven impacts on various groups of people have been pushing certain segments of the populations away from livable life. Such precarity of the pandemic highlights the need for the international community to cooperate constructively on poverty eradication, addressing inequalities, and combating discrimination, violence, and exclusion of all forms. In this endeavor, Thailand wishes to share some reflections as follows. First, the pandemic underscores the United Nations Sustainable Development 2030 agenda that calls for social inclusiveness that leaves no one behind. Because with the pandemic, no one is safe until everyone is safe. If there's a silver lining in the dark clouds of COVID-19, it will be the efforts of states to provide more people-centered essential services to their citizens. Universal health coverage schemes will help address health inequalities. In fact, UHC is the target and a central pillar of the health-related targets of the SDGs in Thailand. We enacted our Universal Health Insurance Law in 2002, right after the financial crisis. At present, over 95% of our citizens is covered by one of our 4 public health schemes. We are working towards ensuring that the policy is resilient as key to achieving the SDGs in Thailand. Second, the pandemic has sparked not only a health crisis, but also an economic crisis, particularly in poorer countries. Since the start of the COVID-19, governments increased spending massively to ensure minimum social protection for all. In addressing social and economic impacts of COVID-19, countries should be creative in their investment in social welfare protection so that the social safety nets are comprehensive, readily available, and accessible to the underprivileged and the vulnerable. But the hardest challenge is to make these programs sustainable. As billions of dollars will be needed to address the sustainability question, multilateral cooperation is needed. Third, digital inequality during the pandemic is a significant cause of concern. Children, elderly, people with low literacy level, and physical disabilities are among the most susceptible. Thailand has prioritized bridging the widening gap of digital disparity. We place particular emphasis on children's access to quality education. However, digital space also exposes users, especially children, to the risk of misinformation, privacy violation, cyberbullying, and predators. In managing this, international community needs more balanced approach between monitoring and access to information, which should be implemented in line with international human rights law. Fourth, Thailand supports the efforts to further increase the effectiveness of the Human Rights Council tools. We continue to advocate for technical cooperation and capacity building in promoting and protecting human rights. We look forward to the adoption of the report of the third cycle Universal Periodic Review, UPR, during this HRC session. We welcome the introduction by OHCHR of the National Recommendations Tracking Database, which will help eliminate redundancy, promote synergy in the follow-up and reporting process of relevant treaty bodies, and support states in the implementation of recommendations. And lastly, Thailand is gravely concerned over armed conflicts in many parts of the world, including in Ukraine. We emphasize the critical need for engagements of peaceful dialogue and avoidance of any action that will further aggravate the situation that could lead to severe humanitarian crisis. I would end here by wishing President Villegas a successful term and productive deliberations at this HRC session.
That the powerful country smashes the neighbor using its military capacities. If we allow to it, it's the law of the jungle. It's the law of the stronger. I am stronger than you, and I kill you. I impose you my law. It's the law of the jungle, and this, for us Europeans, is an existential threat. I will do everything we can in order to stop it.
Yesterday you were talking about potential influence of this aggression on Moldova and Georgia.
I am going to fly to Moldova to see what's happening there.
About Georgia.
Georgia later, but Georgia's a little bit further because it has not a border with Ukraine.
What you can say about meeting now between Ukraine and Russia? We have meeting dialogue. What you can say?
That's the first step. We encourage the meeting.
Called on all members of the UN to support the completion of the decolonization process of Mauritius and urge the specialized bodies of the UN to refrain from any action that would give recognition to the so-called British Indian Ocean Territory. In this connection, Mauritius welcomes the steps taken by the United Nations and some of its specialized agencies, namely the Universal Postal Union and the Food and Agriculture Organization, and looks forward to other bodies of the UN, as well as other international, regional, and intergovernmental organizations taking similar actions. Mr. President, the government of Mauritius recently organized a visit to the Chagos Archipelago to carry out a scientific survey of a drying reef known as Blenheim Reef in the northern part of the Chagos Archipelago in the context of the maritime delimitation case between Mauritius and the Maldives, currently being considered by a special chamber of ITLOS. That visit, which also included a stopover in the islands of Peros Banus and Salomon, which form part of the Chagos Archipelago, provided the opportunity for some Mauritians of Chagosian origin to go back to their birthplace and pay respects to their ancestors buried on these islands. This visit represents a historical landmark, as it was the very first visit organized by Mauritius to that part of its territory since its independence in March 1968. The government of Mauritius considers that the Mauritians of Chagosian origin have been wronged and fully deserve to be rehabilitated. I want to reiterate, Mr. President, that the government of Mauritius is fully committed to the implementation of a program of resettlement in the Chagos Archipelago, and I urge the international community to support Mauritius in this regard. We have always maintained at the Human Rights Council that there cannot be a selective approach to human rights, and that we need to safeguard the application of universal standards on human rights. Mr. President, it is high time to move on from rhetoric on the issue of complete decolonization. In this regard, Mauritius looks forward to the round-table discussions to be held in September 2022 in the Human Rights Council pursuant to the resolution adopted during the 48th session of the Council on the negative impact of the legacies of colonialism on the enjoyment of human rights. We hope that our discussions will result in a concrete roadmap that will chart the way forward for full liberation from the shackles of colonialism. Mr. President, it is the same universal standards that must apply to vaccines in the fight against the global COVID-19 pandemic. 2 years after its outbreak, an end to the pandemic remains elusive. On the one hand, certain regions of the world are already gearing up for economic recovery after managing the health-related challenges, including a high rate of vaccination, while, on the other hand, many countries, especially developing and least developed ones, are still struggling to secure access to vaccine doses, not to mention other essential medical supplies and equipment. Such inequities, Mr. President, put at stake the fulfillment of SDG 3, good health and well-being. We have a common responsibility to address the challenges brought about by the pandemic. Equitable, fair, and affordable access to vaccine and therapeutics remain a central element in this regard. An adequate response to the pandemic will require the removal of barriers to democratize production and facilitate access to vaccine through the grant of the necessary flexibilities that have been requested in the TRIPS waiver at the World Trade Organization, the WTO. Mr. President, Mauritius also looks forward to the conclusion of a pandemic treaty so that we are able to effectively and efficiently deal with new pandemics in the future. Despite difficulties faced due to the pandemic, such as increased freight cost, the Mauritius government remains committed to enhancing the human rights of its population by ensuring affordable access to medicines, vaccines, and food, amongst other essential needs. We thank those countries that continue to provide donations of vaccines pending an agreement to start manufacturing on a broader scale and across geographical spans. Mr. President, I now move to climate change, another pressing global problem with direct impact on human rights, especially in small island developing states like Mauritius. The recent volcanic eruption in Tonga and the tsunami that followed is testimony to our helplessness in the face of natural disasters. Moreover, Mauritius and the Indian Ocean region, from Réunion Island to Madagascar, have recently faced a series of devastating cyclones. The extent of damage in the region reminds us how easy it is to see years and years of development destroyed overnight by natural phenomena. Mr. President, in the face of natural disasters, Mauritius has enacted the Climate Change Act of 2020 to, inter alia, implement a national climate change mitigation and adaptation strategy and an action plan for disaster preparedness and resilience in accordance with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and related mechanisms. Mr. President, having the interests of our children at heart, I am pleased to announce that the government of Mauritius has recently improved its legal framework and adopted the Children's Act, the Children's Court Act, and the Child Sex Offenders Register Act. These three new legislations cover a whole range of measures to provide a conducive environment for the good development, well-being, and protection of our children in the Republic of Mauritius. Mr. President, last year, when I addressed this August Assembly, Mauritius, along with Burkina Faso, were preparing to co-host the regional seminar in Africa for the LDC's SIDS Trust Fund, which took place virtually in April 2021 in line with HRC Resolution 34/40. When Mauritius proposed the creation of the Trust Fund back in 2011, during the review of the Human Rights Council to help smaller delegations participate in the work of the Council, little did we know that the fund would support over 170 delegates from 71 LDC's SIDS in 10 years. As I speak to you, I am pleased to inform you that Mauritius and the Maldives, in collaboration with a cross-regional core group, will be tabling a draft resolution during this session to inter alia increase capacity building activities for LDCs and SIDS. Mauritius looks forward on the continuous support of all member states to the Trust Fund, which has been of immense help to LDCs and SIDS in the last 10 years to participate and contribute in the work of the Council. In this context, Mr. President, I am pleased to announce a humble contribution of 10,000 United States dollars by Mauritius to the Trust Fund. With these words, Mr. President, I wish to thank you for your attention and convey my best wishes for a fruitful session.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have an honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Sophie Vilmes, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Foreign Affairs, European Affairs and External Trade and Federal Cultural Institutions of Kingdom of Belgium. Please, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Madame la Haute Commissaire, Excellences, chers collègues, Mesdames et Messieurs. C'est un privilège pour moi de pouvoir m'adresser une nouvelle fois à cette haute assemblée. Tout en m'alignant sur la déclaration de l'Union européenne, je souhaite vous faire part des priorités du gouvernement belge et de quelques réflexions sur les droits humains et les défis auxquels nous faisons face aujourd'hui. Je souhaite entamer mon intervention par l'agression militaire de la Russie contre l'Ukraine. Il s'agit là d'une violation flagrante du droit international et de la Charte des Nations Unies. Cette violation des principes fondamentaux de notre organisation nous concerne tous. Elle ne peut pas rester sans réponse. Cette agression a des conséquences désastreuses pour la population civile à travers le non-respect du droit international humanitaire et des droits humains. Nos pensées aujourd'hui vont vers les citoyens ukrainiens qui souffrent. Nous amènerons cette question dans tous les forums internationaux où elle a sa place, en ce compris ce Conseil. Monsieur le Président, tous les êtres humains naissent libres et égaux, en dignité et en droit. Ils sont doués de raison et de conscience et doivent agir les uns envers les autres dans un esprit de fraternité. Ces premières lignes de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme et tous les articles qui suivent constituent notre socle commun en matière de droits humains. Elles posent comme fondement l'universalité des droits humains. Or, nous devons constater que certains cherchent à relativiser les droits humains en expliquant qu'ils ne s'ajustent pas à leurs traditions ou qu'ils correspondent à un agenda purement occidental. D'autres préfèrent instrumentaliser les droits humains ou encore les appliquer de façon sélective. Ni le relativisme culturel, ni la souveraineté nationale ne peut être utilisée pour priver certains citoyens d'un pays ou d'une région de leurs droits, qu'ils soient civils et politiques ou encore économiques et sociaux. Les Nations Unies disposent d'instruments qui, ensemble, forment un cadre très puissant pour les droits humains. Je pense d'abord aux conventions internationales relatives aux droits humains qui sont au cœur du cadre global. L'année dernière, mon pays a mené les dialogues constructifs avec 2 comités. Cette haute assemblée et ses instruments sont pour mon pays d'une importance capitale. C'est la raison pour laquelle j'ai participé moi-même en mai dernier à l'examen périodique universel de la Belgique. Cet examen unique par les pairs est très utile pour continuer à protéger et à renforcer la mise en œuvre des droits humains dans tous les États membres, sans exception et sans distinction. Les procédures spéciales sont également importantes en fournissant au Conseil une base de dialogue informée et objective. Il est impératif de garantir leur indépendance, leur crédibilité, leur efficacité, qui passent aussi par des visites sur place. La Belgique leur a d'ailleurs adressé une invitation permanente. J'encourage vivement les pays qui ne l'ont pas encore fait à faire de même. Mesdames et messieurs, les principes d'égalité et de non-discrimination sont au cœur des droits humains. Beaucoup de progrès ont déjà été réalisés pour réduire les discriminations, mais l'égalité des genres reste le plus grand défi du monde en matière de droits humains. Les droits des femmes et des filles sont loin d'être respectés dans de nombreux endroits du monde. Il en va de même des discriminations sur base de l'origine ethnique ou de la religion. Nous devons continuer à unir nos forces pour vaincre le fléau du racisme qui remet en question l'égalité fondamentale de tous les êtres humains. Bien que la Belgique soit en pointe sur cette question, il nous reste aussi encore du chemin à parcourir sur la discrimination basée sur l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre. Raison pour laquelle le gouvernement travaille à un 3e plan d'action fédéral dans ce domaine. L'engagement de mon pays en matière de droits humains se traduit en effet également par un important travail interne. Nous avons ainsi récemment adopté notre 6e plan d'action national de lutte contre les violences basées sur le genre et notre 4e plan d'action national Femmes, Paix et Sécurité en application de la résolution 1325 du Conseil de sécurité. De même, nous travaillons à notre 2e plan d'action national Business and Human Rights, une thématique très importante pour la Belgique. J'espère pouvoir rapidement vous faire présentation des fruits de ces plans d'action, tous élaborés en étroite concertation avec la société civile. La société civile joue en effet un rôle essentiel dans la promotion et la protection des droits humains. Leur information et point de vue permettent à ce Conseil de remplir son mandat. Il est essentiel donc de favoriser une participation sûre de ces acteurs. Il est donc inconcevable que les personnes qui témoignent auprès de ce Conseil fassent l'objet d'intimidation, de menaces, voire d'emprisonnement. Mesdames et messieurs, la Belgique s'est toujours activement engagée en faveur de la promotion et de la protection des droits humains par la voie du multilatéralisme. Et afin de pouvoir poursuivre sur cette voie, la Belgique a décidé de présenter sa candidature pour devenir membre du Conseil des droits de l'homme pour la période 23-25. Notre ambition est de dialoguer et de coopérer avec tous les pays membres des Nations Unies et de faire avancer le respect, la promotion et la protection des droits humains où que ce soit sur la planète. Notre pays espère pouvoir compter sur votre soutien à cet égard. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now it is a particular honor for me to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia, His Excellency Arat Mirzoyan. Please, Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a particular pleasure for me to greet you, Mr. Vice President, as you chair this session of the Council. The Human Rights Council is one of the key achievements of multilateral diplomacy, as it provides an indispensable platform for sustaining and promoting dialogue on human rights, irrespective of various international and regional crises. This Council has been envisaged to stand for all and everyone in all times. It is the inherent dignity of human beings that we have at stake here. With so many existing and evolving crises all over the world, the human rights of people and in the situation of conflicts should be of particular focus of the Human Rights Council and its special procedures. It is with this vision and objectives that Armenia has entered the 3rd year of its fully fledged membership of the Council. I believe that we have been able to prove ourselves as a trustworthy and reliable partner in reacting to and addressing the outlying thematic issues and critical country situations. We are determined to continue our contribution in most constructive and positive manner. In this context, I am glad to announce that Armenia intends to table a new draft resolution on the prevention of genocide at this session of the Council. That is a subject that Armenia has been championing for many years. Our team in Geneva is going to organize a transparent process of consultations with all interested states and other stakeholders. After the difficulties and potential crisis after 44-day war launched by Azerbaijan, snap parliamentary elections were held in Armenia, where people of Armenia reconfirmed their commitments and devotion to the values of democracy and human rights. The international observers of the snap parliamentary elections assessed that they passed in compliance with the human rights commitments and democratic standards. Most recently, in this year's Democracy Index published by the Economist Intelligence Unit, Armenia was ranked as a leader of the region based on such findings as electoral process and pluralism, functioning of the government, political participation, political culture, and civil liberties. Mr. Vice President, this year marks the 30th anniversary of Armenia's membership to the United Nations. I hereby reiterate my nation's unwavering commitment to the multilateralism with the United Nations at its core, and our full adherence to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. It was no coincidence that the opening line of the United Nations Charter referred to "we the peoples" as the source of its legitimacy. People and their rights must be placed at the forefront and center of everything done by the United Nations as a whole. The right to self-determination has been one of the main purposes of the United Nations, and use of force against this right can trigger an entire chain of human rights violations, including mass atrocities and ethnic cleansing. This is something we observed during and after the war initiated by Azerbaijan against people of Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020. The United Nations and its bodies have been bestowed with a universal mandate to enjoy unconditional, unimpeded, unhindered access to the people in need, wherever they are and in all circumstances. We call upon the international community to assume responsibility for ensuring unconditional access to the whole territory of Nagorno-Karabakh. The United Nations Special Procedure Mandate holders issued several communications to Azerbaijan, raising questions with regard to the use of mercenaries, extrajudicial executions, arbitrary detentions, enforced disappearances, destruction of religious and cultural heritage in the context of Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. Azerbaijan declined to give a proper response and, in fact, failed to answer to the last communications at all, in a sheer defiance to the UN human rights machinery. The impunity leads to new violations. Apart from Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijan continues its policy of human rights abuses now on the borderline areas of the Republic of Armenia, wherein the civilian population suffers from constant provocative actions of armed forces of Azerbaijan. This aggressive policy is accompanied by the overt violations of international humanitarian law. After 16 months of ceasefire in place, Azerbaijan continues to hold 38 Armenian prisoners of war, including civilians, while the fate of hundreds of missing persons and dozen cases of enforced disappearances remain unclarified. Mr. Vice President, the plight of people to whom the United Nations does not have access should not be forgotten. The people of Nagorno-Karabakh should not be discriminated because of their origin, language, religion, political or other opinion, national origin, and other status. We strive to achieve the safe, dignified, and voluntary return of the Armenians to their ancestral homes in all parts of Nagorno-Karabakh. The provisional measures put forward by the International Court of Justice on December 7, 2021, which instructs Azerbaijan to cease racist and discriminatory policies against Armenians, including destruction and vandalism on the Armenian cultural heritage, should be unconditionally implemented. These measures come to prove anti-Armenian policies of Azerbaijan, including its Armenophobic bellicose rhetoric, depriving the people of their means of subsistence, constantly terrorizing Armenian population, and threatening with new use of force. Only urgently addressing these issues, we will be able to ensure peace, stability, justice, and protection of human rights in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have the honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Gordan Grlic Radman, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Croatia. Please, Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate the President of the Council, Ambassador Federico Villegas, on his election to this post and express my best wishes for his successful mandate. I commend the work of the Madam High Commissioner, her office and former Council Presidents with their bureaus in ensuring the continuation of the Council work during these challenging times. Mr. President, as we speak, the ongoing Ukrainian crisis is leaving devastating consequences for Ukrainian people and the European and global security. Croatia strongly condemns Russia's unprecedented military aggression against Ukraine. This unprovoked and unjustified invasion presents a gross violation of international law. It is gravely endangering and undermining the rules-based world order. Croatia knows too well what it means to be a victim of aggression, to be invaded and attacked, an attempt to deny your freedom of choice, to deny your right to exist in liberty. We paid a steep price for our freedom and democracy, but we prevailed. In that vein, we deeply sympathize with the people of Ukraine today, as they are too forced to fight for their freedom, for their rights. Grave human rights violations are happening as we speak, while the world counts civilian casualties of this senseless and unjustified war. We stand with Ukraine in support of the urgent debate on the human rights in the country stemming from the Russian aggression. We reiterate our constant and principled support to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. The humanitarian dimension of this conflict is of grave concern. Croatia will assist Ukraine and its people in these challenging times with humanitarian aid and technical assistance. All relevant stakeholders must continue to mitigate both the humanitarian and the human rights situation across Ukraine and raise internationally the awareness on all of its dimensions. Mr. President, I'm glad to point out that Croatia donated more than 2 million doses of vaccines. Besides almost 500,000 of doses distributed bilaterally, we have donated nearly 1 million doses through the COVAX program. Thus, we contributed to global efforts to ensure equitable and fair access to vaccines for all. For Croatia, the universal human right to health is not a commodity to be traded with. Mr. President, we should not put aside other global challenges and their human rights dimension. For example, the effects of climate change and environment degradation continue to affect progressively people around the world. Aware of these global challenges, Croatia was among the first to support the resolution recognizing the human rights to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Mr. President, prolonged conflicts as well as the breakout of new ones, was reflected in an unprecedented number of Council special session in 2021. The situation in Afghanistan or the armed conflicts in Tigray and Sudan were some of the many crises the international community had to address. We also reiterate our full support to the independence of special procedures, and we call upon states to allow country visits to mandate holders. In that context, let me also point out this is also another example of the continuously good cooperation between Croatia and the Human Rights Council. Mr. President, we must do better to prevent and respond to cybercrime and other online offenses contain the spread of hate speech, racism and xenophobia, discrimination and violence around the world, both online and offline. Mr. President, another important task that we led with our partners in 2021 was a resolution in New York that put R2P on the annual agenda on the General Assembly. By doing so, we have shown a need for the R2P tools to be concrete, action-oriented, and responsive to individual country solutions. Coupled with mandated annual reports by the Secretary General, the said resolution will contribute to furthering the dialogue how to prevent genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and ethnic cleansing. As a victim of aggression herself, Croatia is still searching for 1,852 missing persons, almost 3 decades after our homeland war. For us, the issue of missing persons has the highest priority. Promoting the rights of the child into religious dialogue, gender equality, and women empowerment, and advocating for full realization of rights of vulnerable groups, including people with disabilities and national minorities, remain our long-standing priorities. Croatia will also continue to raise its voice against discrimination and hate speech, remaining strongly devoted to combating anti-Semitism. In our endeavors, we firmly rely on tools developed by IRA. In March 2023, Croatia will assume the IRA chairmanship, confirming our engagement towards Holocaust education, research, and remembrance. This year, we also plan to present again, in cooperation with our partners, Poland and Costa Rica, the resolution on the conscientious objection to military service, and we hope we can count on your support. Mr. President, in conclusion, strengthening human rights and promoting inclusive policies brings stability, prosperity, and human dignity to all. And as always, Croatia stands ready to contribute to achieving our common universal goals. Thank you.
Thank you. I have the honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Luca Beccari, Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Economic Cooperation and Telecommunications of San Marino. Please, Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to offer my warmest congratulations to the new President, Ambassador Federico Villegas. We express our best wishes that under your leadership, the Human Rights Council can be even more incisive in addressing the many collective challenges that lie ahead. I'm speaking today at the high-level segment in my capacity of Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of San Marino. Once again, I firmly reiterate the attention that the Republic of San Marino devote to the protection and promotion of human rights and to all the international bodies that are actively dedicated to protecting them. Our respect and gratitude also go to the countries and other stakeholders present here for their tireless work. Excellencies, The foreign policy of the Republic of San Marino has always been based on the solid cornerstone of the promotion and protection of human rights, democracy, the rule of law, peace and freedom. This vocation has always been reflected in internal policy, and it is precisely because we were aware of the importance of this issue that, as a country, we have placed them at the heart of our identity. Unfortunately, we are increasing witnessing dangerous regression, which threaten the resilience of the global democratic system. We are all now fully aware that the pandemic alone has exacerbated many pre-existing situations of fragility and inequality, causing even more damage to vulnerable and marginalized groups. Mr. President, 2 years ago, such a step backward did not seem possible, but unfortunately it has happened, and we must recognize that the responsibility is shared. It is up to all of us to reverse this dangerous trend under the auspice of the Human Rights Council. Indeed, it is also thanks to the Universal Periodic Review that we can look forward to improvement, moving swiftly toward effective compliance with international standards for the promotion and protection of human rights. San Marino has always been a great supporter of multilateralism and international cooperation, whose values we consider essential. Now, more than ever, as we witness profound economic, scientific and social change, we must stand firm in our conviction and in our choice to protect those most in need, with a view to leaving no one behind. We must shape the future to make it a place that can welcome everyone with equal dignity, starting with people with disabilities, the elderly, women, young people and children. We have suffered most from the recent pandemic. The Republic of San Marino is always attentive to issues related to gender violence. We know that COVID-19 has increased the number of cases of domestic violence, which is why our country has established a dedicated phone number and a hub called TECUM for rapid reporting of emergency. Mr. President, sustainability in all its main form is also a fundamental importance in the future we must create. Indeed, we are aware that global warming, the energy crisis, pollution, extreme weather phenomena, and all forms of abuse of our planet Earth will inevitably lead to further unacceptable inequality among human rights. Implementing the 2030 Agenda goals as soon as possible remain the only way to imagine and live the tolerant, respectful and bright future we envision. In this regard, the Republic of San Marino presented its voluntary national review for the first time in 2021 and intends to continue its effort in the effective implementation of sustainable development goals in its territory. In order to protect people with sensory disabilities and their fundamental right and freedom, San Marino has promoted a law aiming to removing the barrier to comprehension and communication, which limited the full development of individual and the effective participation in collective life, in order to guarantee this form of support that allow everyone to fully live their life in a multiple aspect. San Marino has also launched a project for the reception of unaccompanied minor in order to host vulnerable young people in its territory. In this way, they will be able to find sustainability in our country, which is characterized by a historical tradition of hospitality. Mr. President, the long tradition of the Republic of San Marino in condemning the death penalty is well known. I am proud to say that my country was the first in Europe and among the first countries in the world that abolished and condemned these inhuman practices. At the multilateral level, San Marino has always made its voice heard by holding into a resolution and declaration aimed at condemning the death penalty. I would therefore like to renew my heartfelt appeal to those states that still practice capital punishment to abolish it, or at least to establish a moratorium on execution. Mr. President, in renewing the Human Rights Council the assurance of my highest esteem and consideration, I wish all participants in this 49th session a fruitful work. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Esmeralda Mandocha, Secretary of State for External Relations of Republic of Angola, who will deliver a statement on behalf of Community of Portuguese language countries. Please, Your Excellency, you have the floor.
E ilustres representantes dos Estados-membros, é com imensa satisfação que profiro esta intervenção em português na abertura da 49ª sessão do Conselho de Direitos Humanos, em nome da comunidade de países de língua portuguesa, integrada por Angola, Brasil, Cabo Verde, Guiné-Bissau, Guiné Equatorial, Moçambique, Portugal, São Tomé e Príncipe e Timor-Leste. Os Estados-membros da CPLP reiteram o seu compromisso com a promoção e a proteção dos direitos humanos no seio da comunidade, enquanto pilares da dignidade humana e o bem-estar das populações, objetivo central de todos os esforços da cooperação intracomunitária. À semelhança de todos os países, os Estados-membros da CPLP foram significativamente afetados pela crise sanitária causada pela pandemia Covid-19 e pelos desastres naturais, exacerbando as desigualdades existentes e colocando mais entraves à plena realização de todos os direitos humanos, civis, culturais, econômicos, políticos e sociais, incluindo o direito ao desenvolvimento. Com base na Declaração de Luanda de 17 de julho de 2021, a CPLP tem como objetivo construir e fortalecer um futuro comum e sustentável e está empenhada em promover a participação e as potencialidades de cada Estado-membro na promoção da paz, estabilidade e o aprofundamento do processo de cooperação, tendo em vista o desenvolvimento econômico sustentável. Empenhada na implementação da Agenda 2030 para o desenvolvimento sustentável, a CPLP enfatiza o importante papel desempenhado pelas mulheres e jovens neste processo enquanto agentes de mudança para o futuro. Neste sentido, os pontos focais de género da CPLP têm unido esforços para identificar formas de mitigação do impacto da Covid-19 na igualdade de género. Por outro lado, a organização está igualmente preocupada com os efeitos das mudanças climáticas sobre a realização dos direitos humanos, cujo impacto se faz sentir de forma desigual e com maior severidade junto das populações mais vulneráveis, nomeadamente nos países em desenvolvimento, incluindo os pequenos estados insulares em desenvolvimento. A CPLP saúda, assim, o trabalho desenvolvido pelo Conselho com vista a assegurar os mecanismos de proteção específicos que não deixem ninguém para trás, entre aspas. Senhor Presidente, agora que o mundo caminha em direção à normalização de uma era pós-Covid e, tendo em vista a aproximação do prazo da realização da Agenda do Desenvolvimento Sustentável de 2030, consideramos que é fundamental que a comunidade internacional faça o balanço das lições apreendidas e uma profunda reflexão sobre como reconstruir melhor e de uma maneira sustentável às nossas sociedades. Recordo aqui a publicação em setembro de 2021 pelo secretário-geral da ONU do documento intitulado A Nossa Agenda Comum, contendo uma proposta de realizar brevemente uma cimeira do futuro com vista a forjar um novo consenso global sobre o que o nosso futuro poderá ser. Assim, na perspectiva de reconstruirmos um mundo melhor, a agenda e a cimeira poderão ser o caminho se abraçados por todos os Estados-membros. Forte no seu compromisso de cooperação com o Conselho de Direitos Humanos e ciente da importância do multilateralismo, a CPLP apoia as candidaturas de Timor-Leste e do Brasil a este Conselho para o termo de 2024-2026, na eleição a realizar-se em outubro de 2023. Para terminar, Sr. Presidente, a CPLP reitera e reafirma o seu pleno apoio ao mandato do Conselho, bem como ao Alto Comissariado das Nações Unidas para os Direitos Humanos, órgãos dos tratados e sistemas de procedimentos especiais relativo à promoção e proteção dos direitos humanos no mundo. Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have an honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Maria Ubach-Font, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Principality of Andorra. Please, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Vice-président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, après 2 années consécutives de réunions virtuelles, c'est pour moi un plaisir de pouvoir participer à cette 49e session et de rappeler de vive voix l'attachement de mon pays aux valeurs promues par le Conseil des droits de l'homme. Les récentes attaques de la Fédération de Russie contre l'Ukraine, que l'Andorre condamne fermement, nous rappellent malheureusement que ces valeurs ne doivent pas être considérées comme acquises. Il nous appartient, au contraire, à chacun d'entre nous, d'œuvrer sans relâche pour que le respect et la promotion des droits humains soient un axe constant de travail et de conduite. Nous rejoignons ainsi l'appel du secrétaire général des Nations Unies de reprendre la voie du dialogue et nous demandons à la Fédération de Russie de cesser au plus vite les opérations militaires en Ukraine et de respecter à tout prix le droit international humanitaire. Dans ce grave contexte, la Charte des Nations Unies continue de revêtir tout son sens. Il est de notre devoir à tous de veiller à son application pleine et entière. En ce sens, l'Andorre salue le fonctionnement et la portée du travail du Conseil des droits de l'homme et en particulier du mécanisme de révision que représente l'examen périodique universel. Celui-ci incite les États à être toujours vigilants et à progresser quant au niveau de la promotion et du respect des droits de l'homme au niveau national. Nos pays ont par ailleurs été touchés depuis 2 ans par une pandémie qui a mis à mal certains piliers de nos sociétés. Cette pandémie a eu un impact profond sur le quotidien de nombreuses familles et l'Andorre n'échappe pas à cette réalité. Il me semble important de souligner que nous devons employer les moyens nécessaires pour éviter que ce changement de paradigme au niveau mondial ne fasse reculer les droits des citoyennes et des citoyens, ainsi que la protection des personnes les plus vulnérables. En effet, les statistiques récentes le prouvent, et comme l'a exprimé le secrétaire général des Nations Unies dans son appel du 6 avril 2020, la pandémie de Covid-19 a exacerbé les situations de violence envers les femmes et les enfants. Les personnes les plus vulnérables ont été touchées et il est donc du devoir des États de les protéger et d'assurer le respect de leurs droits fondamentaux. Le gouvernement andorran a répondu aux situations d'urgence au cours des périodes de confinement, afin que les femmes victimes de violences ainsi que les enfants victimes de maltraitance puissent être protégées et puissent jouir du droit à l'épanouissement qui leur est dû. Les agents du ministère des Affaires sociales andorrans se sont pleinement engagés pour répondre à un nombre d'appels d'urgence sans précédent et à des situations critiques aggravées par les confinements. Il est de notre devoir de rappeler que les femmes et les enfants sont des acteurs essentiels du développement et de la croissance de nos pays et qu'il est donc indispensable qu'ils puissent exercer pleinement leurs droits et leurs libertés. L'Andorre est en outre fortement attaché à la promotion et à la mise en place d'une éducation de qualité. Au cours de ces 2 dernières années, le système d'éducation andorran a fourni aux élèves qui n'en avaient pas un outil informatique et un accès Internet afin de pouvoir suivre les cours à distance et ainsi poursuivre leur scolarité le plus normalement possible, palliant de ce fait les différences économiques entre les familles. En effet, pour réduire les inégalités entre les pays et en leur sein en matière d'éducation, il est essentiel de mettre en œuvre les ODD 10 et 4 de l'agenda 2030 pour ancrer le respect et la promotion des droits humains dans chacun de nos États. Les priorités du gouvernement andorran en matière de coopération internationale au développement reflètent également cet engagement envers l'éducation pour toutes et tous, et en particulier l'accès à l'éducation et à la formation pour les filles et les femmes, ainsi que la protection des groupes les plus vulnérables. Excellences, cette année, nous célébrons le 10e anniversaire du Fonds d'affectation spéciale pour l'assistance technique à l'appui de la participation des pays les moins avancés et des petits États insulaires en développement aux travaux du Conseil des droits de l'homme. Nous nous félicitons du travail réalisé par le Fonds et nous soulignons que c'est précisément au sein du Conseil des droits de l'homme que le multilatéralisme prend tout son sens. L'Andorre est fermement engagée pour que le multilatéralisme reste le moyen privilégié pour la résolution des conflits et pour la promotion et la sensibilisation des citoyens à la nécessité de travailler ensemble pour la protection des droits humains. La diplomatie reste aussi le moyen privilégié pour éviter les souffrances de la population civile que les conflits engendrent de façon inévitable et l'actualité internationale nous le rappelle cruellement. Lors de sa première allocution devant le Conseil des droits de l'homme, en tant que présidente du Conseil, l'ambassadrice Nazat Khan a rappelé que le multilatéralisme fonctionne pour les petits pays qui, individuellement, n'auraient peut-être pas une voix efficace, mais qui, ensemble et en partenariat, ont la capacité de parler d'une voix plus forte. En effet, seul le multilatéralisme, la collaboration entre États et la solidarité permettent de faire face aux défis globaux, tels que le coronavirus, le changement climatique et les conflits armés. Ces défis globaux ne pourront être surmontés que de façon globale, avec la participation de toute la communauté internationale dans le cadre du multilatéralisme inclusif, coopératif et solidaire qui ne laisse personne de côté. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Naledi Pandor, Minister for International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. President, Excellencies, and participants, it's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to speak to you today. I bring you warm greetings from the government and people of South Africa. This 49th session of the Human Rights Council takes place against the backdrop of the worrying situation in Ukraine. South Africa is deeply concerned about the escalation of the situation in Ukraine, and we welcome the decision by Ukraine and Russia to hold talks without preconditions. In this regard, we express the hope that both parties will use diplomacy to de-escalate the situation, leading to a durable political and security outcome. We meet with the devastation of the pandemic confronting many of our countries. In the tragic loss, we must build back better and address all the inadequacies that were revealed during the pandemic. We must ensure that poor countries have access to vaccines. We must ensure that developed countries provide economic support for the recovery of many of our economies which are in dire straits. We must ensure that indeed access to treatments becomes a public good and not the selfish terrain of a few. Mr. President, Excellencies, just 2 months ago in December 2021, the people of South Africa celebrated 25 years of the signing into law of our Constitution by our first President of a free South Africa, President Nelson Mandela. The event took place in a town called Sharpeville, a place where 69 unarmed women and men who were protesting peacefully against the draconian past laws of apartheid were massacred on the 21st of March 1960. Our Constitution contains the hopes and the aspirations of a people who had endured great suffering and gross violation of their human rights for over 350 years. We experienced colonialism, racism, and apartheid. When President Mandela chose the 10th of December 1996 as the day on which he would sign our Constitution into law, and that Sharpeville would be the place where this occurs, he wanted to etch in the minds of all South Africans the significance of the 10th of December, International Human Rights Day, and the 21st of March, South African Human Rights Day, to etch it in a manner that ensures we recall our history of the struggle for human rights in our country. He chose the day to ensure that the Constitution became the supreme law of South Africa with the reminder of the abuses that we had experienced. He wanted to pay tribute to and recognize the important role that the international community played in the struggle for human dignity, achievement of equality, and respect for human rights in South Africa. It is a reminder that I believe we must recall today as this very council seeks to play a role in assisting Ukraine and Russia to arrive at a settlement that leads to peace. This council can be the balanced council that in a very different way from the Security Council allows these two nations to come together and achieve peace. We are committed as South achieve this is through filling gaps in the international human rights law framework, wherever we identify these gaps. We need to consider developing new treaties and protocols where appropriate. It is for this reason that as South Africa, we will continue to support and actively participate in the processes aimed at developing treaties on the right to development and on transnational corporations and other business enterprises that are involved in illicit trafficking of our resources. We also believe we should look at protocols on private military and security companies whose business activities trample human rights. The year 2023, just in a few months, will mark the 60th anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, which led to the adoption of the 1965 International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. We, of course, recognize with great gratitude the sterling role that the international community played, both in our struggle for human rights and self-determination, as well as for freedom and justice. We remain unequivocal in our support for the struggle of the people of Palestine and the people of Western Sahara. We as a country and people will not sit back and live under the illusion of freedom when the people of Palestine and Western Sahara are not free. We benefited from human solidarity. We know what can happen when the global community and the ordinary people of goodwill commit themselves to a just cause for freedom, for human dignity, for peace and reconciliation. As a community of nations, we should not tire to hold ourselves to higher standards and values that brought us together. Today, those same standards and values must continue to inspire us, and we must hold true to our commitment to human rights, human dignity, the self-determination, and respect for the rights of all. Mr. President, in 2013, the General Assembly declared the years 2015-2024 as the International Decade on People of African Descent. The proclamation and the subsequent adoption of its program of activities remain a step in the right direction in combating the scourge of racism and racial discrimination, especially against Africans and people of African descent who are still victims of persistent racism and racial discrimination, enslavement and denial of their rights. How we wish that as we worry about other countries and war, we would worry about the Sahel in a similar fashion, that Africa would matter as much as the rest of the world matters. We are encouraged that the international community has made strides in some of the action plan on the decade on people of African descent and has created a forum on people of African descent. We welcome the annual reports of the Secretary General on implementation of the program of action, but we continue to believe much more must be done. We also, Mr. President, believe that we should have greater funding for the Office of the High Commissioner, and that the dependence of this office on donor funding is most worrying indeed. We believe that the lack of funding for the human rights pillar of the United Nations family needs correction as a matter of urgency and priority. The Office of the High Commissioner needs the kind of resources that will enable it to continue its important work in the global quest to advance human rights and to contribute to addressing the global challenges of development, peace, and security. I would like to conclude by thanking the African Union for endorsing South Africa's campaign for Council membership for the period 2023 to 2025. We shall also look forward to the kind of support that our partners gave to our campaign.
И обеспечить максимально вашу работу. Как было договорено с президентами Зеленским и Путиным, вы можете чувствовать себя в полной безопасности, это наша святая обязанность. Президент Лукашенко искренне надеется, что сегодня, в ходе сегодняшних переговоров, удастся найти пути решения всех кризисных вопросов. И все белорусы молятся за это. Любые ваши просьбы и предложения, касающиеся организации сегодняшней встречи, будут приняты и беспрекословно исполнены. Ждем результат.
Все, коллеги, спасибо.
Ну, дайте.
Ну, окей, тогда
Россию встретить вас, приветствовать и обеспечить максимально вашу работу. Как было договорено с президентами Зеленским и Путиным, вы можете чувствовать себя в полной безопасности, это наша святая обязанность. Президент Лукашенко искренне надеется, что сегодня, в ходе сегодняшних переговоров, удастся найти пути решения всех кризисных вопросов. И все белорусы молятся за это. Любые ваши просьбы и предложения, касающиеся организации сегодняшней встречи, будут приняты и беспрекословно исполнены. Ждем результат.
Все, коллеги, спасибо.
Deuxièmement, le développement durable et l'action climatique fondée sur les droits humains. Troisièmement, l'égalité des genres et la lutte contre les discriminations. Et enfin, la protection et la promotion des droits des enfants. Mon pays se soumettra volontairement avec enthousiasme à son 4e examen périodique universel l'année prochaine, ainsi qu'au dialogue avec les organes conventionnels le mois prochain avec le Comité pour l'élimination de la discrimination raciale. Nous travaillerons à ce que le mandat de prévention de ce Conseil devienne opérationnel, ainsi que de la responsabilité de protéger les populations civiles et les crimes d'atrocité, en particulier le génocide, les crimes contre l'humanité et les crimes de guerre. En tant que coprésident du core groupe de la résolution sur l'agenda 2030 et des droits humains, nous coopérons avec tous les groupes régionaux pour réaliser l'aspiration formulée par le secrétaire général dans notre programme commun, le fondement d'un nouveau contrat social ancré dans la réalisation des droits humains de tout un chacun. Cela inclut également à ce que les enfants et les jeunes puissent participer de manière efficace dans les débats et les initiatives qui les concernent. Les enfants et les jeunes font partie de la solution aux défis mondiaux auxquels nous faisons face, tels que le changement climatique. Mon pays continuera ainsi s'engager pour que la voix des enfants et des jeunes soit entendue au sein de ce Conseil. Nous lancerons un appel à la revitalisation du point 10 de l'ordre du jour de ce Conseil pour rendre plus efficace son mandat de renforcement des capacités des États pour servir leur population. Nous soutiendrons d'autres initiatives pratiques visant à compléter la boîte à outils normative, comme les principes Mendes relatifs à l'efficacité des entretiens dans le cadre des enquêtes et de la collecte d'informations, les efforts de comptage des victimes et des conflits, ou encore l'appel du rapporteur spécial sur les droits humains et l'extrême pauvreté à la mise en place d'un fonds mondial pour la protection sociale. Nous continuons à nous opposer à toute forme de représailles visant la société civile et à appuyer la pleine participation des ONG indépendantes aux travaux de ce Conseil, indispensables à son bon fonctionnement. Surtout, nous serons du côté de toutes celles et de tous ceux qui revendiquent leurs droits humains et libertés fondamentales partout dans le monde. Nous coopérons avec nos partenaires de l'Union européenne et serons prêts à continuer nos efforts pour progresser là où notre propre dispositif de protection des droits humains s'avérerait encore insuffisant. Enfin, Monsieur le Vice-président, le respect des droits humains est une des plus nobles ambitions jamais exprimées par l'humanité. À un moment où la guerre montre à nouveau sa grimace effrayante, il est plus important que jamais de faire preuve de notre détermination de défendre notre maxime suprême que tous les êtres humains naissent libres et égaux en dignité et en droit. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Damares Alves, Minister for Women, Family and Human Rights of Brazil. Please, you have the floor.
Senhor Vice-Presidente, senhores e senhoras ministras, senhoras e senhores, boa tarde. Passado 3 anos, desde que estive nessa tribuna pela primeira vez, é tempo de refletir as iniciativas promovidas pelo governo no cumprimento do mandato que lhe foi confiado por mais de 57 milhões de brasileiros. Em pouco mais de um ano, foram aplicadas cerca de 380 doses de vacina em nosso país, com priorização de grupos mais vulneráveis, como os povos indígenas. 85% deles já estão plenamente imunizados. O governo Bolsonaro sempre promoveu e defendeu a paz. Também defendemos a liberdade e a vida desde a concepção, como os direitos mais fundamentais do ser humano. Sempre defendeu a paz para todos os países e para todos os continentes. Lamentamos cada morte decorrente da pandemia do novo coronavírus. Nesse período, atuamos muito para proteger a população e mitigar os efeitos sociais e econômicos dessa crise. Disponibilizamos o auxílio emergencial, que beneficiou cerca de 68 milhões de brasileiros diretamente. O recém-aprovado Auxílio Brasil aumenta o benefício e amplia essa cobertura. Em outros eixos, instituímos o Programa Nacional de Busca por Pessoas Desaparecidas, com a criação de Cadastro Nacional e Banco para Armazenamento de Material Genético. Analisamos mais de 11 mil requerimentos na Comissão de Anistias. Alguns deles estavam engavetados desde 2002. Nosso mecanismo de combate à tortura está em pleno funcionamento e temos defendido a expansão do sistema para atendimento também em âmbito estadual. Instituímos o Sistema Integrado de Direitos Humanos, que vai unir todas as instituições em âmbito federal, estadual e municipal, permitindo respostas mais rápidas e eficazes às violações de direitos humanos. Nosso foco é assegurar direitos humanos para todos. Retiramos pessoas da invisibilidade, fortalecemos sistemas e políticas de repressão contra agressores e redirecionamos a atuação de política de proteção às vítimas de violência. Para a região do semiárido do Nordeste brasileiro, garantimos o direito humano básico de acesso à água, com a conclusão de obras da transposição do Rio São Francisco, paradas há mais de uma década, num investimento de aproximadamente 780 milhões de dólares. Estendemos nosso serviço de atendimento de denúncia de violações de direitos humanos para as comunidades isoladas, especialmente na região da Amazônia, onde barcos itinerantes hoje percorrem regiões ribeirinhas para levar cidadania e serviços públicos. A propósito da Amazônia, trabalhamos na proteção da floresta e, sobretudo, dos mais de 30 milhões de pessoas que vivem nela. O programa Abraço Marajó, nosso modelo de desenvolvimento sustentável, a partir de uma perspectiva de direitos humanos, prevê investimentos da ordem de 930 milhões de dólares até 2023. São centenas de ações inovadoras nos eixos de desenvolvimento social, produtivo, institucional e de infraestrutura para os povos da Amazônia, com destaque para o programa de iluminação pública, que usa energia solar fotovoltaica. Investimos mais de 250 milhões de dólares na proteção da criança e do adolescente, com a equipagem de conselhos tutelares em quase 1.000 municípios, em programas de proteção para aqueles que foram ameaçados de morte, na forma e construção de novas unidades do sistema socioeducativo, na instituição de uma Escola Nacional de Capacitação para atores do Sistema de Garantia dos Direitos das Crianças e dos Adolescentes e no Programa de Atenção à Primeira Infância. Lançamos o Plano Nacional de Prevenção Primária do Risco Sexual Precoce e Gravidez de Adolescentes. Desde 2019, a gravidez precoce tem caído, em média, de 18% ao ano no Brasil. Compartilho com as nações uma grande vitória. O número de crianças e adolescentes mortos por agressão registrou uma queda de 40% em média nos últimos 3 anos. Vou repetir o número, uma queda de 40%. O governo federal investiu, só no ano de 2021, cerca de 46 bilhões de dólares em políticas voltadas para mulheres e meninas. Trabalhamos na prevenção, mas também na repressão das violações de direitos. Ao menos 30 mil agressores foram presos e centenas de milhares de medidas protetivas foram aplicadas em 2 grandes operações policiais no âmbito nacional, a partir dos dados extraídos da Ouvidoria Nacional dos Direitos Humanos. Lançamos recentemente um Plano Nacional da Erradicação do Feminicídio, com investimentos de aproximadamente 150 milhões de dólares em políticas para mulheres até 2023. No contexto da década do envelhecimento saudável, o Brasil lançou o Pacto Nacional de Implementação dos Direitos da Pessoa Idosa. Instituímos instrumentos que permitem a chamada prova de vida por meio digital, o que dispensa a apresentação presencial de idosos com dificuldade de locomoção para fins de continuidade do pagamento de benefícios sociais. Para garantir a proteção dessa população contra o coronavírus, repassamos cerca de 30 milhões de dólares diretamente a mais de 2.000 instituições de acolhimento em todo o país. Realizamos ainda 2 grandes operações policiais de proteção aos idosos, com o indiciamento de milhares de agressores em todo o país, a partir dos dados da Ouvidoria Nacional dos Direitos Humanos. Trabalhamos ainda na promoção da igualdade racial. Promulgamos a Convenção Interamericana contra o Racismo e promovemos a regularização fundiária de áreas quilombolas, com investimentos de aproximado 2 milhões de dólares. O presidente Bolsonaro está realizando o maior programa de regularização fundiária da história do Brasil. Mais de 300 mil títulos de propriedade de imóveis rurais já foram entregues em 3 anos. Para as pessoas com deficiência, concluímos recentemente um novo modelo da avaliação biopsicossocial. Em 2021, lançamos o Plano Nacional de Tecnologia Assistiva e regulamentamos o Tratado de Marrakech. Promovemos ações de empregabilidade e de empreendedorismo para jovens, migrantes, população LGBT, entre outros grupos vulneráveis. Fortalecemos ainda as ações de combate à violência contra a população LGBT. No plano internacional, o Brasil e outros 35 países assinaram a Declaração Consensual de Genebra sobre a promoção da saúde da mulher e do fortalecimento da família. Deixamos claro que não há no direito internacional dos direitos humanos qualquer respaldo a um suposto direito de valer-se do aborto como método de planejamento familiar. Depois de anos de mora dos governos anteriores, tenho o prazer de anunciar que apresentamos todos os relatórios do cumprimento dos tratados de direitos humanos de que somos parte. O governo brasileiro reitera, assim, o seu compromisso com os mais altos padrões de direitos humanos, com a defesa da democracia e com pleno funcionamento do Estado de Direito. Reiteramos nosso desejo de que a paz impere em todos os países, Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Excellency. Et maintenant, je donne la parole au ministre de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères de la France, Monsieur Jean-Yves Le Drian. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, les droits humains sont l'expression de notre commune humanité. Ils constituent aussi l'un des piliers de l'ordre multilatéral que nous avons construit pour tirer les leçons des tragédies du XXe siècle et prévenir leur retour. Les violer ne revient donc pas seulement à renier les engagements que nous avons pris ensemble. En nier la portée universelle ne relève pas seulement d'un relativisme qui fait le lit des pires dérives, c'est toujours en même temps menacer la stabilité internationale et notre capacité d'action collective. C'est pourquoi ce Conseil porte au fond une double responsabilité. En agissant pour faire respecter les droits fondamentaux des enfants, des femmes et des hommes du monde entier, nous travaillons très concrètement à contrer la très grave dynamique de brutalisation qui est aujourd'hui à l'œuvre dans la vie internationale, ce qui est essentiel pour notre avenir à tous. Je veux donc cette année encore vous le dire sans équivoque, ce Conseil peut compter sur l'engagement total de la France. Engagement à vos côtés face aux risques d'exaction et de régression qui naissent toujours des crises. Je pense bien sûr à l'attaque militaire massive que Vladimir Poutine a choisi de lancer contre l'Ukraine. Aujourd'hui, nous savons tous que la population ukrainienne est en grave danger et face à cela, nous devons faire preuve de la plus grande vigilance et de la plus grande fermeté. En outre, alors que la guerre a fait son retour en Europe par le choix prémédité de la Russie, nous aurons à assumer collectivement les conséquences humanitaires de cette situation. Nous devons le faire de manière solidaire, de manière responsable et de manière humaine. L'Union européenne et la présidence française du Conseil de l'Union européenne joueront leur rôle à cet égard. Je pense à la crise que vit la population d'Afghanistan depuis le coup de force commis par les talibans en août dernier. La question du respect des droits humains, en particulier les droits des femmes et des filles, est au cœur des exigences de la communauté internationale à l'égard du régime de fait qui s'est installé à Kaboul. Elle fait partie des préalables à toute normalisation de nos relations avec l'Afghanistan. Et chacun peut malheureusement constater que nous sommes aujourd'hui encore loin du compte. Je pense aussi au calvaire que subit toujours le peuple syrien après une décennie d'horreur. À une situation humanitaire proprement catastrophique s'ajoutent les bombardements qui se poursuivent à Idlib contre la population civile. Le scandale des crimes effroyables est pourtant toujours impuni, en particulier les attaques chimiques qui délibérément, froidement, méthodiquement ont pris pour cible les civils. Les détentions arbitraires qui restent monnaie courante, la terrible incertitude qui entoure le sort d'innombrables personnes disparues. Et si les réfugiés ne rentrent pas, c'est qu'ils savent que le régime ne fait aucun geste et que rien dans ses actes ne permet d'envisager un retour volontaire et digne. Je pense aussi à la sale guerre qui déchire le Yémen, au prix de violations du droit international humanitaire et des droits de l'homme que subissent les Yéménites depuis 7 ans, et au prix d'une profonde déstabilisation de la région à travers les attaques indiscriminées conduites sur les territoires émiriens et saoudiens. Je pense à l'Éthiopie, où un engagement déterminé de toutes les parties est nécessaire pour mettre fin à l'emploi révoltant de violences sexuelles comme arme de guerre et pour lutter contre les discours de haine. Je pense également au coup d'État inacceptable commis l'an dernier en Birmanie, où la junte a annihilé les espoirs exprimés lors d'élections libres et crédibles et a muselé l'opposition. Je pense enfin aux coups d'État, aux tentatives de coup d'État en Afrique de l'Ouest qui nous préoccupent tous. Au Mali, nous souhaitons que la haute commissaire aux droits de l'homme suive avec attention la situation des civils qui sont aujourd'hui exposés à une triple menace, la menace des groupes armés terroristes, la menace que représente pour tous les Maliens la dérive dictatoriale de la junte
et la menace constituée par la société militaire privée Wagner, que la junte a fait venir sur le sol malien et dont nous ne connaissons que trop les exactions et les violations des droits de l'homme sur d'autres théâtres. Ce Conseil peut aussi compter sur l'engagement de la France pour mettre les exigences des droits humains au centre des réponses collectives que nous devons apporter aux immenses défis du XXIe siècle. Les défis écologiques, du dérèglement climatique et de l'érosion de la diversité, face auxquels ce Conseil a su accorder une reconnaissance politique au droit à un environnement sain, et notre action dans ce domaine doit se poursuivre. Le défi de l'égalité entre les femmes et les hommes, qu'il s'agisse d'éducation, de santé, de travail, nous devons maintenant mettre en œuvre les projets actés lors du Forum Génération Égalité de l'été dernier. Les multiples défis de la sphère numérique et informationnelle qui appellent de nouvelles régulations, de nouvelles coopérations au service de nos libertés individuelles, de la liberté de la presse et de la liberté d'expression. Et enfin, les défis sociaux et humains de la mondialisation. Nous devons faire aboutir les travaux lancés ici même en 2014 pour mettre au point un instrument international juridiquement contraignant en matière de devoir de vigilance, comme l'a fait la France au niveau national et comme nous travaillons à le faire au niveau européen avec nos partenaires des 27 et les institutions européennes. Enfin, soyez certains de notre engagement pour travailler avec vous à briser la chape de secret et de déni dont s'entourent partout les plus graves violations des droits humains, les pratiques arbitraires et les remises en cause de l'état de droit. Avec vous, nous demandons donc de nouveau l'accès en toute indépendance et sans entrave de la haute commissaire aux droits de l'homme à la région autonome ouïghour du Xinjiang, ainsi que la publication d'un rapport crédible et indépendant sur la situation des Ouïghours et des autres minorités ethniques de la région. Avec vous, nous voulons que toute la lumière soit faite sur les atteintes à l'espace civique qui se multiplient à travers le monde, contre l'acharnement judiciaire arbitraire des autorités russes à l'encontre d'Alexeï Navalny, dont nous appelons à la libération immédiate, ou leur décision très préoccupante de dissoudre l'ONG Memorial, ou comme les persécutions politiques commises par le régime d'Alexandre Loukachenko. Je tiens à redire que nous n'oublions pas les 1000 détenus politiques qui se trouvent aujourd'hui encore enfermés dans les geôles de ce dictateur. Enfin, nous exigeons que les États qui n'ont pas encore aboli la peine de mort communiquent de manière transparente le nombre de condamnations prononcées et le nombre d'exécutions perpétrées chaque année. La peine capitale est un châtiment contraire à la dignité de la personne humaine. Elle va à l'encontre des droits humains fondamentaux que sont le droit à la vie et le droit de n'être pas soumis à des peines ou des traitements cruels, inhumains et dégradants. C'est pourquoi, dans le cadre de sa présidence du Conseil de l'Union européenne et avec l'ensemble de ses partenaires européens, la France s'emploie aujourd'hui à relancer le combat urgent et nécessaire pour l'abolition universelle de la peine de mort en tout lieu et en toutes circonstances. Et notre détermination, là non plus, ne faiblira pas.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre. And now I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Development Cooperation of Iceland. Excellency, you have the floor.
President, High Commissioner, Excellencies. It is my honor to address the Human Rights Council for the very first time. As we meet today, a serious military conflict is ongoing in Europe. In an unprovoked and brutal attack, Russia, a member of this esteemed body and a permanent member of the UN Security Council, has invaded the sovereign country of Ukraine with all the destruction and human suffering a war entails. This horrific war, the manifestation of a twisted worldview, is being fueled by the most sinister and low-based rhetoric. In fact, the blatant lies that have been promulgated as justifications for these ongoing crimes are intended to appeal to the worst aspects of public discourse. What I speak of are xenophobia, discrimination, violent nationalism, and authoritarianism. Fear of the other, contempt for those who are, by choice or by nature, different and unique. This war is explicitly waged in order to turn back the clock, to stop the advance of tolerance, understanding, peace, to take back the individual liberties and rights that the civilized world has adopted as its hallmark since the dark days of totalitarianism in Europe. Autocratic Belarus, a regime that has shown utter disregard for human rights and liberties of its own people, has been enlisted as an enabler of this war. And let's be mindful that this war is not only against the people of Ukraine. It is part of an ongoing effort to show discontent and suspicion against the values of democracy, freedom, and human rights all over the world. This ideological battle is ongoing even in countries where those values have been firmly established for decades or even centuries. And let us not forget, this war is also waged against the hopes and dreams of the people of Russia, who also suffer greatly and live in fear of what may come next. My thoughts are with them also. Iceland strongly supports Ukraine's call for an urgent debate and welcomes its approval this morning. Mr. President, we have a sacred duty to promote and protect high ideals. These high ideals cannot and never be taken for granted. I would like to use this opportunity to highlight 3 key points. First of all, we need to be much more forceful in fighting the growing global pushback against human rights and democratic values. There is an increased repression of religious and ethnic minorities, growing racism, and violent nationalism. Autocratic pressures and voices are on the rise, seeking to intensify political polarization and infringe on fundamental human rights. These trends have been aggravated by the global pandemic, during which many of the basic rights we may have thought to be secured and guaranteed have been curtailed and even undermined. Regrettably, too many governments have used the pandemic as an excuse to repress media, silence critics, and stifle open debate. This has been done on a scale ranging from authoritarian regime consolidating their power to a less obvious slide back in fundamental rights and freedom, weakening the pillars of democratic societies. I believe there is a reason to believe that a frank and honest assessment must be made about how easily fundamental rights were curtailed during the pandemic. This happened with limited public debate, even in societies where respect for those rights were thought to be solidly entrenched in culture and the national identity. And this worries me. The pandemic has been a crisis of the day. Other crises will follow. How well we will defend human rights when the next pandemic comes, or another type of crisis that induces panic in the population. Second, we must fight for an international order that is based on multilateralism and rule of law. The international rules-based order forms the basis for states' commitments to protect and respect the rights of their citizens, and provides a platform for states to work together for peace, progress, and prosperity. The current Ukraine crisis threatens the rules-based international order with ramifications that go well beyond Europe. Already innocent civilians are suffering and lives are being lost. Every effort must be made to minimize human suffering. We must also ensure that crimes being committed against the Ukrainian people be recorded and those responsible be held responsible. This makes it even more urgent that we stand up for the fundamental principles of the rules-based international order, that we promote multilateralism and the rule of law and democracy. Therefore, Iceland has decided to run for a seat on the Human Rights Council for the term 2025 to 2027. If elected, we will be absolutely resolute in our support for the Council's mandate and will not shy away from calling on all and any of the members of this Council to live up their human rights obligations and commitments. And to my third and final point, as long as women and girls don't enjoy the same human rights as men and boys, the world stands to lose. We must continue advocating for the full and equal enjoyment of human rights for women and girls, including women's equal participation in political, economic and social life, and not least sexual and reproductive health and rights for all. Iceland is also determined to continue to push for the protection of the human rights of LGBTQI persons. Our position is crystal clear. Human rights are universal and apply to all, whatever their sexual orientation is, gender identity, or expression. Mr. President, times like these highlight the critical importance of this Council. We need to hold each other to account, learn from each other, listen, change course accordingly, all with a common objective of promoting and protecting universal human rights for all. I wish you all peace and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Nikos Dendias, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Greece. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, while global challenges and tensions are on the rise, we are unfortunately backtracking for multilateralism and global solutions. Unilateral actions affect not only countries, but first and foremost people. One cannot but refer today to the most severe challenge the European continent is facing in Ukraine. The military attacks clearly violate fundamental principles of international law and the United Nations Charter, mainly the principle of refraining from a threat or use of force, a principle which is blatantly and shamelessly disregarded from specific countries for some time now. What is happening now has plunged Europe into an era where such actions have no place. International humanitarian law is seriously challenged. Attacks against all civilians in Ukraine must stop immediately. I would like to refer particularly to the brutal attack against civilians in Sartana and Bugas, towns near Mariupol, resulting to the death of 10 members of the Greek community. It has also left many injured, including children. Against this background, we stand ready to contribute to all efforts for de-escalation within regional and international fora, with the main aim to protect the civilian population and prevent a humanitarian disaster. A huge migration flow is now being created, mainly towards European Union countries. We have to take action to protect their rights. Mr. President, when we talk about people, we should concentrate on the human rights and fundamental freedoms, which the United Nations and this particular forum have a mandate to protect and promote. As mentioned already, thousands of people are losing their lives in conflict-afflicted areas every day, not to mention the millions of deaths worldwide from COVID-19. However, the hope is alive, thanks to our joint effort. Our society's coordinated response to the pandemic reveals how far humanity can accomplish to safeguard human life. It has demonstrated that the welfare of every human being and the protection of the right to life is the heart of social conscience. Therefore, we owe it to next generations to further upgrade, promote, and rigorously protect the right to life for all. The Human Rights Council can play a pivotal role in turning these values into a coherent policy implemented in real life. Greece is ready to contribute towards achieving this end in the coming years. Greece has built peaceful coexistence and cooperation on the basis of protecting and promoting human rights and freedoms. This was evidenced by the outcome of Greece's third Universal Periodic Review held last November. Combating discrimination, alleviating social inequalities and biases are a must in our policy. Greece has also done its utmost through deeds and not words to promote the human rights of refugees and asylum seekers, with an impressive record in saving lives internationally acknowledged. This despite the unfavorable environment of intended misleading information as well as ill-founded allegations. Mr. President, another tangible proof for our commitment to human rights is our efforts to promote them within regional and international fora. In this respect, Greece has actively contributed either as a penholder or as a member of a core group of countries in the resolutions on the safety of journalists and the issue of impunity, return or restitution of cultural property to the countries of origin, sports and the Olympic ideal, the right to work, cultural rights and the protection of cultural heritage. Greece, as has consistently done, will continue engaging with all partners on protecting and promoting human rights. We do all share, after all, one indisputable universal base: the United Nations Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Nanaia Mahuta, Minister for Foreign Affairs of New Zealand. Excellency, you have the floor.
Whakarongoa ki au ki te tangi a te manu, tui, 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 tui a. Tui a I runga, tui a I raro, tui a I roto, tui a I waho. Tui a I te here tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. Tui a I te here I tākia mai I Hawaii ki tangata, Hawaii ki tautau, o tira te hono a wairua, ka puta ki te whaiao, ki te ao marama, ti hei, mauri ora. Mr. President, Secretary General, High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, civil society organisations and friends. Aotearoa New Zealand is a proponent of peace and reconciliation, and we condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This is a clear act of aggression, a blatant breach of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and a violation of international law and the UN Charter by a permanent member of the Security Council. There is no victor in unjustified and unprovoked aggression. We must be clear. The Russian government has repeatedly ignored opportunities for diplomacy, negotiation and de-escalation, and has instead chosen aggression. We are witnessing the blatant act of a bully, brutally using its unbridled power to achieve goals at odds with international law. Sadly, women and children are already the innocent victims of this illegal aggression. This cannot be tolerated. Russia's actions will have far-reaching and serious humanitarian, security and economic implications for Ukraine, Russia, Europe and the rest of the world. Our thoughts today are with the people in Ukraine impacted by this conflict, and also with those Ukrainians around the world who feel helpless to protect their whānau, their relatives at this time. Aotearoa New Zealand repeats our call for Russia to act consistently with its international obligations, cease military operations in Ukraine, permanently withdraw to avoid a catastrophic and pointless loss of innocent life, take all possible steps to protect civilians in line with international humanitarian law, and to return to diplomatic negotiations as a pathway to resolve this conflict. We must not let diplomacy fail. We must persevere in the pursuit of an outcome that prevents further suffering. War, Mr. President, must stop. Let me now turn to other international crises that are of deep concern to Aotearoa New Zealand. Armed conflicts in Ethiopia, Syria and Yemen continue to cause egregious human rights abuses and humanitarian crisis. Democratic rights such as freedom of expression and media freedoms are being eroded. The military coups in Myanmar and Sudan and lack of free and fair elections in Nicaragua are a stark example of this. The hard-won rights of women and girls have tragically gone backwards over the past year, most notably in Afghanistan. They do not deserve to be forced to abandon the prospect of better education, open and transparent democracy, improved civil and political rights, improved health and livelihoods. We are seriously concerned about the growing number of credible reports of systemic violations of the human rights of minority groups, including the Rohingya and the Uyghur. We must continue to shine a light on situations where such violations are taking place. We reiterate our call on China to grant meaningful and unfettered access to Xinjiang for UN experts and other independent observers. We also urge the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to table its findings as a critical step towards determining the extent of violations against the Uyghur. Mr. President, human rights embody universal values. But these values are at risk if we do not accept our collective responsibility to protect and uphold the dignity of all people, individually and collectively, irrespective of the context or situation in which they live. Mō te iti me te rahi, for the greater benefit of the most vulnerable and the most diverse. We are concerned that the COVID-19 pandemic and the climate crisis are exasperating existing inequalities and undermining the basic human rights of millions, particularly in our Indo-Pacific region. It is in this challenging international context that we must remember what can be achieved when we work together in partnership. But that expression is about actions, not words. Mahi a te mahi hei painga mō te iwi. By our actions, our good deeds will be felt by the people, and that's what matters most. The Council must be a forum for all states to engage openly on human rights, to share experiences and progress, and to hold each other to account. The Council is also an opportunity to explore how we can apply more fully and with greater regard the full suite of tools that enable innovative solutions to address human rights. We increasingly confront more challenging contexts, and we must not reside on the fringes of a polarising set of circumstances where there's no bridge, no hope of diplomacy or dialogue to address human rights abuse. Colleagues, we must exhaust every effort for diplomacy and dialogue. The system is also most effective when civil society actively engages, and when those groups whose rights are marginalised are given a voice. The social fabric of a fair and decent society is evidenced by the way in which we uphold and defend universal human rights. It is important, this session of the Council, and we're proud to co-lead with Mexico a resolution on the rights of persons with disabilities. We will also continue to prioritise engagement on the rights of Indigenous peoples, gender equality, democratic rights, LGBTQI rights, ending arbitrary detention practices, and the eradication of the death penalty. New Zealand looks forward to continuing to work with you all to progress universal human rights and protect the dignity and mana of all peoples. Ki te kotahi te kākoho ka whati, ki te kāpuia e kore e whati. We must stand together in our effort to uphold human rights. We cannot be deterred if we are united. Pai mariri. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Mélanie Joly, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Canada. Excellency, you have the floor.
Haut commissaire, Excellences, notre réunion du Conseil des droits de l'homme a quelque chose de terriblement ironique. Au moment de leur création, ce Conseil et le Haut Commissariat des Nations Unies aux droits de l'homme marquaient un nouveau jalon dans nos efforts communs pour faire progresser les droits de la personne, l'égalité des genres, le droit des Autochtones, le droit des personnes handicapées, de la communauté LGBTQ2 et de tous ceux et celles qui cherchent à affirmer et à protéger la dignité humaine. Il s'agit là d'une longue quête dont l'origine remonte au début de la civilisation humaine et, dans l'histoire récente, elle a été marquée par les grands revers que nous avons subis dans les terribles guerres qui ont mis à mal tant de gens. Madam President, the terrible irony is that we meet at such a terrible moment. The capital of a sovereign and equal member state, Ukraine, is under direct threat. Explosions are being felt as many seek refuge in underground subway stations. The images flashing across our collective screens of Ukraine are heartbreaking. This war is killing innocent people, forcing Ukrainian people to flee their homes and their country. This invasion and war are the choice of one country, the Russian Federation, its government and its leadership, and in particular, the decision of the President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. The Russian invasion of Ukraine, the largest threat to global peace in 7 decades, is a cold, calculated, and carefully planned series of events by the Kremlin. Over the past several months, we have said that Russia was positioning troops and equipment to invade Ukraine. Russia said it was not, that there was nothing to worry about. Russia lied. We said that Russian military buildups along the border were continuing to grow. Russia said exercises were complete and it was withdrawing troops. This was another lie. Russia told us their military exercises in Belarus would end on the 20th of February. Last week, Belarus served as a launchpad for Russian forces as they invaded Ukraine. Both Belarus and the Russian Federation lied. Madame la vice-présidente, la Russie est la seule responsable de cette crise. Elle a choisi de recourir aux mensonges et à la violence et de fabriquer de toutes pièces une crise pour tenter d'anéantir l'état de droit et de violer les droits de la personne. Worse, they're trying to justify their war by spreading a false rhetoric and attempting to manipulate the principles of human rights to support their illegal and illegitimate violence. This is the false narrative that Russia is trying to spread, both here in this council and around the world. Allow me to convey directly to the representative from the Russian Federation. Human rights are universal and can't be manipulated to justify war and crime. Russian-speaking Ukrainians and Ukrainian-speaking peoples are the first and foremost global citizens and entitled to the same fundamental right to live peacefully under international law. This is what this Council stands for. This is what Canada stands for. The Russian regime is challenging the international system of peace and law and the very charter that we have been building since the end of the Second World War. Russia has tried to make a mockery of our international system to force a reversion to a might-make-right world, and we will not allow this to happen. Madame la Présidente, rappelons-nous quelques-unes des choses extraordinaires que nous avons faites ensemble. Nous avons signé des traités, convenu de déclarations, ratifié des pactes et bâti des institutions. Nous avons laborieusement construit un système multilatéral qui repose sur 2 principes clés. Le premier, tous les États sont égaux et souverains. Et le deuxième, Les droits fondamentaux sont universels et essentiels pour la dignité humaine. Ce qui cimente tout cela est le principe selon lequel les règles sont indispensables, car elles empêchent les abus de pouvoir et la corruption. Cette menace à l'ordre international fondée sur des règles, cette menace à la sécurité et aux droits fondamentaux de tous les Ukrainiens, voire de tous les peuples du monde, n'est plus théorique. L'invasion illégale et injustifiée de l'Ukraine par la Russie est une grave violation de la Charte de l'ONU qui interdit la menace ou l'utilisation de la force contre l'intégrité territoriale ou l'indépendance politique d'un État. Cette interdiction est une des bases du droit international que tous les États doivent respecter et c'est le fondement de notre façon de vivre en commun sur cette planète. Cette invasion met en danger des millions d'innocents, leurs droits fondamentaux à la vie, à la liberté et à la sécurité ont été violés. Canada stands by Ukraine and Ukrainians as they fight for their freedom and for their right to choose their own future. We have also seen widespread reports of Russian citizens themselves gathering in the squares and streets across the country to denounce this illegal and illegitimate invasion. They have been met with violence and unjust arrest. We call on Russia to respect the human rights not only of Ukrainians, but also of its own citizens, who by thousands have taken the streets in protest of this unjust war. Russia's invasion of Ukraine makes the work of protecting human rights even more urgent. The protection of civilian lives must be the highest priority for this international community. We continue to call on Russia to cease its attack immediately. No more lives should be lost. Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected. The democratic will of the Ukrainian people must be upheld, and their human rights must be truly protected. Today, as millions of Ukrainians suffer the indignity of war, we too face our own responsibility to speak up and to act, to demand in the name of humanity that Putin's Russia end this madness. The world is watching, and future generations will remember how we confronted this moment. Let it be said that we overcame narrow interests to speak in one voice against tyranny and aggression in favor of peace and freedom. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. César Arroyo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru. Excellency, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, señor Presidente de la Asamblea General, señor Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, señora Alta Comisionada de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos, señor Presidente de la Confederación Suiza, Excelencias. Como Canciller del Perú y jurista, es para mí un alto honor participar en el segmento de alto nivel del Consejo de Derechos Humanos de las Naciones Unidas a fin de reafirmar el inequívoco compromiso del Perú con el respeto, la promoción y la defensa de los derechos humanos, con una visión ética de las relaciones internacionales. En consecuencia, con esta histórica postura, al iniciar mi intervención ante este Consejo, me es ineludible proferir la posición del Perú frente a los alarmantes sucesos en curso en Ucrania, que han sido el foco de la atención y de preocupación de toda la comunidad internacional en los últimos días. Reafirmo tajantemente que el Perú condena la ofensiva militar en curso en Ucrania. Estos graves hechos violentan el derecho internacional y violan su integridad territorial y soberanía nacional. Exhortamos a que se establezca de manera urgente un cese del fuego y de todas las hostilidades, así como el inicio inmediato de consultas y negociaciones para una solución diplomática pacífica y negociada. Cada día de dilación agrava la situación para la población civil y expresamos nuestra preocupación por el deterioro de la situación humanitaria. Hacemos un llamado a la comunidad internacional para activar los mecanismos necesarios que garanticen el acceso a la ayuda humanitaria para proteger a los más afectados y aquellos que se encuentren en situación de mayor vulnerabilidad. Recordamos a todos que mediante su resolución 60/251, la Asamblea General de las Naciones Unidas decidió que los miembros elegidos al Consejo de Derechos Humanos deberán aplicar las normas más estrictas en la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos y cooperar plenamente con este Consejo. Ante esta crisis, el Perú así lo demanda. Hacemos eco del llamado de la alta comisionada Michelle Bachelet para instar al pleno respeto del derecho internacional humanitario y el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos y recordar que en la conducción de hostilidades deben respetarse plenamente los principios de distinción, proporcionalidad y precaución, en particular adoptando todas las medidas necesarias para proteger a la población civil y los bienes de carácter civil de los efectos de las hostilidades. Esta posición refleja el compromiso pétreo del Perú con la defensa del multilateralismo. Apoyamos con convicción los ideales genuinos que inspiraron su fundación, el mantenimiento de la paz y el reconocimiento de la importancia de la cooperación y el diálogo para desarrollar respuestas globales a las amenazas que enfrentamos. Hoy, los estragos de la pandemia y la crisis climática, la incertidumbre económica y amenazas a la paz y seguridad internacionales nos han alertado sobre las limitaciones de la solidaridad y de la cooperación internacional. Ante este escenario, el Perú siempre optará por el fortalecimiento del sistema multilateral construido sobre la base del entendimiento, el diálogo, la cooperación y la construcción de normas que gocen del respaldo de todos. El Perú está convencido de la necesidad de construir democracias efectivas que generen acciones concretas que mejoren la calidad de vida de las personas y que atiendan de manera eficiente los desafíos que enfrentan. Por ello estamos comprometidos con fortalecer el Estado de Derecho y la gobernabilidad democrática desde un enfoque de derechos humanos a fin de proteger las libertades fundamentales, así como garantizar el acceso a una vida digna. Reconocemos que este Consejo es el principal espacio de cooperación y diálogo en materia de derechos humanos del sistema de las Naciones Unidas. Desde su fundación, el Perú ha tenido un compromiso sostenido con su construcción y fortalecimiento institucional, en apoyo de su cada día más apremiante responsabilidad de promover el respeto universal por la protección de todos los derechos humanos y libertades fundamentales de todas las personas, sin distinción de ningún tipo. En consecuencia, con esta invariable postura, el Perú aspira a volver a ser miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos para el periodo 2024-2026. Así continuaremos colaborando con transparencia y compromiso con el sistema internacional de protección y promoción de los derechos humanos, así como con el sistema regional. En el plano interno, nuestra historia e indeclinable posición respecto de los derechos humanos constituye una política de Estado que cimenta de manera transversal el accionar de nuestro gobierno, se encuentra en el centro de todos los esfuerzos que emprendemos por mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestros ciudadanos, de reducir las desigualdades, de luchar contra la discriminación de cualquier tipo, de proteger nuestro medio ambiente, de atender los detonantes de la conflictividad social y de desarrollar una sociedad plural, democrática y pacífica con igualdad de género. Como tantos otros países, el Perú ha afrontado los trágicos y devastadores impactos de una pandemia sin precedentes. Sus efectos en nuestras sociedades han sido alarmantes en los planos sanitario, social y económico. Las personas en situaciones de vulnerabilidad, que históricamente han sido excluidas y marginadas, han sido las más afectadas, profundizando las desigualdades que aquejan a nuestras sociedades. El gobierno peruano ha sido firme en su respuesta. Hemos emprendido acciones efectivas para detener los contagios, implementar un enfoque de recuperación de los pacientes y gestionando una estrategia de vacunación universal con enfoque territorial. hemos asignado recursos para la ejecución de una intensa campaña de vacunación que ha permitido vacunar con 2 dosis a más del 80% de la población adulta a diciembre del 2021 y con dosis de refuerzo a más del 50% de la población vulnerable a enero del 2022. Asimismo, hemos iniciado la campaña de vacunación para niñas y niños de 5 a 11 años de edad. También trabajamos por una reactivación económica sostenible e inclusiva que prioriza a los más pobres y vulnerables. La estabilidad macroeconómica, un compromiso con la inversión pública y un sostenido crecimiento económico es el motor para la implementación de políticas sociales para atender las necesidades en salud, educación, así como la generación de empleo que contribuyan a nuestros esfuerzos hacia la consecución de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible de la Agenda 2030. Impulso en ese cometido nos da la invitación que ha sido extendida al Perú para ingresar a la Organización para la Cooperación y el Desarrollo Económico, en reconocimiento de nuestro compromiso con impulsar el desarrollo económico sostenible y valores compartidos como la democracia, el Estado de Derecho y la defensa de los derechos humanos. Nuestra prioridad siempre será garantizar los derechos básicos de los pobladores y constituir una sociedad en la que no exista ciudadanos de segunda clase, por etnia, género, orientación sexual, idioma o edad, entre otros. Por el importante papel que pueda tener en apoyo de lograr las metas que nos proponemos, el Perú respalda la labor desplegada por la Alta Comisionada de las Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos, señora Michelle Bachelet, en la promoción y protección del disfrute efectivo de todos los derechos civiles, culturales, económicos, políticos y sociales de todos. Recalco el significativo papel que ha jugado la oficina, especialmente durante los peores y más difíciles momentos de la pandemia, para brindar asistencia técnica y cooperación para apoyar a nuestros países en el cumplimiento de nuestras obligaciones internacionales en materia de derechos humanos. En reconocimiento de ello, procuramos próximamente reforzar nuestros lazos de cooperación y asistencia técnica con la Oficina de la Alta Comisionada, con la finalidad de acrecentar la centralidad de un enfoque de derechos humanos en nuestras políticas públicas. Así, impulsaremos la necesaria transformación social que garantice para cada peruano y peruana sus derechos a la educación, a la salud, el empleo decente, al salario digno, a la seguridad social, a la vivienda y permita la realización de una vida individual, colectiva, económica, cultural y en sintonía con el medio ambiente. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. And I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Abdelatif Wabi, Minister of Justice of Morocco. Excellency, you have the floor.
السيد رئيس مجلس حقوق الإنسان، السيدة المفوضة السامية لحقوق الإنسان، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضرات السيدات والسادة، اسمحوا لي بداية باسم وفد المملكة المغربية أن أهنئ السيد فيدريكو فيلغاس وبلده الأرجنتين على تولي رئاسة مجلس حقوق الإنسان، وإنني على ثقة بأن التجربة التي راكمها ستساهم لا محالة في تعزيز عمل هذا المجلس الموقر. وأغتنم هذه الفرصة لأعرب عن فائق تقديرنا إلى السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة والسيدة المفوضة السامية لحقوق الإنسان على الجهود التي يبذلانها لتعزيز حقوق الإنسان، ولا سيما وأن جسامة التحديات التي تواجه حقوق الإنسان في الظرفية الراهنة تتطلب من الجميع مضاعفة العمل لتمكين المجلس من أداء مهامه والانخراط في الجهود الدولية للتخفيف من الآثار السلبية لانتشار فيروس كورونا وتداعياته على التمتع بحقوق الإنسان. سيدة الرئيسة، حضرات السيدات والسادة، إن المملكة المغربية تتابع بقلق تطورات الوضع بين فيدرالية روسيا وأوكرانيا، وتجدد دعمها للوحدة الترابية الوطنية لجميع الدول الأعضاء في الأمم المتحدة. كما تؤكد المملكة تشبثها بمبدأ عدم اللجوء إلى القوة لتسوية النزاعات بين الدول، باعتبارها إحدى أسس الحفاظ على السلم والأمن الدوليين. وتشجع المملكة المغربية جميع المبادرات والإجراءات التي تسهم في تعزيز التسوية السلمية للنزاعات. سيدة الرئيسة، إن جائحة كوفيد-19 أعادت للنقاش قضايا حقوقية كبيرة تهم أولا الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية التي ظلت شعارا يتعين التعامل معه في ظل ظروف الوباء بكثير من الجدية والمصداقية. فشعوب دول الجنوب عانت كثيرا ليس فقط من الوباء ولكن من عدم القدرة على مواجهته، فأصبحت أمام انتهاك صريح وصارخ لمبدأ الحق في الصحة. وهذا ما أكد أن مبدأ التضامن الذي كان إحدى الأسس الجوهرية لثقافة حقوق الإنسان أصبح يفرض نفسه من جديد كمبدأ أساسي لمواجهة هذه الإخفاقات وتهديد الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية أمام تنامي هيمنة ثقافة السوق والمصالح. لذلك ندعو إلى المزيد من تكاتف الجهود وتنمية التعاون والتضامن الدولي، ولا سيما من خلال تعميم اللقاحات وضمان الوجوه إليها بشكل عادل ومنصف، وخاصة لدول الجنوب. وفي هذا السياق وبإشراف وتوجيه من جلالة الملك محمد السادس، تبنت المملكة المغربية مقاربة شمولية لمواجهة تبعات هذا الوباء على جميع الأصعدة، خاصة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، ترتكز على صيانة الحقوق وحفظها وتكثيف الجهود من أجل حماية الحق في الحياة والصحة، باعتبار موقعهما في هرم الحقوق، حيث عملت على تأمين التلقيح ضد الفيروس بشكل مجاني لفائدة جميع المغاربة والأجانب المقيمين بالمغرب، علاوة على إطلاق مشروع وطني طموح لتصنيع وتعبئة اللقاح المضاد لكوفيد-19 ولقاحات أخرى، بما يمكن من تأمين السيادة اللقاحية للمملكة ولمجموع القارة الإفريقية. بل إن المغرب وفي إطار التضامن الإفريقي مكن بعض شعوب دول القارة الإفريقية بجرعات من التلقيح ضد الوباء وبالمجان. سيد الرئيس، إن البعد الحقوقي لمسارنا الديمقراطي جعل المملكة المغربية تلتزم بشكل واضح بحق الاختيار السياسي وضمان دورية الانتخابات. ورغم الظروف الوبائية نظمت المملكة في شهر شطنبر 2021 انتخابات برلمانية وجهوية وجماعية، وكان للمرأة المغربية دورا محوريا فيها، وشكلت حضورا كبيرا سواء من خلال مشاركتها في الانتخابات أو من خلال نتائجها. وأفرزت هذه الاستحقاقات تشكيلة حكومة جديدة ربما تختلف في رؤيتها عن الحكومة السابقة، لكن في ظل دستور متوافق عليه وديمقراطية منفتحة على جميع الأحزاب السياسية تحت مراقبة القوى المدنية والحقوقية والوطنية الحقوقية الوطنية منها والدولية، شكلت مجالا لترسيخ الكثير من الإصلاحات والحقوق. وفي نفس الإطار توجهت المملكة المغربية بشكل جماعي لخلق تصور تنموي جديد كرافد من روافد صون الحريات وضمان الحقوق سواء المدنية والسياسية أو الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. وفي نفس السياق اتجهت المملكة نحو تعميم الحماية الاجتماعية لتدعيم ركائز الدولة الاجتماعية وصون الحقوق الاجتماعية للمواطنين، خاصة المتقاعدين والفئات الهشة والمحتاجة لكثير من الخدمات الاجتماعية. وفي سياق متصل تعتبر المملكة المغربية أن قضية المرأة أصبحت التحدي الأكبر للمجتمع المدني والدولة على حد سواء، ونحن نتعامل معها بكثير من الجدية والجرأة والمصداقية لعلنا نكون منصفين. السيد الرئيس، إن المملكة المغربية ظلت منفتحة على الحوار البناء مع كافة الآليات الأممية المعنية بحقوق الإنسان انسجاما مع التزاماتها الدولية ذات الصلة. وفي هذا الصدد ننكب على الاستعداد لتقديم ومناقشة تقريرنا الوطني برسم الجولة الرابعة من آليات الاستعراض الدولي الشامل خلال السنة الجارية. كما نستعد لمناقشة تقاريرنا الدولية المقدمة خلال السنتين الأخيرتين إلى هيئات المعاهدات المعنية. ويتعلق الأمر بالتقرير الوطني الجامع للتقرير 16/2021 المتعلق بإعمال اتفاقية القضاء على جميع أشكال التمييز العنصري، والتقرير الجامع للتقريرين 5 و6 بشأن إعمال اتفاقية القضاء على جميع أشكال التمييز ضد المرأة، وكذا التقرير الأولي بشأن الاتفاقية الدولية لحماية جميع الأشخاص من الاختفاء القسري، إضافة إلى انخراطنا في مسارات إعداد تقارير أخرى حل أجلها. وبنفس الإرادة نواصل تعاوننا على الإجراءات الخاصة بمجلس حقوق الإنسان، وقمنا بتوجيه دعوة رسمية للمقرر الخاص المعني بالحق في الحصول على مياه الشرب، والمقرر الخاص المعني بالجدام، والمقرر الخاص المعني ببيئة سليمة، وآلية الخبراء بشرح الحق في التنمية للقيام بزيارة رسمية إلى المغرب خلال السنة الجارية للوقوف على الجهود والتحديات في المجالات المرتبطة بولايتهم، وتعزيزا للدينامية التي تعيشها المملكة المغربية بغية الإسهام في تعزيز الأدوار الطلائعية لمجلس حقوق الإنسان. قدمت المملكة المغربية ترشيحها لعضوية الفترة ما بين 2023-2025، وهي إشارة واضحة على رغبتها الأكيدة والتزامها الراسخ بتعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان ودعمها للمجلس وآلياته، وكذلك استعدادها للمساهمة في الجهود الجماعية لتعزيز عمل وفعالية هذه المؤسسة، حيث يحظى هذا الترشح بدعم الاتحاد الإفريقي وجامعة الدول العربية وعدد من التجمعات الجاوية الأخرى والدول الصديقة. سيد الرئيس، وعلاقة بالنزاع المفتعل الوهمي حول حقوقنا التاريخية المشروعة لمغربية الصحراء، تؤكد المملكة المغربية من جديد على تشبثها بالمسلسل السياسي تحت الرعاية الحصرية للأمم المتحدة بغية التوصل إلى الحل السياسي الواقع البراغماتي المستدام والمبني على التوافق وفقا لمقررات مجلس الأمن، وخصوصا القرار 2602 المعتمد بتاريخ 29 أكتوبر 2021. وفي هذا الإطار استمرت المملكة المغربية في دعم جهود الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة ومبعوثه الشخصي السيد ستيفان دي مستورا الهادفة إلى إعادة إطلاق مسلسل الموائد المستديرة التي عقدت في دجان بين 2018 ومارس 2019 بمشاركة كل الأطراف، بما في ذلك الطرف المسؤول عن افتعال هذا النزاع الإقليمي واستمراره، علما أن هذا الحل السياسي كما أكد جلالة الملك محمد السادس في عدة مناسبات وخطب أنه لا يكمن إلا في إطار الوحدة الترابية والسيادة الوطنية للمملكة. لذلك قدمت المملكة المغربية مقترح الحكم الذاتي الذي ثمنه الكثير من الأصدقاء والملاحظين، بل اعتبره مجلس الأمن مبادرة جادة وذات مصداقية في قرارات 18 الأخيرة والأفق الوحيد للمسلسل السياسي الأممي. وما يعزز صدقية مقترح المملكة المغربية هو أن ساكنة الصحراء شاركت بشكل كبير وموسع في الاستحقاقات الأخيرة، حيث تصدرت الأقاليم الصحراء المغربية نسبة المشاركة المسجلة في هذه الاستحقاقات فقط بكثير المعدل الوطني المسجل في 50.35%، حيث بلغت نسبة المشاركة في 66.94%. من جهة العيون الساقية الحمراء و58.30% في جهة الداخلة وادي الدهب في استحقاقات انتخابية شفافة ونزيهة مكنت ساكنة الصحراء المغربية من تدبير شؤون جماعتهم الترابية ومؤسساتهم المنتخبة محليا، وتمثيل ساكنة الصحراء في المؤسسات الدستورية الوطنية كمجلس النواب ومجلس المستشارين. وفي المقابل يلاحظ سكان المنطقة أن إخوانهم المحتجزين في مخيمات تندوف بالجزائر لا يزالون يعانون من الانتهاكات والحرمان من الحقوق الأساسية، ويرفض الطرف الآخر ليومنا هذا إجراء إحصاء ساكنة مخيمات تندوف منذ سنة 2011 حين صدور قرار مجلس الأمن والذي قضى بالفصل بين البعد الإنساني والبعد السياسي في التعاطي مع الأوضاع الإنسانية لساكنة هذه المخيمات. ويظهر بجلاء مسؤولية هذا البلد عن الأوضاع اللا إنسانية التي تعاني من هذه الساكنة، ولا سيما في ظل الفساد والتلاعب والتحويل الممنهج للمساعدات الإنسانية المخصصة للمحتجزين بهذه المخيمات واستمرار المتاجرة فيها. وفي هذا الصدد نندد بشدة بعملية تجنيد الأطفال بالمخيمات في انتهاك صارخ للمعايير الدولية ذات الصلة التي تصنف تجنيد الأطفال في القوات المقاتلة جريمة دولية يعاقب عليها القانون الدولي، وفي جرائم الحرب التي ترتكب ضد الإنسانية ويصنف في خانة أسوأ أشكال عمل الأطفال. إن المغرب بحضوره الدائم داخل المؤسسات حقوق الإنسان الدولية وخطواته الجادة والمسؤولة يجدد دعوته للمجتمع الدولي إلى التدخل لحماية أطفالنا وجميع مواطناتنا ومواطنين المحتجزين بمنطقة تندوف، ويحمل الطرف الآخر المسؤولية الكاملة عن انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان والمساس بالحريات الأساسية والحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية لهؤلاء. سيد الرئيس، تؤكد المملكة المغربية التزامها بمواصلة جهودها الرامية إلى تحقيق السلم والأمن الدوليين ومكافحة التهديدات الجديدة، وعلى رأسها الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف والتحريض على الكراهية ومعاداة الأجانب باعتبارها أكبر المخاطر المهددة لحقوق الإنسان. كما تتعهد المملكة بمواصلة تعاونها مع الدول الصديقة في مجال تأهيل الحقل الديني وإذكاء قيم الإخاء والاعتدال والتسامح. وانطلاقا من انتمائها المتجدد لإفريقيا، فإن المملكة لن تتأخر جهدا في الدفاع عن القضايا الإفريقية، خاصة تلك المتعلقة بالتنمية ومكافحة الفقر وإشكالات الهجرة. وفي هذه الأخيرة تجدد المملكة المغربية دعوتها إلى اعتماد مقاربة جديدة لقضايا الهجرة باعتبارها ليست تحديا فحسب، بل كذلك مصدرا هائلا للفرص. وفي الختام أؤكد لكم أن المملكة المغربية ستواصل بكل حزم ومسؤولية التعاون البناء والمستمر مع مجلسكم الموقر وباقي الآليات الأمم المتحدة وكافة الأطراف الدولية والإقليمية المعنية باحترام حقوق الإنسان وتعزيزها تحقيقا للكرامة الإنسانية وخدمة للسلم والأمن والتعايش والتضامن الدولي. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Excellency. And now I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Dominique Hasler, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein. Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would have wished that we could have gathered under less sinister circumstances. Instead, the Council session is overshadowed by events in which the international order is being violated in an unprecedented manner that affects the vital interests of everyone committed to the UN Charter. Liechtenstein strongly commends the Russian aggression against Ukraine, calls for an immediate end of the illegal military intervention, and reaffirms its unequivocal support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine, including Crimea and Sevastopol. This military operation is not only a repeated act of aggression against Ukraine, it is also an attack on all of us, every UN member committed to a rules-based international order. For Liechtenstein, as a small state without an army, the respect for sovereignty and international law is of vital importance. We consider this crime of aggression also as an attack against us and the values we stand for. Liechtenstein stands in solidarity with the government and the people of Ukraine, whose lives and livelihoods, as well as their hope for a better future, are gravely threatened. The government has decided to make an initial contribution for the most pressing humanitarian needs, and Liechtenstein will live up its humanitarian tradition. It is worth recalling today that members of this Council, according to its Foundation's resolution, shall uphold the highest standards in the promoting and protection of human rights. Mr. President, we live in a time that is unfortunately marked by many humanitarian crises. Therefore, we remain very concerned about the current situation in Afghanistan, in particular about ongoing reports of the systematic violation of the rights of women and girls, including their right to education. The recent disappearances following peaceful women's rights protests illustrates the restricted, unsafe, and misogynistic environment which women encounter in Afghanistan. This sheds light on the dramatic deterioration of the previously already precarious human rights situation, which furthermore includes arbitrary arrests and detentions, torture and ill treatment, and the banning of civil society organizations, as well as the oppression of human rights defenders. We strongly condemn any human rights violations committed by the Taliban and call upon them to respect human rights standards and to ensure accountability for human rights violations in Afghanistan. Furthermore, we continue to be concerned about the situation in Syria, where more than 350,000 civilians have become victims of the conflict that has been going on for more than a decade. There is no sustainable future for Syria without justice for the victims and survivors. Justice for the countless atrocities committed and still ongoing. We express our full support for the work of the International and Impartial and Independent Mechanism for Syria and are grateful for the efforts made by a number of European states to hold criminal trials in national courts of persons having committed atrocities, crimes. It is our firm position that the situation in Syria should be referred to the ICC by the Security Council. We are also deeply worried about the ongoing violence in Myanmar as a result of the unconstitutional military coup a year ago. The human rights situation has deteriorated rapidly. Countless lives have been lost in the fight for a transition back to a democratic order. The military authorities continue their violent crackdown on civilian life, with hundreds of thousands fleeing from the violence, arbitrary arrests, as well as killings and other atrocities carried out as a part of a systematic attack against the civilian population. Liechtenstein was proud to coordinate a group of states that put forward the General Assembly resolution condemning the coup last June, but more needs to be done to ensure the implementation of this resolution, especially concerning the supply of arms to the country. We support the ongoing work by international justice mechanisms such as the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, as well as the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar. The four situations I have highlighted are unfortunately only the tip of the iceberg in a world that faces many challenges. This only underscores the importance of committing to and upholding human rights. It is our collective responsibility to ensure the promotion and protections of human rights throughout the world, including by holding perpetrators of serious violations accountable. Mr. President, recommitting the human rights is of particular importance in times of crisis, as an expression of our engagement for the common values at the heart of the United Nations. Finally, I would like to emphasize Liechtenstein's continued support for the UN human rights system and its work. I would furthermore like to assure you, Mr. President, of our support for the work of the Human Rights Council, and we stand ready to support you and your Bureau in any way possible. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, this was the last speaker on my list for this meeting. We will now have a short technical break and reconvene in a few minutes to continue with a high-level segment. I hereby close the second meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare open the third meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. We will continue with a high-level segment. I now have the honor to give the floor to Ms. Shireen Mazari, Federal Minister of Human Rights of Pakistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Madam Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Madam Vice President, and the Bureau members on assuming your important roles. I also commend High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet and her office for advancing the global human rights agenda. The global state of human rights today presents a sobering picture. Despite robust global treaties, mechanisms, and advocacy, powerful states have for decades continued to suppress inalienable rights and trample upon fundamental freedoms. Women, children, and civilians in Kashmir and Palestine continue to be victims of the most brutal occupations of our times. Yet the occupiers are shielded by their patrons from global scrutiny. Respect for universal values and principles is continuously sacrificed at the altar of strategic and commercial interests. State-sponsored Islamophobia, with women and girls being the worst victims, and extremist ideologies are also on the rise. These disturbing trends are visible in the global response to the COVID pandemic, where vaccine inequity and vaccine nationalism are outweighing global solidarity. Structural flaws in the global economic governance continues to hinder the realization of basic rights and even recovery from the pandemic. Failure to fulfill development financing commitments has not only halted progress in achieving SDG goals, but has also exacerbated the climate crisis. This Council must redouble its efforts to respond meaningfully to these growing challenges. Madam Vice President, Pakistan is committed to upholding its human rights obligations. Regardless of several socio-economic challenges, we are determined to advance and safeguard the basic rights of all our citizens. The vision for a compassionate, peaceful and inclusive society remains at the core of my government's human rights policies. We have advanced legislation on torture and enforced disappearances for consideration by our Parliament. We are pursuing a zero-tolerance policy towards any form of discrimination, violence and abuse. We have reformed our criminal law, strengthened our anti-workplace harassment law and the anti-rape law. We have launched the first-ever National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights after extensive multi-stakeholder consultations. We continue to create enabling environment for enhancement of civic engagement and participation. We have promulgated a comprehensive law to further advance the independence and safety of journalists. We have established new institutional mechanisms to alleviate poverty, to empower women and our youth, to reduce inequalities and provide viable social safety nets. We have begun putting in place a universal healthcare scheme so that every citizen can avail free quality healthcare as we move towards making Pakistan a welfare state. Madam Vice President, Pakistan is gravely concerned over the deteriorating human rights situation in Jammu and Kashmir, which remains under illegal occupation by India. During the last 2.5 years, the Indian occupation machinery has accelerated the scale and pace of demographic changes in this UN-recognized disputed territory. By deploying dubious laws, India has granted over 4 million domiciles to non-Kashmiris, thereby legalizing their permanent settlement, purchase of properties, and local employment. These unlawful actions constitute willful non-compliance by India of its obligations under the UN Charter, UN Security Council resolutions, and the 4th Geneva Convention. These illegal measures are designed to convert the Kashmiri majority into a minority in their own homeland and to deny them their inalienable right to self-determination. Let us be clear. India is using an old playbook to deflect international censure. The Indian regime first tries to dehumanize the Kashmiris by labeling them as terrorists and then unleashes the most brutal campaign to kill and maim them. And women and children are not exempt from this violence perpetrated by Indian security forces. The BJP RSS regime is pursuing a policy of ethnic cleansing of the Kashmiri people. Genocide Watch has already sounded the alarm bells. It has warned, and I quote, Indian government's actions in Kashmir have been an extreme case of persecution and could very well lead to genocide, end quote. Over 800,000 personnel of Indian occupation forces have intensified systematic use of summary executions, torture, destruction of civilian infrastructure, and use of rape as a form of collective punishment to repress the legitimate Kashmiri freedom struggle. Snatching of the mortal remains of the great Kashmiri leader Sayyid Ali Shah Gilani, illegal arrest and detention of Kashmiri activist Khurram Parvez, staging of the Hyderpora fake encounter, and attack on the Kashmir Press Club are only some of the examples of India's state-led terrorism. Madam Vice President, local human rights institutions have been stifled and a pliant judiciary has been installed, depriving Kashmiri people of even a modicum of access to justice. Impunity for Indian forces has become even more pervasive under the cover of oppressive laws. It is a matter of record that not a single member of the Indian Army has so far been prosecuted for these widely documented abuses. Simultaneously, India has stonewalled any impartial assessment by its continued denial of access to UN human rights machinery, independent observers, and the international media. Indian state oppression has expanded beyond occupied Kashmir now to its mainland as well under the Nazi-inspired Hindutva ideology. Madam Vice President, the UN institutions, the OIC, parliaments, global media, and independent human rights organizations have called India out for its gross and systematic violations of Kashmiri rights. As the global standard bearer of human rights, this Council must act and prevent the growing human rights crimes in occupied Jammu and Kashmir. At a minimum, 4 steps are essential. 1. The Council should press India to reverse its illegal actions taken since 5th August 2019 to uphold basic rights of Kashmiri people, especially their inalienable right to self-determination, and allow access to independent monitors. 2. The Council should lend its support to the recommendation contained in the High Commissioner's 2 Kashmir reports, calling for establishment of an independent commission of inquiry. 3. The High Commissioner should publish an updated Kashmir report in exercise of her monitoring and prevention mandate on the basis of extensive documentation made available by independent observers from across the world. And 4, the global flag bearers of human rights should break their eerie silence and speak out against Indian atrocities. Madam Vice President, in conclusion, credible actions are necessary to prevent further loss of lives, rights, and the dignity of the Kashmiri people. Appeasement is not an option. Doing so will only embolden the oppressor and reward impunity. It is time to walk the talk and stand up for non-discriminatory justice, freedom, and human rights. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Ann Linde, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Sweden. Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in these challenging times, universal human rights, supported by a rule-based international order and a strong multilateral system, are more important than ever. If we needed a reminder why these principles matter, the past weeks and days have made it abundantly clear. A new and dark chapter in European history has started. What many of us thought was unthinkable, a full-scale war in Europe, has begun. Russia's military attack against Ukraine is a flagrant violation of international law, including the UN Charter and of the European and global security order. We condemned in the strongest possible terms the invasion of Ukraine by the armed forces of the Russian Federation. It's unprovoked, illegal and indefensible. There is no justification for Russia's unlawful use of force. Russia bears full responsibility for this act of aggression and for the destruction of loss of life. We also condemn the involvement of Belarus in the aggression against Ukraine. By allowing Russian aggression from its territory, Belarus itself has violated international law. We stand in full solidarity with Ukraine and Ukrainian people who are fighting this very moment to preserve their freedom, their democracy and their independence. We demand that Russia immediately cease military actions, unconditionally withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, and fully respects Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty and independence. Let us also remember that Russia's aggression against Ukraine did not start last week. During the past 8 years, Russia's aggression has resulted in almost 15,000 Ukrainians losing their lives. The respect for international law, including human rights and international humanitarian law, in the non-governmental controlled area of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast in Crimea has continuously deteriorated. The impact of the civilian population, innocent men, women and children, has been immense. This nightmare is unfolding all over Ukraine. I welcome the decision by this Council to hold an urgent debate on the situation in Ukraine later this week. Madam Vice President, today, when human rights are under increasing pressure in many parts of the world, it's crucial that the Human Rights Council can live up to its role on the global body charged with protecting and promoting human rights. By promoting international cooperation and developing the normative framework, but also by addressing the worst violations and demanding accountability from those responsible. Let me underline how important it is that members of this Council themselves meet the highest human rights standards. That civil society and victims of human rights violation can make themselves heard without fear or reprisal. That the High Commissioner and her office are empowered and financed to carry out their work with full independence. With the rest of the EU, Sweden will continue to work closely with other member states across regions to ensure that the multilateral human rights system delivers. We will strengthen our support for human rights defenders everywhere, because in many parts of the world, defending human rights comes with great and unacceptable risks. Independent judiciary, civil society and free media are increasingly under attack from authoritarian leaders. LGBTIQ persons and trade union representatives are being denied their rights, arrested or even killed. With the accelerating climate crisis, we also see attacks against those who fight the unsustainable exploitation of our natural resources. During this session, Sweden will host a high-level event together with OHCHR, on how increased efforts are required from states to support environmental human rights defenders. We hope that many of you will join us there. Madam Vice President, according to International IDEA and Varieties of Democracy's latest report, there are now more autocracies than democracies in the world. I'm deeply concerned over these developments that also impact my own continent. This is why Sweden continues to mobilize through our Drive for Democracy, a global initiative spanning all aspects of foreign policy, aiming to promote and strengthen human rights, democracy and rule of law worldwide. Time and again, democracy has proved itself the superior form of government. It allows us to debate and resolve our differences through peaceful means, through institutions, elections, free speech, the rule of law, and legislation that ensures human rights. It provides the transparency, accountability, stability, and prosperity we need to meet the challenges we face. The alternative offered by authoritarian regimes, blind obedience, corruption, or brutal repression, is not the future but the past. Madam Vice President, it is not a coincidence that women's enjoyment of human rights is being challenged when authoritarianism is on the rise. The same authoritarian leaders who undermine democracy also go to great lengths to roll back women's autonomy and empowerment. Let me underline that human rights are universal and should be fully enjoyed by all, irrespectively of gender, religion, ethnic background, or sexual orientation or gender identity. Before I end, let me say how pleased I am to address all of you today in person and not just on the screen. The pandemic has reminded us on how much we appreciate our freedom and opportunity to meet and discuss. It has also reminded us of another thing, that there are many challenges that we can only cope and hope to meet if we work together as one world. Even if some parts of the world are now starting to emerge from under the shadow of the pandemic, it will not fully be over for any of us until it's over for all. The same is true for human rights. Anyone who has followed the work of this Council or World Affairs knows that violation and suffering in one part of the world invariably spill over. As has been made all too clear over the past weeks and days, authoritarian regimes are a threat, not just to their own citizens, but to their surroundings as well. In the end, I will not be fully free or fully safe unless you are too. We are in this world together, and we are each other's business. Hence the importance of the work of this Council. I hope the coming weeks will prove its relevance and its impact. I wish you boldness, I wish you judgment. The world will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Kazim Garibabadi, Deputy Judiciary for International Affairs and Secretary for High Council for Human Rights of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the principal policy of the Islamic Republic of Iran with regards to human rights relies on promoting and protecting these rights for the entire society. Our firm belief in protecting human rights is rooted in our religious precepts and results from the international obligations to which we are signatories. The three branches of government in the Islamic Republic of Iran have been doing their utmost and using all their potential to serve people and protect and promote their rights. To that effect, a variety of policies and plans have been adopted and implemented over the past 1 year. Madam Vice President, while everyone is speaking about human rights,
the widespread violations of Iranian people's rights caused by unilateral coercive measures are deliberately papered over. The United States is at the forefront of application of unilateral coercive measures in order to impose its will on others. These unilateral coercive measures, particularly those imposed on the banking and financial system, have even hindered humanitarian activities. The United States is behaving like a soi-disant international police, trampling upon international law and norms. Such unlawful behavior is neither legitimate nor legal, and the international community shouldn't tolerate it. Given the predictable and costly consequences of unilateral coercive measures, they should be considered as weapons and tools of aggression. Commercial and economic unilateral coercive measures run counter to human rights objectives and intentions. They constitute, in fact, a collective punishment for ordinary people and should therefore be considered as crime against humanity. Distinguished delegates, there is another ominous phenomenon which Iranian people are suffering from, that is terrorism. Iran has been a major victim of terrorism over the past 43 years, during which thousands of innocent civilians have been killed or injured. Terrorist grouplets have indiscriminately targeted all social strata, from women and men to children, elderly, and scientists. The bulk of these acts of terror, which amount to crime against humanity, have been committed by the notorious terrorist Munafiqin or Mujahideen Khalq organization. For proof of about 17,000 victims of acts of terror, 12,000 have been martyred by Mujahideen Khalq organization operatives. Nonetheless, we witnessed that such terrorist grouplets, despite their dark criminal record, have had administrative organs in some European states, and their agents have been traveling with immunity in European states and the United States. It is regrettable to see that the ringleaders of this criminal and dangerous grouplet put up a human rights charade and claim to be human rights advocates. Every free-spirited human may wonder how come certain countries which pretend to defend human rights and combat terrorism consider as a human rights defender a notorious group whose hands are stained with the blood of thousands of innocent women and children in Iran, Syria, and Iraq. How can one explain and justify this paradox? Therefore, I do hereby call on European officials, the European Union, the United Nations, and the Human Rights Council to prevent the free movement of this terrorist grouplet within Europe and their undercover presence at international forums and the Human Rights Council, and to bringing them to justice and holding them accountable. I would also like to highlight the criminal assassination of General Qasem Soleimani by the United States government that amounted to an act of state terrorism in full contravention of international law and human rights norms, and a gift to the Daesh terrorist group. General Soleimani, who championed the fight on terrorism in the region, was respected by many nations and states. The Iranian and Iraqi judiciaries are determined to prosecute the instigators and perpetrators of this crime. The Iranian judiciary is set to open a trial for all individuals involved in this crime and hold them accountable. Let me also highlight the United States-backed assassination of 5 Iranian nuclear scientists by the Zionist regime of Israel. The perpetrators of such inhuman and savage crimes should be held accountable. Madam Vice President, Iran deems the issuance of country-specific resolutions and the appointment of the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Iran as politically motivated, selective, unfair, and based on double standards. I hereby call on all member states of this August Council to feel responsible and reject plans which are based on ill intentions of certain countries to circulate an appointed country-specific resolution and a special rapporteur. This would lead to confrontation rather than interaction. Unfortunately, most advocates of such political plans have widely violated human rights in their own countries, as well as other nations, particularly Iran, by imposing, proliferating, supporting, adhering to, and over-complying with unilateral coercive measures and supporting terrorist grouplets. Distinguished delegates, the aggrieved people of Palestine are still subject to injustice by the apartheid Israeli regime, which continues to systematically violate even their fundamental and basic rights. It is high time that the international community stood unanimously by the people of Palestine and showed solidarity with them. In this regard, we strongly believe that Agenda Item 7 should be preserved until the occupation of Palestine comes to an end and the perpetrators of these crimes are held accountable. In this line, this body should ensure that the Commission of Inquiry could fulfill its mandate, including through being provided with necessary resources. The aggrieved people of Yemen are still in pain and suffering. We are unfortunately witnessing a long drawn-out war and catastrophic humanitarian situation in Yemen, definitely to blame on arms supplied by some states to the aggressors and prevention of humanitarian aid delivery there. Bringing an end to the years-long crisis in Yemen hinges on respecting the will of Yemeni people in deciding their own fate and lifting the economic and humanitarian siege on them, declaring a ceasefire and launching into a Yemeni dialogue. Madam Vice President, genuine support of human rights requires respecting cultural diversity, spelling an end on political instrumentalization of human rights and adopting a balanced approach vis-à-vis human rights. Within the principled framework of mutual respect and non-interference in the international affairs of others, the Islamic Republic of Iran is always ready and willing to develop human rights interactions with international human rights mechanisms as well as interested parties. Iran has already had constructive cooperation and interaction with the United Nations human rights mechanisms, including the Office of High Commissioner and treaty bodies, and will continue its cooperation and interaction with a positive view in the future. As a last word, Madam Vice President, human rights is a principle of essence for Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran has taken as its high duty to live up to the aspirations of its people by protecting and promoting their dignity and human rights irrespective of their religion, opinion, race, and gender. In this direction, Iran will also honor its international obligations to protect and promote human rights. I thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Faruk Kaymaki, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Director for EU Affairs of Turkey. Excellency, you have the floor.
Last year, we started our remarks by explaining how COVID-19 exposed our vulnerability and interdependence. A year on, this is the case even more so. The pandemic has made global injustices even more pronounced. Let me share Turkish views on some major issues where human rights and dignity are at stake. Russia's recent military offensive against Ukraine and its decision to recognize so-called Donetsk and Luhansk republics is a violation of international law. We find these steps unacceptable. Turkey remains committed to preserving Ukraine's political unity and territorial integrity, including Crimea. Turkey also continues to support the Crimean Tatars' right to live freely and safely in their homeland. Dear colleagues, the negative trend in the rise of xenophobia, racism, and religious intolerance continues. We have a shared responsibility to promote mutual understanding. We will host the next meeting of the Istanbul process on combating intolerance and discrimination based on religion. We all know that fear stokes hatred towards the other. Governments should not aggravate these fears by pursuing anti-migration policies. We remain deeply concerned about pushbacks. Earlier this month, 19 migrants were found frozen to death close to our land border with Greece. Since 2020, we rescued nearly 35,000 migrants from pushbacks. We call on Greece and the EU to respect the right to life. As the largest refugee hosting country in the world, we uphold our international obligations. Terrorism remains one of the biggest challenges to the right to life. As a country where the PKK, YPG, Daesh, and fetter claim many lives. We know that terrorism has no religion or ideology. Without recognizing this and engaging in effective cooperation, we cannot eradicate this threat. Ladies and gentlemen, Syria offers a picture of what happens when we cannot come together to preserve human dignity. The conflict can only be settled through political means. But the regime refuses to engage with the UN-facilitated political process and continues to commit human rights violations. Turkey, on the other hand, hosts 3.7 million Syrians, contributes directly to the safety and well-being of about 5 million people in northern Syria, and offers the only hub for UN cross-border humanitarian aid to Syria. In Afghanistan, human rights remain under threat. To encourage the Taliban to respect human rights, in particular women's rights and political inclusion, there is no better tool than gradual engagement. Now, there is a growing international understanding on that. In occupied Palestine, human rights violations continue. Turkey remains committed to an independent and sovereign Palestinian state based on the 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital. We stand with Libya and the Libyan people. We have supported all governments that came to power through legitimate processes. We will continue to support any future legitimate administration. Elections will be a key milestone in the political transition process. To ensure their credibility and acceptance, elections should be held on a solid legal basis. In Ethiopia, we are working hard for a peaceful resolution. We welcome the formation of the National Dialogue Commission and lifting of the state of emergency. We also engage with all stakeholders to ensure the flow of humanitarian aid to Tigray. Mr. President, dear colleagues, thanks to our efforts, there is now a historic opportunity in the South Caucasus to achieve lasting peace. The normalization process with Armenia is a significant effort. Cooperation initiatives such as 3+3 will foster regional ownership and reinforce Turkey, Armenia, and Azerbaijan-Armenia processes. Turkish Cypriots have been suffering from inhuman isolation and unjust embargo for more than 50 years now. We call on the international community to recognize their inherent rights of equal status and sovereignty. Turkey follows with concern the human rights situation in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. We openly share our views with the Chinese authorities. While respecting China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, Turkey attaches great importance to the protection of the fundamental rights of
between Putin and Putin regime and the Russian people. We are sure that the Russian people don't want this war. It is a war that started by Putin and by Putin regime with a clique of oligarchs who are supporting him. And we are strongly convinced that one of the best ways of fighting is to fight against the black money issue from corruption that supports the people who support Putin. And on the measures taken yesterday and approved by legislative procedures by the Commission at the proposal of the Commissioner and the High Representative, an important package of these measures are addressed to fight the money that these people, these oligarchs, have in our banks and our financial systems. And I am very happy to know that Switzerland has joined us on the implementation of this package, because without the participation of Switzerland, our measures would have been not as much effective as needed. But that's a very good news that Switzerland joins the efforts of the European Union to fight financially and to fight against corruption and to fight against the dark money, the black money of the oligarchs who are supporting Putin, that are being targeted by our sanctions, and they will continue being targeted by our sanctions. We'll talk later more about how to fight against corruption, because corruption is part also of the challenges we have to face. We are also worried about the situation in other countries of the neighborhood, mainly Moldova and Georgia. And I am heading for Chisinau on Wednesday to meet with the Moldovan authorities and meet with Ukrainian people who have been forced by Putin aggression to leave their homes and look for help, for shelter, their need of assistance in Moldova. But Moldova is mainly one of the countries in which we believe that the Russian pressure can be increasing on the coming days. Also, in the Western Balkans, as I announced on Friday, I decided to mobilize the reserve of the Althea operation. And up to now, 500 men and women will reinforce this force on the ground. And I thank the countries who will be providing this reinforcement of our capacity to control the situation through the Operation Althea. I think it's a prudent and proportionate sign of our determination to maintain the stability at Bosnia-Herzegovina and face possible destabilization activities by Russia in the Balkans. All that shows that we have been able to react quickly and in unity. All that shows the importance of advancing towards the adoption of this strategic compass that when I presented was a way to stress that Europe needs to awake from the security and defense dimension, that our efforts on security and defense has to be more evident. From this point of view, I welcome the decision by Germany to take important steps on increasing their defense capacities, but the increase on defense capabilities of the member states of the European Union has to be done in a coordinated manner, because altogether our defense expenditure is four times the defense expenditure of Russia and equal to the one of China. But certainly we cannot say that it's equally efficient. So we have to spend more, but overall we need to spend better. And Europe is the framework in which this increase on the efficiency of our military expenditure has to take place. We have no other choice but to stand together as European Union in support of Ukraine, keeping in mind that it's not just supporting the Ukrainian people, it's also supporting our security and also the stability of the world. This is going to have a price. This is not a free lunch. Sanctions will backlash. Sanctions have a cost. And it's better to express and to explain to our public opinion that this is the truth. But we have to be ready to pay this price now, because if not, we will have to pay a much bigger price in the future. I think it's important to face that with determination and realism. We are turning a page on the history of the European integration and also on the history of Europe in the post-World War and in the post-Cold War. The relations with Russia will no more be determined by trade, believing that trade will make a political transformation of the regime. We want to support the Russian people. I am just recording another message to the Russian people. We don't want to fight with them. We want just to defend Ukraine first and a way of living after in front of the Russian aggression. Well, I am wrong saying the Russian aggression. It's better to say from the Putin aggression, and the Putin regime aggression, which is antithetic with ours. Values, and that's why we are standing behind the people of Ukraine.
Thank you, High Representative. And now I will take questions, and I have quite a lot in the room and remotely. I will start by Yuri.
Not many questions because it's 4 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Nabila. High Representative, I have questions, of course, on the support to armed forces of Ukraine. Can you tell us a little bit more what was discussed today of what will be delivered to Ukraine? And, for example, will there be missile defenses? Because we see that Russia is using missiles to attack also Ukrainian cities and civilians. And the second question, can you tell us also, was it discussed how to deliver this aid to Ukraine? We know that there is a land border, of course, with EU member states, but as Russia has these missiles, like Iskander missiles in Belarus and is using it, so how to protect this delivery of this little aid to Ukraine so that Ukraine can use it? Thank you very much.
I'm going to speak Spanish because it's more natural for me to answer this question in Spanish.
Interpreters.
You know?
I wouldn't understand it. You need to...
Do you know what does it mean? Mire, estamos en una guerra y no voy a dar ninguna información que pueda servir a la parte a la que nos enfrentamos. Comprenderá que no le voy a contar a usted con pelos y señales por dónde y cómo va a pasar la ayuda que vamos a proporcionar a Ucrania. Estoy seguro que Rusia estaría muy contenta de saberlo. Hoy las autoridades rusas han dicho que considerarán que la ayuda que la Unión Europea va a dar a Ucrania constituye un acto inamistoso y que atacarán a cualquier persona o cualquier entidad que transporte esta ayuda hacia Ucrania. Por lo tanto, va a permitir que no le dé ningún detalle que pueda serles de utilidad. Sí le puedo decir que naturalmente pasará por aquellos países que tienen una frontera con Ucrania. Pero eso supongo que no es desvelar ningún secreto. Y en cuanto a la clase de material, ya le dije ayer y repito que se trata de material defensivo, armas y municiones de todos los calibres que les permitan defenderse de la agresión.
Okay, merci. Now I go to the colleagues remotely, and Thomas has raised the first hand.
Oui, merci. C'est Thomas Miglierina de la télévision suisse. Je peux vous demander de commenter en français la décision du Conseil fédéral de s'aligner sur les sanctions de l'Union européenne. Et deuxième question, plus ou moins au même temps, le ministre russe Lavrov a décidé d'annuler la visite de demain à Genève. Il a cité, je regarde les tweets de la mission russe à Genève, le ban, donc les sanctions, la fermeture de l'espace aérien de l'Union européenne. Mais est-ce que les restrictions s'appliquent aussi aux vols diplomatiques? Merci.
My French is not excellent, but I will try to say in French.
Vous avez un français impeccable, monsieur le représentant.
Non, écoutez, d'après ce que je sais, le gouvernement suisse a décidé de s'aligner complètement avec les sanctions européennes. Il va faire exactement la même chose que nous. C'est très bien. C'est parfait. C'est une mauvaise nouvelle pour la Russie. Mais du point de vue de l'unité du monde, disons, occidental et du point de vue de l'applicabilité, de l'efficacité de ces sanctions financières, par exemple, tous les actifs qui soient déposés dans la Banque centrale suisse je ne sais pas s'il y en a ou pas, ou combien, ils seront gelés. Et ça ne servira de rien aux oligarques de transférer ses actifs en Suisse. Parce que Suisse va faire exactement la même chose que nous. C'est une très très bonne nouvelle. Et la deuxième question,
c'était sur...
Ah, non. La sanction permet parfaitement M. Lavrov de voyager à Genève. Il y a des exceptions diplomatiques. On n'a pas pris la mesure d'interdire à M. Lavrov de voyager à Genève pour des raisons diplomatiques. Si c'est pour des vacances, non.
Is this Naomi? Yes, please, you have the floor.
Hi, thanks very much. Naomi O'Leary, Irish Times. I have two quick questions, if I could, High Representative. The first one is about cyber attacks. Can you confirm any cyber attacks of Russian origin? For example, we've had a major attack on Toyota, as one example. The second question is about hidden assets. In every harbour of the Mediterranean, there are mega yachts proudly flying the flags of tax havens, where their ownership is concealed by shell companies, and many of their owners are Russian oligarchs whose names are very well known. How will we identify the ownership of those? Will they be affected? Will they be seized? And what about cryptocurrencies? Are there any steps taken, given the design of crypto, to be peer-to-peer and to evade regulation? Thank you.
No tengo conciencia o información de ese ataque concreto al que usted se refiere contra una empresa en particular, pero ha habido ataques cibernéticos contra varios ministerios en Ucrania, contra varios medios de comunicación en Ucrania. Naturalmente que Rusia lanza ataques cibernéticos, no tengo constancia de esta última, pero Ucrania nos ha pedido ayuda para defenderse de los ataques cibernéticos que sufre y sufrirá, me temo, y naturalmente eso formará parte de nuestra ayuda. Los activos ocultos de las personas que son objetos de las sanciones que hemos aprobado estos días tendrán que ser localizados y una vez localizados tendrá que actuarse contra ellos. Yo no me voy a pasear por todos los puertos de Europa buscando los yates de los oligarcas, pero tenemos células que lo van a hacer.
Jean-Pierre, tu avais demandé la parole.
Bonjour, Monsieur le représentant. Une précision par rapport à des propos que vous avez tenus hier sur le fait qu'on allait octroyer à l'Ukraine des avions ou des avions de chasse. Est-ce que vous pouvez nous donner quelques détails? Quels pays vont donner ces avions? Et par qui seront pilotés ces avions? Est-ce que les pays qui les donneront à l'Ukraine s'engageront dès lors dans le conflit? Et donc il y aura une présence européenne dans le conflit. On suppose que ce n'est pas ça. Donc on est un petit peu troublé par vos déclarations. Ça peut-être bien de les préciser. Merci.
No se preocupe. Con los 500 millones de euros que hemos movilizado, aunque quisiéramos, no podríamos movilizar muchos cazas. No se sabe usted cuál es el precio de un caza, ¿no? De manera que no estamos hablando de lo que decidimos con nuestros fondos, pero que ciertamente pueden, algunos países europeos pueden, si quieren, bilateralmente movilizar toda clase de ayuda, porque ciertamente Ucrania para defenderse necesita también medios aéreos y eso forma parte de las peticiones de ayuda que nos ha dirigido, pero tendrán que ser aquellos países europeos que dispongan, si disponen, de cazas que puedan ser pilotados por los pilotos de la Fuerza Aérea Ucraniana, los que tengan que instrumentar esa ayuda.
Merci beaucoup. Can I take another question?
If it is easy, si es fácil, sí.
Thomas, your question is easy or no? And fast?
Tomasz Bielecki, Deutsche Welle, Gazeta Wyborcza. Yes, it would be easy. I was going to ask about fighter jets, but it's answered. So, Hirab, you've mentioned also yesterday about the Poland serving as a hub for this military help, EU help for the Ukraine. And today ministers decided, as you said, on creating the clearinghouse. Is it the same? How did it work? How many people and where geographically it would work? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
No, una cámara de compensación es un instrumento financiero. No hace falta moverse de Bruselas para instrumentarla. Una clearing house es hacer un matching between ofertas y demandas. Eso se puede hacer perfectamente con un teléfono y una hoja de papel, es decir, quién pide y quién da. Y no dar dos veces lo mismo, no dar cosas que no se necesitan y dejar peticiones sin atender. ¿Entiende? O sea, Ucrania está planteando peticiones, hay 27 países que las están atendiendo, se trata de hacer de manera que nos coordinemos a la hora de atender las peticiones de Ucrania y no dejar ninguna sin satisfacer, evitar duplicaciones y carencias. Pero eso se hace aquí, con un ordenador desde Bruselas. Otra cosa, naturalmente, es transportar todo el material, porque claro, está muy bien decir, aquí hay dinero, sí, pero con dinero no se combate con armas, y las armas tienen que estar allí donde se combate, y por lo tanto hay que transportarlas. Y eso requiere una logística física, no de paper, una logística física muy poderosa y muy importante que tendrán que organizar los Estados miembros a través, ciertamente, de aquellos estados que son fronterizos con Ucrania. Pero permítame que después de lo que he oído que decían algunos responsables militares rusos, no les dé más detalles. Y ahora sí que...
Okay, so...
A ver, la última pregunta. Seamos amables con la prensa que hace su trabajo.
Muchas gracias. Lorenzo Consoli, Asca News. Hi, Representative. I will appreciate your answer in Spanish because your Spanish is beautiful. But I ask it in English because my Spanish is not as beautiful. We are now in an escalation, a clear escalation with this military answer from the EU. The first time it happens, military support for the Ukrainian. My question is, how can we keep energy out of this? It's clear that for the Russians now, energy could become a way, cutting energy, a way to damage the EU, because we have 40% of our energy coming from Russia. So how can energy remain outside all this? Thanks.
The energy will not be out of this conflict, like it or not. We have a dependency on Russian oil and gas. We are going to decrease this dependency as quick as possible, and this is an existential policy to decrease the dependency, which has been increasing, by the way, in the last years. 4 years we have been talking about decreasing, and we have been increasing. Well, that's time to decrease, seriously. It means renewables and hydrogen. Very much. But there's going to be turbulences on the markets of energy. It's easy to understand. It will happen. It's happening. And it will increase prices. And prices will be paid by consumers. Maybe we can introduce subsidies, policies to protect the most vulnerables. But we are in a situation in which, and that's what I was saying at the beginning, our actions and reactions against Russia will have economic consequences. And we have to be prepared for that. Don't believe that we can do whatever we need to do without having consequences. Look the consequences that the Ukrainian people are paying. They are paying a lot of consequences. They are resisting, and thank God Zelensky is not the kind of the leader that escapes hidden in the car. No, he will stay there resisting. And we have to support him. And it's going to have a cost. And if we don't pay this cost today, we'll pay much more tomorrow. That's clear? Thank you.
On this note, I would like to thank you very much, and thanks to the interpreter, and I'm sorry for all those who I couldn't take questions from.
All available channels to contain the situation, to de-escalate tension, and to seek peaceful resolution in accordance with international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter. I welcome the announcement by the Secretary General on Friday that 20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund will be allocated to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. The humanitarian consequences on civilian population, in particular women, children, the elderly, and other vulnerable groups, will be devastating. The mass exodus of refugees, including foreign nationals, numbering over 500,000 from Ukraine to the eastern edge of the European Union, has showed no signs of stopping. Checkpoints at the borders of Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, and the non-EU members Moldova have turned into choke points. I encourage member states to support humanitarian initiatives as they become available. My dear friends, there are no winners in war, but countless lives are torn apart. To that effect, security and access for humanitarian efforts must be guaranteed. Excellencies, the United Nations Charter, drafted so soon after the Second World War, is based on the principle of sovereign equality. It outlines a world where member states settle their international disputes by peaceful means without the threat or use of force. The ongoing military offensive is inconsistent with this. It is an affront to the founders of this organization and everything it stands for. The violence must stop. Humanitarian law and international humanitarian law must be respected, and diplomacy and dialogue must prevail. Excellencies, my dear colleagues, in April 1946, the League of Nations dissolved, and in 26 years of the existence of an organization which ultimately had proven incapable of preventing the outbreak of the most destructive war in human history, it was the League's failure to provide a mechanism for the enforcement of the international collective security that exposed its most fatal flaws. The Right Honourable Viscount Robert Cecil, one of the original architects behind the League of Nations, in his final eulogy to the League said, "The League is dead. Long live the United Nations." We are now in the 76th year of the existence of the United Nations. Let us remind ourselves that we founded the United Nations to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to peace, and to bring about by peaceful means and in conformity with the principles of justice, and international law, adjustments or settlements of international disputes or situations. Yesterday, a rare window of opportunity opened up for dialogue. As we convene here in the General Assembly, negotiators from both sides are holding talks in Belarus. This offers a ray of hope. We pray that these talks will calm down tempers and pave way to peace. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the General Assembly, with its 193 member states, represents the collective conscience of humanity. The strength of this assembly is rooted in its moral authority. Let us demonstrate that moral courage and use today's debate not to whip up rhetoric, not to whip up war rhetoric, but to give peace a chance. Let us ignite the fire of love, humanity, compassion, and hope. Guns are better off when knotted. Let peace prevail. I thank you. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, the fighting in Ukraine must stop. It's raging across the country from air, land, and sea. It must stop now. Russian missile and air bombardments have been pounding Ukrainian cities day and night. The capital, Kyiv, is encircled from all sides. In the face of the continuing attacks, Kyiv's 3 million residents are being forced to seek safety in their homes, improvised bomb shelters, and the city's subways. The Ukrainian government has distributed a meaningful number of arms to the population with the stated objective to participate in the defense of the country. According to UNHCR, 500,000 Ukrainians have fled across the country's borders. Although Russian strikes are reportedly largely targeting Ukrainian military facilities, we have credible accounts of residential buildings, critical civilian infrastructure, and other non-military targets sustaining heavy damage. This escalating violence, which is resulting in civilian deaths, including children, is totally unacceptable. Enough is enough. Soldiers need to move back to their barracks, and leaders need to move to peace. Civilians must be protected. International humanitarian and human rights law must be upheld. The sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders must be respected in line with General Assembly resolutions. Mr. President, we are facing a tragedy for Ukraine, but also a major regional crisis with potentially disastrous implications for us all. Yesterday, Russian nuclear forces were put on high alert. This is a chilling development. The mere idea of a nuclear conflict is simply inconceivable. Nothing can justify the use of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, we face what could easily become Europe's worst humanitarian and refugee crisis in decades, with the numbers of refugees and internally displaced multiplying by the minute. I am grateful for the compassion, generosity, and solidarity of Ukraine's neighbors who are taking in those seeking safety. It is important that this solidarity is extended without any discrimination based on race, religion, or ethnicity. The neighboring countries will need all our support in the days and weeks to come. The United Nations will continue to assist with these efforts. Mr. President, On Saturday, I spoke with President Zelensky and assured him that the United Nations would not abandon the Ukrainian people and conveyed our determination to enhance humanitarian assistance. Even before the events of the past week, the UN was providing some 3 million people on both sides of the contact line with humanitarian assistance. The United Nations is now working 24/7 to access humanitarian needs and scale up the delivery of life-saving support to many more people desperate for protection and shelter, particularly women and children, elderly people, and those with disabilities. We are fully committed to staying and delivering for everyone affected by this deadly conflict across the country. Some of our personnel are expanding existing programs, and others are preparing new operations to get help to those who need it fast. I want to highlight 3 concrete actions. First, I've allocated $20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund to support emergency operations along the contact line in the eastern oblasts of Donetsk and Luhansk and in other parts of the country. These will allow us to help more vulnerable people get the basics, shelter, food, water, and health care as soon as possible. Second, I have appointed Amin Awad as the UN Crisis Coordinator for Ukraine. He will liaise with the government and with all relevant actors on the ground, supported by the resident and humanitarian coordinator and the UN country team. At the same time, we are bringing together partners in and outside the country and surging personnel into the country. Third, tomorrow we will launch 2 coordinated emergency appeals for Ukraine and the region. One that addresses escalating humanitarian needs inside the country, including rising internal displacement, and another that responds to the needs of people crossing international borders to seek refuge in countries neighboring Ukraine. As we ramp up our efforts, it is essential that the safety and security of UN and associated personnel in Ukraine are protected in accordance with international law, and that humanitarian access to vulnerable people and communities is guaranteed. I call on all sides to uphold their obligations to allow freedom of movement of humanitarian personnel and to facilitate safe, rapid, and unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief. I also urge the international community to mobilize in support of our funding appeals to address the needs of all those displaced by this crisis, as well as other vulnerable groups whose numbers will only grow as the fighting escalates. Mr. President, humanitarian aid is vital, but it is not a solution. It is simply treating the worst impacts of the conflict. The only true solution is peace. The attack on Ukraine challenges international law and the multilateral system rooted in the UN Charter. Some of the possible consequences of a worsening conflict are terrifying to contemplate. Regional tensions are rising. The latest security measures underline the high stakes for all. The economic repercussions of the crisis will have widespread impact, and I count on every member state to live up to the principles of the Charter. Mr. President, the guns are talking now, but the path of dialogue must always remain open. It's never too late to engage in good faith negotiations and to address all issues peacefully. I hope that the direct talks now taking place between Ukrainian and Russian delegations will produce not only an immediate halt to the fighting, but also a path towards a diplomatic solution. I welcome and encourage all peaceful efforts to end the bloodshed and halt this conflict. I thank the countries who have offered to host and facilitate negotiations. The United Nations is ready to support such efforts. Mr. President, war is not the answer. It is death, human suffering, senseless destruction, and an immense distraction from the real challenges facing humanity. The climate crisis and biodiversity loss, vitally needed socio-economic recovery from the pandemic, healing the divides of race and gender, and so many other pressing 21st century challenges. Humanity cannot afford to be locked in a mindset that dredges up the worst of past centuries. We need to look forward as United Nations to overcome the scourge of war. We need to focus on solving problems, not making them worse. In cities around the world, people are taking to the streets and demanding an end to war. People in Ukraine want and need peace, And I believe people in the Russian Federation do too. We need peace now. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine.
Mr. President, Secretary General, for the first time since the United Nations was born, there is a full-fledged war in the center of Europe. Everyone in this hall and everyone in the world knows that Russia, and Russia alone, started this invasion now facilitated by Belarus. This war was not provoked. It was chosen by someone who is right now sitting in the bunker. We know what happened with the person who sat in the bunker in Berlin in May 1945. Before I continue with my formal statement, I would like to switch to Russian and invite you to put on the headphones, because I would like to read from the screenshot of the smartphone of a killed Russian soldier. That's an actual screenshot from someone who is dead already. Лёш, ты как? Почему так долго не отвечаешь? Вы точно на учениях? Спрашивает мать убитого солдата за моменты перед тем, как он был убит. Мама, я уже не в Крыму. Не на учениях. А где? Папа спрашивает, можно ли тебе послать посылку. Да какую посылку, мам? Что ты говоришь такое? Что случилось? Мама, я на Украине. Тут настоящая война. Мне страшно. Мы бьем по всем городам. Подряд. Даже по мирным жителям. Нам сказали, что они нас будут приветствовать. А они кидаются под нашу технику и не дают проехать. Называют нас фашистами. Мама, мне очень тяжело. In several moments he was killed. Imagine, if you want to just visualize the magnitude of the tragedy, you have to imagine next to you, next to every nameplate of every single country in this General Assembly, more than 30 souls of killed Russian soldiers already. Next to every name of every single country in this assembly. 30 plus killed Russian soldiers. Hundreds of killed Ukrainians. Dozens of killed children. And it goes on and on and on. So just imagine those killed people next to you when you will listen to my formal statement. Big militarized powers seeking for geopolitical greatness has launched a full-fledged military offensive against a smaller neighbor aimed at invading the country. Deadly airstrikes dropped on civilians' heads across the entire country, and the Russian troops crossed Ukraine's borders from the territory of Russia, Belarus, and the occupied parts of Ukraine's Donbas and Crimea. Does it remind you of something, doesn't it? Indeed. Very clear parallels could be drawn with the beginning of the Second World War, too. And Russia's course of action is very similar to what their spiritual mentors from the Third Reich employed on the Ukrainian land 80 years ago. Just one, the most recent example of human sufferings, example of war crime. As all of us were on our way to the General Assembly today, the Russian army shelled with Grad multiple rocket launcher systems the residential areas of the city of Kharkiv, the second biggest in Ukraine. Innocent civilians have been killed and wounded. The exact numbers is very difficult to estimate because of the warfare, while the negotiations are still underway at the border with Belarus. We therefore express our gratitude for overwhelming support that made this decision on the emergency session possible. We are grateful to the President of the General Assembly for his taking care of this idea well in advance. We appreciate the engagement of the UN Secretary General, who has taken a very strong stance in support of peace, in support of the UN Charter. We have been prompted to call for an emergency special session as the level of the threat to the global security has been equated to that of the Second World War, or even higher, following Putin's order to put and alert Russian nuclear forces. What a madness. If he wants to kill himself, he doesn't need to use nuclear arsenal. He has to do what the guy in Berlin did in a bunker in May 1945. The Security Council addressed the issue of the Russian war against Ukraine, and the decision was not adopted due to the obvious reason. The country attempting to occupy Ukraine since 2014 has occupied the seat of the Council permanent member since 1991. Therefore, we do not accept the Russian logic that the Security Council was unable to act due to one-sided and unbalanced approach. The only guilty party is the Russian Federation. Distinguished delegates, Russia uses all its military potential to attack Ukraine and has begun redeploying reserve units on the border with Ukraine. It fires cruise and ballistic missiles at cities, attacks with aviation, tanks, and artillery, sends subversion and reconnaissance groups which mark residential buildings in preparation for the air attacks. Russia's missiles are now aimed at destroying the infrastructure objects. They targeted the radioactive waste disposal site near Kiev, the fuel base in the town of Vasilkiv, that is effectively a Kiev's suburb. The objects of logistic infrastructure, including bridges, airports, and water reservoirs, remain among the targets. Such towns as Chester and Stanitsa Luganska near Lugansk are now nearly destroyed, as well as residential buildings in and around Kiev and Kharkiv. The Russian forces seized the Chernobyl nuclear power station and the part of southern Kherson region, including the North Crimean Canal. Due to the active moving of Russian heavy militaries through the Chernobyl exclusion zone, the radiation level has increased rapidly. In the Black Sea, Russian warships deliberately attacked two civil vessels under the flags of Panama and Moldova, approaching Ukraine. This constitutes a flagrant violation of the international law of the sea. Incredibly, one of the vessels had the Russian crew. Still, it was attacked by the Russians. Russians keep attacking kindergartens and orphanages, thus committing war crimes and violating the Rome Statute. Hospitals and mobile medical aid brigades are also targeted by the Russian shelling and the sabotage groups working in Ukraine's cities and towns. The Russian military fired on ambulance crews in the areas of Zaporizhia and Kiev. In Akhtirka district of Sumy region, Russian tanks shot down a bus with civilians. Later, the Russian military did not allow ambulances on the spot. As of today, 352 people, including 16 children, were killed on the Ukrainian side, and 2,040 Ukrainians, including 45 children, wounded during the first 5 days of the Russian invasion. And this number is growing non-stop. I have already told about the morning shellings in Kharkiv, and we cannot really estimate at this moment how many were killed. In response, Ukraine has activated its right for self-defense according to the Article 51 of the UN Charter. The Russian troops are suffering losses: aircrafts, helicopters, tanks, trucks, personnel. The aggressor forces have already lost more than 5,000 in manpower during the first days of aggression. Excellencies, the General Assembly should be vocal in demanding from the Russian Federation to stop its offensive against Ukraine. In recognizing Russian actions as an act of aggression against a sovereign and independent state, in demanding from Russia to immediately, completely, and unconditionally withdraw its forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, in demanding from the Russian Federation to reverse the decision related to the status of certain areas of Donetsk and Lugansk regions of Ukraine, in demanding full compliance with the provisions of international humanitarian law. The General Assembly should also be clear with regard to the treacherous role of Belarus and its involvement in aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Distinguished members of the General Assembly, what is happening now in Ukraine has already had the security and humanitarian implications for all of you. Immediately for Europe, a bit later for the rest, including in terms of food security, energy security, financial markets, collapse of the economies. Last September, my president said, while delivering his statement at the high-level segment of the 76th session of the General Assembly, and I quote, "I understand that criticism of the UN is often heard, but we criticize ourselves." End of quote. If we fail to respond now, we will face much more than criticism. We will face oblivion. It must not happen. Now it is time to act, time to help Ukraine, that is paying now the ultimate price for freedom and security of itself and of the world. If Ukraine does not survive, international peace will not survive. If Ukraine does not survive, the United Nations will not survive. Have no illusions. If Ukraine does not survive, we cannot be surprised if democracy fails next. Now we can save Ukraine, save the United Nations, save democracy, and defend the values we believe in and that Ukrainians are fighting for and paying with their lives. The Russian delegate will speak shortly. Putin has done everything to delegitimize the Russian presence in the United Nations. But I wonder if the Russian presence in the United Nations has ever been legitimate. I wonder if ever this assembly voted in accordance with paragraph 2 of Article 4 on admission of the Russian Federation to the United Nations, either in December 1991 or in January 1992, or wherever thereafter. I want to ask the delegates whose countries voted for admission of the Russian delegation to the United Nations to raise their hand, to confirm that Russia was admitted to the United Nations according to the Charter. Please, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand if your country voted in the formal session of the General Assembly in reply to the letter by President Yeltsin dated December 24, 1991, when he told the United Nations that Russia would like to be a continuator state of the demised Soviet Union. Anyone? Shall I put my glasses if my vision fails me and I don't see any hand raised? Any country? Anyone voted for Russian membership? I leave you with that and think about it when you listen to the Russian delegate.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ukraine. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, господин генеральный секретарь, уважаемые коллеги,
последние дни украинский сюжет доминирует в информационном поле и занимает центральное место в Совете Безопасности ООН и теперь и на Генассамблее. При этом действия России перевираются и передергиваются, обрастают огромным количеством самых невероятных небылиц и фейков с задействованием СМИ и соцсетей. Поэтому я хочу сегодня подробно остановиться на причинах возникшей кризисной ситуации и ее возможных последствиях. Хотел бы подчеркнуть, что корень сегодняшнего кризиса вокруг Украины в действиях самой Украины, занимавшейся многолетним саботажем своих прямых обязательств по Минскому комплексу мер. Еще недавно, совсем недавно, существовала надежда на то, что в Киеве одумаются и все-таки выполнят то, под чем подписались в 2015 году. Для этого прежде всего был нужен прямой диалог с Донецком и Луганском. Однако очередное подтверждение высшим руководством страны неготовности Украины к такому диалогу, к шагам по предоставлению Донбассу особого статуса, предусмотренного Минскими соглашениями, причем активно поддержанные западными покровителями Киева, окончательно убедило нас в том, что мы просто не имеем права заставлять жителей Донбасса страдать и дальше. Поскольку украинские провокации против донбассцев в феврале не только не прекратились, но и интенсифицировались, руководство ЛНР и ДНР обратилось к нам с просьбой оказать военную поддержку в соответствии с двусторонними договорами о сотрудничестве, заключенными одновременно с их признанием, что стало логичным шагом, являющимся следствием непрекращающихся агрессивных действий украинского режима. Украинская власть, которую в последнее время активно вооружали и подзуживали ряд государств, пребывала в заблуждении о том, что с благословения западных кураторов они могут добиться военного решения проблемы Донбасса. Иначе сложно объяснить существующую существенную интенсификацию обстрелов и диверсионных актов на территории республик, о которых я упомянул. Дончане и луганчане по-прежнему были вынуждены укрываться в подвалах. Продолжился наплыв беженцев в Россию. Характер провокаций вооруженных сил Украины не изменился. Однако наши западные коллеги этого замечать не хотели, повторяя украинские басни о том, что дончане обстреливают себя чуть ли не сами. В целом, возрастающие страдания жителей Донбасса западные страны последовательно игнорируют. За неделю обсуждения этой темы в Совете Безопасности Генеральной Ассамблеи у них не нашлось слов сочувствия и сострадания для дончан и луганчан. Такое впечатление, что этих 4 миллионов человек для них словно не существует. В итоге, перед лицом не снижающихся угроз жителям ДНР и ЛНР, а также ввиду отсутствия перспектив решения проблемы Донбасса в рамках Минских соглашений, президент России Путин принял решение о проведении специальной военной операции на Донбассе. Оккупация Украины в наши планы не входит. Цель этой спецоперации – защита людей, которые на протяжении 8 лет подвергаются издевательствам и геноциду со стороны киевского режима. Для этого необходимо осуществить демилитаризацию и денацификацию Украины. Мы также будем стремиться предать суду тех, кто совершил многочисленные и кровавые преступления против мирных жителей, в том числе граждан Российской Федерации. Это решение было принято в соответствии со статьей 51 Устава ООН с санкцией Совета Федерации Российской Федерации и во исполнение соглашения о дружбе и взаимопонимании с ДНР и ЛНР. Я хотел бы также напомнить о том, что принцип суверенитета и территориальной целостности государств, в нарушении которого применительно к Украине нас сегодня обвиняют, согласно Декларации о принципах международного права, касающихся дружественных связей между народами, принятой в 1970 году, должен неукоснительно соблюдаться в отношении государств, цитирую, соблюдающих в своих практических действиях принцип равноправия и самоопределения народов и вследствие этого имеющего правительство, представляющее без различия расы, вероисповедания или цвета кожи весь народ,
проживающей на данной территории. Конец цитаты. Сегодняшнее правительство Украины таковым не является. Кроме того, в ходе специальной военной операции Россия осуществляет право на самооборону от режима, стремившегося к восстановлению доступа к ядерному оружию. Президент Украины прямо заявил об этом 18 февраля в ходе Мюнхенской конференции, и это его утверждение, напомню, было встречено аплодисментами участников конференции. При этом Украина ищет место в НАТО, где действует глава 5, и имеет территориальные претензии к России. Так что, задействовав статью 51 Устава ООН, Россия не только защищает себя от националистической угрозы, но и восстанавливает действие целей и принципов Устава ООН на территории Донбасса и Украины, обеспечивает выполнение главной задачи Всемирной организации предотвращения новой мировой войны. К сожалению, вынуждены отметить крайне негативную роль, которую сыграли во всем этом западные коллеги во главе с США. Вместо того, чтобы заставить Киев выполнить свои обязательства, они лишь открыто подзуживали Украину, повторяя лишенную какого-либо смысла мантру о том, что свои обязательства по Минским соглашениям не выполняет Россия, которая, как мы неоднократно подчеркивали, даже не является их стороной. Более того, наши западные коллеги беззастенчиво накачивали эту страну вооружениями, направляли туда инструкторов, фактически подталкивая украинцев, стянувших к линии соприкосновения 120-тысячный воинский контингент, к вооруженным провокациям против Донбасса. Уважаемые коллеги, обсуждая сегодняшнюю тему, нельзя упускать из вида более широкий контекст, который вызвал текущий кризис на Украине. Еще в 2008 году президент Путин на саммите России и НАТО в Бухаресте предупреждал о том, чтобы члены Североатлантического альянса подумали трижды, прежде чем записать с гордостью, что Украина и Грузия будут в НАТО. Ему, президенту Путину, это преподносили как какой-то величайший компромисс, который удался Германии и Франции, которые заменили американское предложение о том, чтобы сразу объявить о предоставлении Украине и Грузии плана действий для членства. Потом была авантюра одобренного НАТО президента Саакашвили, ободренного НАТО президента Саакашвили в Грузии, в которой, вопреки фактам, обвинили Россию. В 2014 году произошел кровавый и антиконституционный переворот в Киеве, в результате которого к власти пришли националисты и радикалы, взявшие курс на построение вместо Украины антироссии и наступление ее в НАТО. К этой теме я еще вернусь. Для нас вступление Украины в НАТО – красная линия, прежде всего из военно-стратегических соображений. Размещение в этой стране инфраструктуры НАТО вынудило бы нас предпринять такие ответные меры, которые поставили бы Россию и НАТО на грань конфликта. Поэтому в декабре 2021 года мы предложили США и НАТО заключить договоры, дающие России гарантии безопасности. Однако наша протянутая рука американцами и натовцами была высокомерно отвергнута. Нам предложили обсудить важные, но второстепенные вопросы, не снимающие нашей озабоченности. Кроме того, нам отказались ответить на вопрос о том, как декларируемая в документах ОБСЕ свобода выбора альянсов сочетается с принципами неделимости безопасности. Уважаемые коллеги, наверняка у многих из вас возникает вопрос, что же делать сейчас и какова может быть роль ООН в урегулировании украинского кризиса. Убеждены, что ООН может и должна сыграть свою роль, помочь сблизить позиции различных игроков, устранить причины для конфронтации. Ключевую роль здесь, согласно уставу, должен сыграть Совет Безопасности ООН. Однако попыток спокойно обсудить этот сюжет наши партнеры даже не предпринимают. Именно поэтому Российская Федерация 25 февраля проголосовала против антироссийского и антиукраинского проекта резолюции Совета Безопасности. Почему антироссийского, думаю, объяснять не надо, достаточно хотя бы на него взглянуть. Почему антиукраинского? Потому что этот документ, вне всякого сомнения, противоречит коренным интересам украинского народа, поскольку пытается спасти и закрепить на Украине ту систему власти, которая подвела эту страну к трагедии, длящейся вот уже минимум 8 лет. Главная причина нашего негативного голосования – это не то, что было в проекте, а то, чего там не было. Если бы его авторы попытались придать ему хотя бы отдаленно напоминающий сбалансированному документу вид, они не оставили бы за скобками вопросы, о которых нельзя забывать в контексте украинской проблемы. В частности, за скобками осталось то, как пришедшая к власти в результате неконституционного госпереворота в Киеве в феврале 2014 года майданная хунта развязала войну против жителей востока страны, обстреливая мирные кварталы из пушек и систем залпового огня и сбрасывая на дончан и луганчан бомбы. Осталось за скобками то, как украинская власть при попустительстве своих западных покровителей последовательно и цинично уходила от выполнения минских договоренностей. При этом размещенные на линии соприкосновения украинские каратели, прежде всего из радикальных и неонацистских батальонов, методично, день за днем, обстреливали жилые районы ДНР и ЛНР, убивая женщин, детей и стариков. Это продолжается и сегодня. А как можно не упомянуть про леденящую кровь преступления укронацистов за эти 8 лет, про заживо сгоревших протестующих против Майдана в Одессе, про расстрел мирных протестующих на самом Майдане неизвестными снайперами. Расследование обеих этих трагедий майданный режим целенаправленно заматывал. При этом виновные в одесской трагедии известны и особо не скрываются. А альтернативные расследования и признание самих снайперов недвусмысленно подтверждают, что бойня на площади Независимости была провокацией лидеров Майдана. Мы специально провели в прошлом году неформальное заседание Совета Безопасности по формуле Ария по обоим этим сюжетам, чтобы дать коллегам по Совету больше информации на этот счет. Однако в ответ в лучшем случае услышали от западных партнеров лишь штампованные клише о российской пропаганде. Какой текст резолюции по украинской теме может быть без упомянутых мною сюжетов? Необходимо было бы включить в проект и честную оценку роли в раздувании украинского кризиса наших западных коллег, которые не только стояли за майданным переворотом, но и фактически выдали Киеву карт-бланш на любые действия и шаги, немыслимые для любого цивилизованного государства. Здесь и вопиющая дискриминация русского языка и, соответственно, русскоязычных жителей, и прославление пособников Гитлера вкупе с запретом на чествование настоящих героев Украины, освобождавших ее от нацизма, и создан религиозный раскол в этой стране. Подсказки о торжестве демократии на Украине майданные власти и националисты занимались безнаказанными убийствами политических оппонентов, преследовали оппозицию, закрывали оппозиционные телеканалы, где можно было почерпнуть хотя бы относительно объективную информацию. 6 из таких телеканалов были закрыты только при Зеленском. А как забыть о накачке оружием Украины, из которого потом убивались мирные жители на Донбассе? Ответственность за то, что происходит сейчас, лежит не только на нынешнем украинском руководстве, но и на наших западных коллегах. Уважаемые коллеги, хотел бы также привлечь ваше внимание к тому, что вокруг российской специальной военной операции нагнетается пузырь лжи, фейков и дезинформации. В частности, именно разрушенные вооруженными силами Украины и националистами дома на Донбассе западные СМИ сейчас чаще всего беззастенчиво выдают за последствия нашей военной операции на Украине. Мы постоянно слышим вранье и фейки о неизбирательной бомбардировке украинских городов, больниц, школ и детских садов. Российская армия не угрожает мирным жителям Украины, не обстреливает мирные объекты. В городах, которые перешли под контроль российских вооруженных сил, и эти города живут в обычном режиме. Там функционируют объекты жизнеобеспечения, работает транспорт, и совместно с местной администрацией поддерживает порядок. Это же касается и Чернобыльской атомной электростанции, которые совместно патрулируются российскими вооруженными силами и специальной полицией, украинской полицией, которая там находится. Чернобыльская АЭС также функционирует в нормальном режиме. Угрозу сейчас для жителей Украины представляют украинские националисты, фактически взявшие в заложники жителей Украины и прикрывающиеся ими как живым щитом. Есть множество свидетельств, распространяемых простыми украинцами, о том, что националисты, невзирая на их протесты, размещают тяжелую технику и системы залпового огня в жилых кварталах. Это вопиющее нарушение международного гуманитарного права, которое должно получить должное осуждение. По сути, это та же тактика, которую применяют террористы ИГИЛ. Вся ответственность за возможные последствия лежит на майданном режиме. Жителям Украины угрожает также бесконтрольная раздача радикалами и властью всем желающим, включая специально выпущенным из тюрем преступникам, оружие, которое уже стреляет в руках грабителей и мародеров. В соцсетях достаточно подтверждению и этому от жителей Киева и других городов. Это демонстрирует бездумное отношение украинской власти к своим женщинам. Мы получили только что письмо от Украинской правозащитной общественной организации Институт правовой политики и социальной защиты имени Ирины Бережной, которая на протяжении 8 лет информирует международные структуры о том, как зарождался и прочно укрепился неонацизм на Украине и как он поддерживался и поддерживается на государственном уровне. Краткая цитата. «Сегодня апогей беспредела неонацистов в Украине. По распоряжению власти из тюрем выпустили осужденных, совершивших тяжкие преступления, убийства, грабежи, насилие. Только в Киеве всем желающим, без каких-либо документов, раздали 25 тысяч автоматов. Начались убийства, грабежи, мародерство. Так называемые представители территориальной обороны Киева вчера цинично расстреляли машину семьи Кудрина с 3 детьми. Родители и одна девочка скончались сразу. Двое детей в больнице в тяжелом состоянии. Бывший исполняющий обязанности президента после неконституционного перехода власти в феврале 2014 года Турчинов призвал всех неравнодушных граждан резать русню, то есть убивать русских по всей территории страны. Это при том, что последняя перепись на Украине 2019 года установила, что в Украине проживает 16, практически 17% русских, на самом деле гораздо больше. Сейчас против России в соцсетях развязана информационная война, поскольку свидетельств разрушений гражданской инфраструктуры российскими военными нет, за таковые выдаются украинские удары и ошибочные попадания, а также кадры и видеоролики из Донбасса, фиксирующие как раз преступления украинских националистов. Кроме того, в соцсетях размещены целые обучающие пособия о том, как снять фейки, порочащие нашу военную операцию. Всего по украинским соцсетям гуляет сегодня 1,2 миллиона подобных фейков. И то, что сегодня зачитывал украинский паспред о переписке матери со своим сыном военнослужащим, родилось также из недр тех же самых соцсетей. Об этом достоверно известно. Мы вчера также не поддержали проект решения о том, чтобы этот сюжет из Совета Безопасности попал на сегодняшнюю сессию Генеральной Ассамблеи. При этом мы руководствовались тем, что подобный маневр, по сути, предлагает нам расписаться в том, что Совет Безопасности не способен реализовать свою основную ответственность по поддержанию международного мира и безопасности. При этом не было даже намека на попытку найти конструктивное решение в Совете. Попытка обойти позицию России, проигнорировать ее, противоречит самой основе Устава ООН. Надо не продавливать подобные схемы, а пытаться искать точки соприкосновения, как бы этого ни пытались избежать наши западные партнеры. В том числе, когда они проигнорировали наши легитимные озабоченности в связи с политикой НАТО и нарушением западными странами базовых принципов ОБСЕ о неделимости безопасности. В заключение, господин председатель, я хочу сказать, что Россия не начинала военные действия. Эти военные действия начала Украина против собственных жителей Донбасса и против всех несогласных с военной властью. Россия эту войну завершает. Благодарю вас.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Mr. President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. North Macedonia, Montenegro, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland, Norway, Republic of Moldova, Georgia, San Marino, Andorra, Monaco, and Liechtenstein align themselves with this statement. Mr. President, I want to thank you for convening us here today, and for the Secretary General to be here, and for all of you colleagues being here. It's very important that the facts are heard and fully understood, and that this body is able to take the appropriate decisions after the fact that the Security Council, thanks to the veto by one country alone, stopped the Council from taking that decision. Let me start by expressing the European Union's full solidarity and support to Ukraine and its people, who are courageously fighting an unprovoked and unjustified military aggression from Russia. Since our meeting here in the General Assembly last week, the situation has dramatically escalated, despite tireless diplomatic efforts, including at the highest level. Russia has decided to turn its back to peace, to the rules-based international order as defined inter alia in the UN Charter, to diplomacy, and to the international community. Russia's military attack against Ukraine has already caused an alarming number of deaths, injured, internally displaced, and refugees. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by armed forces of the Russian Federation in violation of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. We also condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine, and we call on both Russia and Belarus to abide by their international obligations. We're also alarmed by Russia's raising of the nuclear alert level. We call on Russia to de-escalate and to immediately return to the previous alert level of its nuclear arsenal, and to avoid any actions that could risk the safety or security of the nuclear power plants in Ukraine, a non-nuclear weapon state under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Russia bears full responsibility for this aggression and the resulting destruction and loss of life. We demand from Russia to cease its military operations immediately and unconditionally, and to withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We further call on Russia to engage in earnest in dialogue with a view to a political and diplomatic solution. Russia's actions grossly violate international law and are in clear breach of the UN Charter and the OSCE Helsinki Final Act, as well as Russia's specific commitments to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity under the Budapest Memorandum of 1994. This is arguably the biggest aggression in Europe since the end of the Second World War. It follows similar Russian aggression against its neighbors in 2008 and 2014. We underscore our firm support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Georgia and of the Republic of Moldova, and we are closely monitoring the situation in the region. This Assembly has a responsibility immediately and effectively to acknowledge and address Russia's actions. Failing to do so will erode trust to the rules-based global order with the UN at its core and the UN Charter itself. It would send the wrong message to perpetrators of such aggression and aggravate similar risks to other UN member states in the region and beyond. We stand firmly by Ukraine and its people. We deplore the loss of life and human suffering. This is a dire humanitarian catastrophe, and humanitarian needs are rapidly increasing. With the toll of IDPs and refugees rising, humanitarian support is a priority in the wider package of EU support offered to Ukraine in these trying days. The EU and its member states are providing urgently needed humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian population. Ukraine has activated the Union's civil protection mechanism and is receiving urgently needed supplies from EU member states. In addition, the Republic of Moldova, to which more than 60,000 Ukrainians have fled, has requested and received EU humanitarian support in dealing with the human catastrophe caused deliberately by the Russian Federation's invasion of Ukraine. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to respect international law, including international humanitarian law. Civilians and civilian infrastructures must be protected and humanitarian access should be secured. We call on Russia and Russia-backed armed formations to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and stop their disinformation campaign and cyber attacks. We strongly condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression against Ukraine and call on it to immediately stop action and to abide by its international obligations. We recall our unwavering support for the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, and we call on all UN members not to recognize the two self-proclaimed separatist entities. The EU has reacted swiftly and decisively to Russia's recognition of Ukraine's self-proclaimed separatist entities and the invasion of Ukraine. By adopting restrictive measures, we intend to take such measures against Belarus. Mr. President, let us be clear on this. We firmly believe that the use of force and coercion to change borders has no place in the 21st century. Let us recall that the UN Charter prohibits both the threat and the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. Tensions and conflict should be resolved through dialogue and diplomacy. The EU, together with like-minded partners, have been united in making unprecedented efforts to achieve a diplomatic solution. But Russia has not reciprocated these efforts and instead opted unilaterally for a grave and premeditated escalation. With this one-sided step, Russia is further isolating itself. We are today at a crucial and historical moment. Too many times in the past, the international community has been blind or too slow in front of unfolding tragedies. Entire generations in many places around the world, many of you representing them, have paid and are still paying the price of inaction. We cannot make the same mistake again. We have to take action. After Russia's veto in the Security Council last week, the General Assembly has the responsibility to send a strong and united message on the need for Russia to immediately and unconditionally cease its military operations, withdraw its troops, and opt for genuine dialogue. We call on Russia to avoid, in particular, any action that places the safety and security of Ukraine's nuclear and radioactive waste installations at risk. The people of Ukraine and the whole world are watching us and counting on us, and will judge us on the decisions that we will take here in this special emergency session. And it's our duty and responsibility for all of us to do our utmost to defend the UN Charter and the international order. We therefore hope that this Assembly will massively support the resolution tabled by Ukraine and its partners. The EU and its member states will continue to do their utmost to protect the integrity of the rules-based international system, which is key to our collective security, and we call on all UN member states to do the same. On our side, we will continue to stand by Ukraine, support its democratically elected institutions and representatives and its people, including through additional political, financial, humanitarian, and logistical support. I thank you very much, colleagues. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Denmark on behalf of the Nordic Baltic countries.
I have the honor to speak on behalf of the 8 Nordic Baltic countries, Estonia, Finland, Iceland, Latvia, Lithuania, Norway, Sweden, and my own country, Denmark. Mr. President, on the night of 24th February, the Russian leadership decided to attack Ukraine. And let me be clear. We condemn in the strongest terms possible the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. People around the world are watching with horror the tragedy unfolding in Ukraine. A member state of this organization, a member of this community of nations. We are struck with a profound sense of injustice and a profound sympathy with the Ukrainian people who are fighting for their country, their cities, their homes, their families, their lives, their freedom and their future. The Russian leadership's aggression and brutal armed attack is in clear violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its international recognized borders. The Russian leadership's actions gravely violate international law and the principles of the UN Charter. They are an attack on this organization, and this cannot stand. Last week, the Russian leadership decided it will erase Ukraine's right to determine its own future. This cannot stand. Mr. President, Russia counted on the world to remain silent, but we are acting. And on this day, and until peace prevails and every Ukrainian can safely return to their homes, we stand with Ukraine. The devastating consequences of this aggression, not only for Europe but globally, cannot be overstated. Russian aggression against Ukraine will have global and long-term negative consequences, challenging the rules-based international order if we let it go unanswered. In the time ahead, we fear increased suffering, with potentially large number of casualties and extensive destruction of civilian infrastructure. We see fighting unfolding in and around urban areas, and we are deeply concerned about the long-term cumulative and protracted harm to the civilian population. Mr. President, we will continue to look at every single instrument in our toolbox as a matter of urgency. Sanctions have already been enacted to cripple Putin's ability to finance his war machine. And likewise, the role of the Lukashenko regime in Belarus in enabling the attack on Ukraine also demands a firm response. Nordic Baltic countries have been delivering financial, humanitarian and military assistance to the people of Ukraine. And many of our partners and friends around the globe have joined us. Every nation must look at how to further support Ukraine. Mr. President, during the days we have watched with horror broadcasted images of families separated, children sheltering in the safety of the Kiev subway system, kindergartens destroyed by Russian ordnances, and the ruins of bombarded residential buildings in the center of the capital of Ukraine. We are outraged by indiscriminate attacks on civilians in this unlawful and immoral war of conquest that serves no purpose and no principle but the naked quest for power and territory. This cannot stand. Russia must respect international humanitarian law and human rights law. Full and unhindered humanitarian access must be guaranteed. Civilians must be protected. We call on Russia to stop this senseless war, and we echo the plea of the Secretary General. We demand an immediate ceasefire, and we urge Russia to withdraw all its forces from Ukraine and return genuinely to the path of dialogue and negotiation. Mr. President, let me be clear. Every civilian death, every war crime will be recorded, and we will ensure that the perpetrators of these heinous crimes are held accountable and brought to justice. History has its eyes on us. Every legal avenue available will be used to hold the aggressor to account. Ukraine has sent a request to the International Court of Justice on Russia's erroneous and absurd allegations of genocide in Ukraine, which the Russian Federation has cynically used as a false pretext for its invasion. The International Criminal Court's prosecutor has also noted that he is monitoring Russia's invasion of Ukraine and has jurisdiction to prosecute war crimes and crimes against humanity. The prosecutor's office may and will exercise its jurisdiction over and investigate any act of genocide, crimes against humanity, or war crime committed within the territory of Ukraine, as Ukraine has accepted the court's jurisdiction. We fully support the ICC's monitoring of the situation. Colleagues, the rules-based international order which governs how states interact with one another, was put in place drawing from the horrible lessons of 2 world wars, promising one another that future generations would be saved from the scourge of war. The attack on Ukraine, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is a direct assault on the principles and purposes of the UN Charter. This cannot stand. The matter is now in the hands of the General Assembly, where one veto cannot overrule the UN membership, where the power and legitimacy is manifested in numbers. Russia's shameful use of the veto on a matter it bears full responsibility for is completely unacceptable. As a permanent member of the Security Council, Russia has a special responsibility for maintaining peace and security, not to violate the very principles of the UN Charter. The latest meetings of the Council demonstrated the need for reform. It demonstrated who had the firmness and valor to defend the UN Charter. No country can grow and thrive in isolation. Russia knows this. The General Assembly has the power to send a firm message to Putin. And what we say today and how we vote on the resolution presented will make a difference on the ground in Ukraine and to the Ukrainian people. They will be watching us, hoping that the world will come in on the side of the UN Charter and our promise of never again. Colleagues, Russia's unlawful and brutal armed attack on Ukraine will affect and impact everyone. And if we do not join our forces to turn back this tide today, we will be even less equipped to deal with similar crises and crimes in the future, wherever, on whichever continent they occur. Over the last week, we have heard powerful statements from representatives of every continent on this planet, from Africa to Asia, from Europe to the Americas, that Russia's behavior towards a fellow member of the United Nations cannot stand. And we will hear more today. And to those who still refer to 2 parties to a conflict, we echo the words of a protester who had written on her sign, "If Russia stops fighting, there will be no more war. If Ukrainians stop fighting, there will be no more Ukraine." That is the simple reality before us. That is the simple truth. The world will hold Russia and Belarus accountable for their actions. Russia as the main aggressor, Belarus as the enabler. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Denmark. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of France.
Monsieur le Président, la Russie poursuit jour après jour son œuvre de destruction en Ukraine. À ces actes brutaux et criminels s'ajoute une rhétorique dangereuse qui alimente davantage les tensions. La Russie conduit cette agression armée en violation des principes les plus fondamentaux de la Charte des Nations Unies que tous les membres de cette Assemblée sont dans l'obligation de respecter. Vendredi, elle s'est opposée seule à une résolution du Conseil de sécurité coparrainée par 82 États. L'Assemblée générale porte aujourd'hui une responsabilité historique, celle de relayer haut et fort la voix des citoyens qui, sur tous les continents, et y compris en Russie, demandent l'arrêt immédiat de cette guerre et le retrait de l'armée russe du territoire ukrainien. La France soutient les efforts en cours au sein de cette Assemblée pour préparer une résolution demandant à la Russie de mettre un terme à l'agression et de respecter la souveraineté et l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukraine. Elle appelle tous les États membres de cette Assemblée à voter pour ce texte. Au-delà de l'Ukraine, il s'agit de défendre la charte et la raison d'être des Nations Unies. Soyons clairs, face à l'agression armée contre un peuple, face aux victimes civiles, chaque jour plus nombreuses, Face au flot de ceux contraints de tout quitter pour chercher un refuge, nul ne peut détourner le regard. L'abstention n'est pas une option. S'abstenir, c'est consentir à la loi du plus fort. Nous appelons tous les États membres à voter pour la primauté du droit sur la force. Monsieur le Président, la saisine de cette Assemblée en session extraordinaire d'urgence ne signifie pas que le Conseil de sécurité renonce à exercer ses responsabilités. Il se réunira cet après-midi sur la situation humanitaire en Ukraine. La France y portera avec le Mexique un projet de résolution afin de garantir la protection des civils et un accès humanitaire sûr et sans entrave pour répondre aux besoins urgents de la population ukrainienne. La France et ses partenaires de l'Union européenne se tiennent fermement aux côtés du peuple ukrainien. L'Union européenne a déjà annoncé 90 millions d'euros d'aide humanitaire. La France prendra également sa part. Avec ses partenaires, la France est mobilisée pour que la réponse internationale soit à la hauteur de l'agression commise par la Russie. L'Union européenne, dont la France assume la présidence ce semestre, a notamment adopté des mesures visant à bloquer l'accès de la Banque centrale russe à ses réserves. Elle a également annoncé le financement de matériel de défense au profit de l'Ukraine. Monsieur le Président, la France salue le courage dont fait preuve le peuple d'Ukraine. Nous appelons cette Assemblée à lui exprimer sans tarder son soutien par l'adoption d'une résolution. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of France. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, colleagues. On Friday, 81 member states supported a resolution in the Security Council to stop the war in Ukraine. Russia was completely isolated in opposing that resolution. Today, we gather in the General Assembly to stand against Russia's illegal attack on Ukraine and its assault on the principles of the UN Charter. The facts are clear. Russia has invaded Ukraine without provocation and without justification. Russia has rained missiles and rockets down on Kyiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, and other cities. The brave men and women of Ukraine are enduring the barrage and have held their cities from Russian invaders. They are fighting for their country, for their continued future as a free and independent nation. But the humanitarian consequences are already immense. We hear of babies born in air raid shelters, children with bomb craters in their kindergartens, and today, news of the shelling of residential areas in Kharkiv. These are indiscriminate attacks on Ukrainian civilians. 7 million Ukrainians are displaced. In short, the scourge of war that our United Nations was created to prevent has been unleashed by Russia on Ukraine. The international response to Russia's aggression has been united and swift. Around the world and here in this building, we must stand together to defend the rules and enforce the accountability that we have built together. If we do not stand up for them now, then the safety of every nation's borders and independence are at risk. That is why we also condemn Belarusian support for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. As the Secretary-General said last week, Russia's actions are violations of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and conflict directly with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. And as he said today, the only answer is peace. So our message today is simple. We offer our unequivocal support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. We call on President Putin to stop this senseless war. And we urge all fellow members of the United Nations to speak up for Ukraine and to defend the Charter. Slava Ukraini!
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation aligns itself with the statement delivered by the representative of the European Union, and in my national capacity, I would like to add the following comment. Excellencies, we have gathered today in an emergency session because the Security Council once again failed us in acting as a guardian of peace and security. So now it is upon us, the General Assembly, where we all have equal rights to vote, to stand up and make it certain that the United Nations delivers on the purpose it was created for. The use of armed force by a UN member against sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of another member state violates Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and constitutes an act of aggression as defined by the Resolution 3314 of this very body, adopted by consensus. What we see in Ukraine is an act of aggression on the part of Russia, and we condemn it. Last week, I spoke from this very rostrum about Russia's pattern of behavior against its neighbors. Russia's full-scale military aggression against my country should have served as a wake-up call for all. But alas, it has not been possible to prevent the similar scenario unfolding a few years later in Ukraine. Not to repeat myself, let me just say that we in Georgia do know what the toll of war is. We do know what it is this disastrous consequences. And that is people, innocent civilians, women and children who pay the highest price. It is devastating not only for those who live through it, but passes down to generations. Let me be clear. Core principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the Helsinki Final Act, the Charter of Paris for New Europe, and the commitments taken under the Budapest Memorandum are non-negotiable nor subject to revision by any country, no matter how large or powerful it may be. Territorial acquisition through use of force or a threat to do so is illegal and impermissible. Georgia calls on the Russian Federation to immediately cease its military activities and withdraw all its forces and armaments from Ukraine. Allow immediate access to all international humanitarian and human rights mechanisms wherever is needed on the entire territory of Ukraine. Reverse the decisions related to the status of integral parts of Ukraine's Donetsk and Luhansk regions and Crimea, and to do so the same with regard to Georgia. Withdraw forces
allow humanitarian access, reverse the status-related decision with regard to the occupied territories. Georgia was among the co-sponsors of the draft Security Council resolution that got vetoed. And we are the co-sponsors of the draft General Assembly resolution that is soon to be considered. This resolution, although it concerns Ukraine, is a watershed moment for all of us. And I would dare say for the future of the rules-based order and our United Nations. So I call on you to vote in favor of the proposed draft, to vote to save the succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to vote for the United Nations. And in conclusion, we welcome the Secretary General's decision to scale up the United Nations humanitarian operations in and around Ukraine. And let me once again reiterate Georgia's unwavering support of independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including Crimea and Donbass, and Ukraine's navigational rights in its territorial waters. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Poland.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, Poland fully supports the resolution just tabled by Ukraine and calls on each member state to stand firmly behind it. We deeply believe that through this act, we will demonstrate our adherence to the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Only by upholding those fundamental principles, we can see the truly peaceful and long-term solution to the conflict caused by the Russian aggression in Ukraine. In that sense, the resolution we are about to vote paves the way to a meaningful diplomatic effort to end the atrocities of this war. To achieve peace, Poland, as the current chairmanship in office of the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, called yesterday for the immediate ceasefire in Ukraine to let humanitarian organizations deliver assistance. But these appeals for peace are even more urgent when you look at the events in Ukraine from a close distance perspective. Let me tell you how we, Poles, see and respond to the horrors of this war as neighbors and friends of Ukraine. There is no doubt that we are confronted with one of the biggest humanitarian crises in Europe since World War II. In the first 3 days of Russian aggression, facilitated by the complicity of the Belarusian regime of Alexander Lukashenko, we witnessed more than 500,000 people fleeing Ukraine, 300,000 of which found refuge in my home country. We keep our borders open. Our diplomatic missions help those who seek refuge in Poland. The nationals of all countries who suffered from Russian aggression or whose life is at risk can seek shelter in my country. And I can tell you, only for the first half of today, we welcome people of 125 nationalities fleeing Ukraine to Poland. So that means it concerns us all. The list of these nationalities are too long to read to you. So I just read the first, those with more than 100 nationals fleeing to Poland only today in the morning. Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Nigeria, India, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Poland, Belarus, Iran, Turkey, Algeria, and Russia. This refuge applies also to the students, which I understand is a serious concern of some colleagues here in the chamber. The students are also welcome to Poland, and they are offered to continue their studies in Poland. We know that some of the missions here in New York were targeted by the disinformation suggesting discriminatory practices at the Polish-Ukrainian border based on race and religion. I can tell you this is a complete lie and a terrible insult to us. Besides giving refuge, Poland delivers to those who suffer a very practical and tangible help. My government organized special trains for the elderly and mothers with small babies, as well as convoys with supplies and medical aid. There are 7,000 beds in 20 hospitals ready for those wounded and sick, and I want to announce that the first Ukrainian refugee babies were born in Poland in the last 24 hours, and the first life-saving operations were carried out for the elderly in our hospitals. Poland stands ready to cooperate closely with you and OCHA, International Committee of the Red Cross, and other humanitarian organizations to ease the burden of the civilians targeted by the Russian aggression. But what I'm most proud of is the outpour of spontaneous readiness to help by individuals. Polish families are opening their homes to refugees. They offer clothes, food, and accommodation. Thousands of private cars are coming from all over Poland to pick up those who cross the border. On the first 2 days, we experienced long traffic jams because of the number of cars coming from all corners of Poland. Polish people stand in lines for hours to donate blood for Ukraine. The scale of help was offered was so big that the government opened a special website, Helping Ukraine, where volunteers can register and get guidance on those in need. While diplomats in my mission are fulfilling our diplomatic duties here in New York, our family members and friends are welcoming refugees coming directly from the war zone. In this conflict, Poland may not be a geopolitical superpower, but we want to be a solidarity superpower. And this is how we want to change the grim reality for better. At the same time, I would like to pay a tribute to those Ukrainians who defend their motherland and continue to stand for their country's freedom. Those are not only soldiers, but also people like Vasilina, a 30-year-old mother of two small daughters, living in a village near the Polish-Ukrainian border. When offered a trip to Poland by my family, she answered, "I cannot leave Ukraine now. This is my country. I have to stay and take care of it." And now she is cooking food for soldiers and refugees at the border. A similar answer was given by our diplomats in Ukraine. We keep our embassies and consulates open, and they keep fulfilling their diplomatic and consular duties. Let me share you, colleagues, the message to you I received today in the morning from our ambassador, Bartosz Cichocki, in Kyiv. I quote, "I am the Polish ambassador to Ukraine. I work in Kyiv, a city the size of Berlin, inhabited by over 4 million people. From Thursday morning, I have to hide from the bombing in my basement several times a day. I wake to exchanges of machine gun fire. Windows are shaking from the missile detonations. I am convinced that right now, when you are deciding in New York, hundreds of thousands of terrified residents of Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zhytomyr, Mariupol, Lviv, and Kiev look at you with hope and faith in the power of international law." End of quote. And I wish to conclude by a reference to the warning expressed by a 19th century Russian novelist, Fyodor Dostoevsky, in his book with a meaningful title, Crime and Punishment. The message of the book is following. When someone, just like Raskolnikov, thinks he is exceptional and free from moral obligations, and therefore feels entitled to committing a crime of murder, in the end, he faces the punishment from the crime itself, because committing a crime is already one's biggest punishment. There is no crime without the punishment. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Poland. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as usual, Austria aligns itself with the statement by the European Union. However, we also want to add our voice in our national capacity, because what is currently being deliberately inflicted upon Ukraine does not allow us to remain silent. Excellencies, colleagues, fellow Ukrainians, let me start by thanking you, Mr. Secretary General, for your clear words this morning and these past days. We are grateful to see that the United Nations is there to help those suffering and in dire need for help. We meet here today to discuss the Russian aggression against Ukraine, to discuss the violation of Article 2.4 of our UN Charter. That we meet here today in this room is a good thing and a bad thing. It's bad because it means after several days since Russia launched its aggression against the sovereign territory of Ukraine, we are still witnessing military attacks, terrible human suffering, and loss of life. It's also bad because questions of peace and security should be addressed by the Security Council. As primary responsible for upholding international peace and security, the Security Council cannot remain silent when basic principles of our international rules-based order are trampled by military boots and squashed by tanks. Last Friday, however, the Security Council decision was blocked by the veto of a permanent member, the Russian Federation, even though 81 members of the international community supported the draft resolution of the co-pen holders. Yes, the veto power is foreseen in the UN Charter, but so is the obligation to uphold UN principles. If in the 21st century the Security Council is blocked in a situation that constitutes a blatant breach of international law, we should ask ourselves if this system of veto powers is still able to regulate our international relations. Yet, colleagues, our meeting here today is also good. It's good that the General Assembly is there to step in if the Security Council cannot fulfill its mandate. And it's good that we now have the opportunity here in this General Assembly Hall to raise our voices, to recall the principles of the UN Charter, our Charter, and to state clearly that we will not stay silent if the Charter is violated in the most serious way. This is our right. This is our obligation as members of the organization. Colleagues, at the end of this debate, we will vote on a resolution condemning the aggression of Russia against Ukraine and showing solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Austria will vote yes on the resolution and urges all of you to do so also. By voting yes, we show the world that the UN is able to take its responsibility to defend the rule of law, international law, and the UN Charter. By voting yes, we show that these acts and similar horrifying acts are not tolerated by the international community. And most importantly, by voting yes, we show the Ukrainian people that they are not alone. I know that for many of us, such votes can be difficult. Some say this is a regional issue, a European problem. Colleagues, an attack against one of our members, one of members of this organization, is an attack on us all. In our interconnected world, our world is one region. Cyber weapons strike everywhere. Missiles have global reach. The world is not only regional, it has become local. Some say we must respect security concerns. Yes, colleagues, we must. Everyone has security concerns. Ukraine had them and gave up nuclear weapons and trusted that others would not harm them. But clearly, if you have security concerns, solve them with dialogue, not tanks. If a country with one of the largest armies and nuclear arsenals feels insecure, it should seek cooperation, dialogue, disarmament, and not force against others. Some say, well, look at others, look at these other instances that we have had. What about past violations? Colleagues, we know this whataboutism well. Trying to justify evil with past evil. Trying to excuse yourself by pointing to the faults of others. But just because we did not stand up in the past to injustice and evil, that should not prevent us from standing up now. Yes, it's true, others have committed aggressions, crimes, and faults. Yes, the international community has sometimes shown a lack of unity to act. And yes, the international community has sometimes been too hesitant. But let us not continue to make that same mistake now. Let us start a new era when we work together and stand up united for our common principles. Let's defend the rule of law. Let's not give in to the reign of the powerful. Let us vote yes on that resolution. Mr. President, Austria is not part of any military alliance. We rely for our security on the respect and implementation of international law, of treaties, of custom, including humanitarian law. Reports about Russian attacks on civilians and civilian objects in urban areas are extremely worrying. Rockets or missiles hitting apartment buildings in Kiev cannot be accepted. These attacks constitute war crimes under international humanitarian law. We urge Russia to strictly adhere to international humanitarian law, in particular regarding the protection of civilians in urban warfare, and immediately cease these attacks and refrain from using explosive weapons in populated areas. We strongly condemn the use of cluster munitions, which is incompatible with international humanitarian law and outlawed under the Convention on Cluster Munitions. And colleagues, the threat of use of nuclear weapons, any nuclear threat of this kind is a violation of the principles of the UN Charter. The implied catastrophic humanitarian consequences do not respect borders and pose a threat to all of humanity. This is completely unacceptable. Perpetrators and those responsible ordering these crimes need to be held accountable. The International Criminal Court may exercise jurisdiction over and investigate any acts of genocide, crime against humanity, or war crimes committed within the territory of Ukraine. In this regard, we welcome the statement of ICC Prosecutor Khan, reminding us all that his office can exercise jurisdiction over and investigate any act of genocide, crime against humanity, or war crime committed within the territory of Ukraine since February 2014. Mr. President, in the last couple of days, Ukrainians have endured incredible human suffering. In order to help ease the humanitarian catastrophe, Austria contributed 2.5 million euros to the ICRC and NGOs, and additional humanitarian assistance will be decided soon. Those organizations' valuable work must be ensured by guaranteeing humanitarian access. Colleagues, in sum, Austria condemns the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Austria calls on Russia to reverse its decision to recognize the self-proclaimed Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republics, which represents a grave violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Austria urges Russia to immediately withdraw its troops and stop any further bloodshed and return to the path of peaceful dialogue, like any member of the UN is obliged to do. Vienna is ready to host and facilitate such dialogue. We hope that today's start of bilateral discussions between delegations from Ukraine and Russia can serve as a first step towards an urgently needed ceasefire. And colleagues, we call on you to vote yes on today's resolution. I know it's not always easy. Many of us have good relations with Russia. We love the culture, admire the traditions, and have good Russian friends. But a good friend, an honest friend, will speak up and say what needs to be said to do and what needs to be done when a friend commits an illegal, an evil act. This is what this resolution is for. Imagine for one moment that you are in Ukraine's shoes. What would you expect from the UN, from this General Assembly, if you were in Ukraine's place? In this dark hour, it is our moral, our legal obligation to condemn the violations of the Charter and show solidarity with the victim of an aggression. Austria will show its full solidarity with Ukraine, the Ukraine government, Ukrainian people. We stand with you. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the Czech Republic aligns itself with the EU statement and wishes to add the following in its national capacity. Let me begin with the most important words I can say here today. We urge Russia to stop immediately its military actions and to unconditionally withdraw all its forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine. We are meeting here today at a critical moment, not just for Ukraine or Europe, but for the United Nations as a whole. A permanent member of the UN Security Council has started a war of aggression against a fellow UN member state. It is a blatant violation of international law. It is a flagrant violation of the UN Charter and its principles, which all we should uphold and abide by. This seminal document was written with the express purpose of averting the scourge of war. Russian President Putin chose to reject diplomacy and multiple offers for talks. Instead, he decided to launch a savage conquest, inflicting untold pain and suffering on the people of Ukraine. There are horrific reports coming from Ukraine. Civilians, including children, being killed in their hometowns. Families separated, hundreds of thousands of people forced to flee for their lives. Mr. President, let me make it crystal clear. Russia and its people are under no threat from Ukraine or NATO. We condemn in the strongest terms Mr. Putin's threat of using nuclear weapons. Indeed, it is a very dangerous rhetoric and only further exacerbates the overall security situation. Nothing can justify the use of nuclear weapons. Mr. President, Russia must be held accountable for its aggressive actions. Ukraine has accepted the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court related to genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. We will be looking to the ICC to prioritize investigations of crimes committed in Ukraine. Similarly, we strongly support Ukraine's filing of a case against Russia at the International Court of Justice, requesting the ICJ to order Russia to cease its unlawful attack on Ukraine and to stop Russia's false claims that acts of genocide have been perpetrated in the Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast of Ukraine. Mr. President, I would like to reiterate my country's unwavering support for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including the illegally annexed Crimea. This is why the Czech Republic throws its full support behind the draft UN General Assembly resolution. The people of the Czech Republic stand firmly with Ukraine. Suffering of innocent civilians in Ukraine has raised a huge wave of solidarity among our people. Humanitarian aid is pouring across the border and to border regions where Ukrainians are fleeing in a desperate search for safety. The Czech government, local communities, as well as individuals, have offered and provided help to the people who have fled from the suffering caused by the Russian aggression, and we will continue to do so. Mr. President, we deeply regret the use of a veto by the Russian representative last Friday to block the UN Security Council resolution. This prevented the UN Security Council from fulfilling its fundamental role to maintain international peace and security. It is yet another proof of Russia's blatant disrespect for this organization. However, the large number of co-sponsors of the draft resolution clearly demonstrated the prevailing opinion of the international community. Mr. President, Russia cannot veto the reality on the ground. And let me here echo the words of the UN Secretary General speaking after last Friday's vote in the Security Council. The United Nations was born out of war to end war. Today, that objective was not achieved. We must never give up. We must give peace another chance. Dear colleagues, we, the representatives of 193 nations gathered here at this emergency special session of the UN General Assembly, have a solemn duty to uphold the purpose and basic principles of the UN Charter and international law, as we are about to take a vote on a draft resolution which is soon to be formally introduced. Dear colleagues, soon each and every member of this honorable body will have a chance to declare where they stand on the UN Charter and international law. And quite frankly, on the most crucial matter of war and peace. Excellencies, colleagues, I'm making a plea to each and every one of you representing here all UN member states. Please, vote for this resolution. Vote with your conscience. Vote for the end of bloodshed and human suffering. Vote for peace. Vote for the UN Charter and international law. Vote for all the good our United Nations was founded to represent. And please let us not forget, the whole world is watching. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Czech Republic. And now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, chers collègues, comme Dag Hammarskjöld l'avait énoncé avec beaucoup de clarté, les Nations unies n'ont pas été créées pour nous amener au paradis, mais pour nous sauver de l'enfer. Et pourtant, ce que la population en Ukraine vit pendant ces jours ressemble beaucoup à ce à quoi nous nous sommes engagés à éviter. C'est pourquoi cette Assemblée se réunit aujourd'hui face à une guerre qui a déjà coûté la vie à de nombreuses personnes. Chaque vie perdue est une de trop. Nos pensées sont avec les victimes et leurs familles. Nous exprimons notre solidarité avec le peuple ukrainien et avec ses autorités démocratiquement élues. Nous sommes fortement préoccupés par la situation humanitaire et les déplacements de centaines de milliers de personnes. Cette Assemblée se réunit aujourd'hui à la demande du Conseil de sécurité, faute de consensus entre ses membres permanents. La Suisse a soutenu le projet de résolution au Conseil de sécurité visant à mettre fin aux hostilités et à rétablir le droit international. Le blocage de cette résolution par le veto d'un membre permanent est contraire à l'article 27 de la Charte. La Fédération de Russie, en tant que partie au conflit, aurait dû s'abstenir de voter. Nous soutenons pleinement le projet de résolution de l'Assemblée générale et appelons tous les États membres à en faire de même. La Suisse condamne fermement l'attaque de la Russie contre l'Ukraine. Elle est également préoccupée par l'utilisation du territoire bélarusse pour mener cette opération militaire. Les tentatives russes pour légitimer son action ne sont pas crédibles. Il n'y a eu aucune provocation permettant de justifier une telle attaque. Nous appelons la Russie, comme tous les États dotés d'armes nucléaires, à s'abstenir de toute menace d'utilisation de ces armes, voire de leur utilisation. La Russie vient de se joindre à une déclaration des P5 qui réaffirmait qu'une guerre nucléaire ne peut être gagnée, ne doit jamais être menée. La Suisse réitère son plein soutien à l'indépendance, à la souveraineté et à l'intégrité territoriale de l'Ukrainienne, à l'intérieur de ses frontières internationalement reconnues. La Suisse appelle à nouveau toutes les parties à respecter le droit international humanitaire, ainsi que les droits de l'homme. Nous en condamnons toutes les violations. Cela vaut également pour le cyberespace. La protection de la population civile ainsi que des personnes hors de combat doit être la priorité. La Suisse est profondément préoccupée par les allégations étayées d'utilisation d'armes à sous-munitions. Les biens indispensables à la survie de la population civile, de même que les infrastructures civiles et médicales, ne doivent pas être pris pour cible. De plus, nous demandons aux parties d'assurer l'accès humanitaire rapide et sans entrave, ainsi que la sécurité du personnel humanitaire et médical. La Suisse est solidaire. Elle s'engage à mobiliser des ressources supplémentaires pour répondre aux besoins humanitaires en Ukraine et dans la région. Conjointement avec ses partenaires européens, elle maintiendra sa longue tradition d'accueil pour les réfugiés. En outre, la Suisse a repris entièrement les sanctions de l'Union européenne contre la Russie. Nous saluons le travail de la mission spéciale d'observation de l'Organisation pour la sécurité et la coopération en Europe. Nous regrettons que la situation grave n'a laissé pas d'autre choix à l'organisation que d'évacuer temporairement son personnel. La Suisse salue l'offre de bons offices du secrétaire général des Nations unies ainsi que les efforts diplomatiques des États membres qui n'ont négligé aucune piste afin de promouvoir une résolution diplomatique par la voie du dialogue. La Suisse réitère son offre des bons offices si les parties au conflit le souhaitent. Nous saluons le fait que les parties au conflit se soient réunies aujourd'hui pour de premières négociations. Nous espérons, comme le secrétaire général, vivement que ces discussions aboutiront le plus rapidement possible à de résultats concrets, comme par exemple un cessez-le-feu. Ce conflit, comme tout conflit, ne peut être résolu que par le dialogue. Je vous remercie.
I thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of New Zealand.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, today our thoughts are with the people of Ukraine as they continue to fight Russia's large-scale invasion. Innocent lives lost, everyday lives in turmoil, young and old lives that will never be the same as innocent people suddenly find themselves as refugees. The worst part of the trauma we see unfolding in front of us is knowing that it was completely avoidable. New Zealand is in no doubt that the conflict in Ukraine is a direct result of the unprovoked and unjustified actions of Russia and its decision to flagrantly ignore international law. Russia is escalating its aggression by its decision to increase the readiness of its nuclear weapons. Russia's actions are nothing short of the acts of a bully. New Zealand supports the Secretary-General's assessment that these acts represent a clear violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and are inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. In standing in support of Ukraine, we are also standing in defence of the UN Charter. We cannot pick and choose when to espouse the centrality of the Charter. This emergency session of the General Assembly is taking place as a direct result of Russia's actions alone. Its ongoing military aggressions threaten not only the peace and security of Ukraine, but that of Europe and of the international community. We are here today because the United Nations Security Council failed to act last Friday to condemn Russia's actions to invade Ukraine. Russia's use of the veto, when it is not only party to this conflict, but the direct cause of it, is a disgrace. New Zealand, along with a group of small states, opposed the granting of the veto to the P5. We have continued to oppose the veto since its inception, and we remain strong in our conviction that there is no place for the veto in the UN Security Council. With the Security Council having failed to deliver against its responsibilities, we, the General Assembly, must now stand up to play our part. New Zealand is a primary co-sponsor of the General Assembly resolution, and we encourage all member states to vote in favour of the resolution. In support of Ukraine, in support of international peace and security, and in support of our treasured UN Charter. New Zealand has consistently expressed our strong support for international efforts to de-escalate the Ukraine crisis diplomatically. Having turned away from diplomacy, Russia must now face the consequences of that decision. New Zealand has joined other member states in implementing measures to respond to Russia's actions, including introducing targeted travel bans against Russian government officials and other individuals associated with the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and prohibiting the export of goods to Russian military and security forces. Our thoughts today must be with the people of Ukraine, who are now facing a humanitarian crisis caused by the conflict. We echo the President of the General Assembly's call that all member states must uphold their obligations under international humanitarian law. Further, we, the international community, must act now to prevent further pointless loss of innocent life and to support those who now find themselves displaced through no fault of their own. We commend Ukraine's neighbours for their selfless acts of taking in large numbers of Ukrainians and other nationalities who seek refuge from this conflict. We acknowledge with a grim sense of horror, but sadly, little surprise, the role of accomplice and facilitator that Belarus has played in support of Russia's invasion. New Zealand has also extended its travel bans to key members of the Belarusian government. New Zealand is contributing financially to the humanitarian response and will consider all humanitarian options available to support the international humanitarian response. We welcome France and Mexico's tabling of a humanitarian resolution in the United Nations Security Council today. Finally, Aotearoa New Zealand is a proponent of peace and reconciliation. In this vein, we say to Russia, act consistently with your international obligations. Cease military operations in Ukraine. Permanently withdraw to avoid a catastrophic and pointless loss of innocent life. Take all possible steps to protect civilians in line with international humanitarian law and return to diplomatic negotiations as a pathway to resolve this conflict. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Panama on behalf of the Alliance for Development and Democracy.
Señor Presidente y señor Secretario General, la República de Panamá, en nombre de la República de Costa Rica y República Dominicana, como países miembros de la Alianza para el Desarrollo en Democracia, tiene el honor de dirigirse a esta 11ª sesión especial de emergencia con el fin de expresar su posición de esta convocatoria y al proyecto de resolución la agresión armada no provocada por la Federación Rusa contra Ucrania. Las delegaciones de Panamá, Costa Rica y República Dominicana, sobre la base de valores compartidos y el respeto a la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y al derecho internacional, condenamos el uso de la fuerza y la violación de la soberanía y la integridad territorial de Ucrania por parte de la Federación Rusa. La Alianza respalda al Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas, Antonio Guterres, en su llamado a que cesen las hostilidades y se potencie la aplicación de la moderación y la razón, y que se respete el derecho internacional humanitario y la protección de los civiles. Reiteramos que todos los esfuerzos deben encaminarse también en posibilitar el acceso rápido, seguro y sin obstáculos de la asistencia humanitaria a quienes lo necesitan en Ucrania, para proteger a los civiles, incluido personal humanitario y las personas en situaciones vulnerables, en especial los niños y niñas. La grave situación que plantea el desplazamiento de miles de ucranianos en busca de un refugio seguro en los países vecinos supone un desafío adicional a la compleja crisis global que ya nos había planteado la pandemia. Por ello, los países latinoamericanos, incluidos los miembros de la Alianza, hemos emprendido esfuerzos conjuntos para que se facilite un tránsito seguro de nuestros connacionales que crucen la frontera de Ucrania. el diálogo y la negociación, acompañados del respeto a la letra y al espíritu de la Carta de Naciones Unidas, las resoluciones de la Asamblea General y el derecho internacional, constituyen la única garantía para una solución duradera al conflicto que hoy aqueja a Europa del Este. Finalmente, hacemos un llamado firme para que se retomen las vías de la negociación y el diálogo diplomático, que la promoción de la paz y el respeto al multilateralismo sean el eje de las acciones en esta coyuntura. Muchísimas gracias.
I thank the distinguished representative of Panama. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
乌克兰局势发生急剧变化，中方对此高度关注。局势发展到这一步，是中方不愿看到的，也不符合任何一方的利益。当务之急是，有关各方要保持必要克制，防止局势进一步恶化。同时，要加大推动政治解决的外交努力。中方欢迎乌克兰同俄罗斯已经开始直接对话谈判。乌克兰应当成为东西方沟通的桥梁，而不应成为大国对抗的前沿。我们呼吁为当事方直接谈判创造有利氛围和条件，因为这是解决问题的根本出路。联合国和国际社会有关各方采取的任何行动，都要以地区和平稳定为重，以各方普遍安全为重，应当有利于紧张局势降温，有利于推动外交解决。中方不赞成任何可能激化矛盾的做法。中方支持联合国有关机构继续在乌克兰开展人道救援工作。我们认为，平民的生命财产安全和人道主义需求应当得到有效的保障。主席先生，中国作为联合国安理会常任理事国，始终认真履行维护国际和平与安全的责任。中方关于尊重国家主权和领土完整，遵守联合国宪章宗旨和原则的基本立场是一贯的、明确的。我们将继续为寻求和平、实现和平发挥建设性作用。主席先生，冷战早已结束，基于集团对抗的冷战思维应当平弃，挑起新的冷战更是有百害而无一利。一国的安全不能以损害他国安全为代价，地区安全更不能以强化甚至扩张军事集团来保障。中方支持欧盟、北约与俄罗斯重启对话，秉持安全不可分割理念，妥善解决包括俄罗斯在内各方正当的安全诉求，寻求构建均衡、有效、可持续的欧洲安全机制，实现欧洲大陆的长治久安。我谢谢你，主席先生。
I thank the distinguished representative of China. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, Bulgaria aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the European Union, and I would like to highlight a few points in my national capacity. Mr. President, we have gathered here today under extraordinary circumstances that defy reason, but unfortunately are reality. And that reality is that the Russian Federation, a permanent member of the Security Council, is executing an act of aggression against Ukraine, a founding member of the UN. Bulgaria condemns in the strongest possible terms this unprovoked and unjustified military aggression, which is in gross violation of international law and of the principles of the UN Charter. The illegal military aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine not only undermines global security and stability, but also puts the international rules-based order in jeopardy. It is deplorable that the Russian Federation used its veto power to prevent the Security Council from exercising its primary responsibility for maintenance of international peace and security. However, the decision of the Security Council to urgently refer the matter to the General Assembly by calling an emergency special session demonstrates the resolve of the rest of the Council to do everything possible to address this serious act of aggression. The fact that for the first time in 40 years, the Security Council takes such a decision speaks of the gravity of the situation. We commend the decision by the Security Council, and now it is up to all of us to live up to the responsibility to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and international law and to send a strong and unequivocal message by condemning the act of aggression and the illegal actions by the Kremlin. Bulgaria demands that the Russian Federation immediately cease its military actions, unconditionally withdraw all forces and military equipment from the entire territory of Ukraine, and fully respect Ukraine's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and independence within its internationally recognized borders. The use of force and coercion to change borders has no place in the 21st century. Tensions and conflicts should be resolved exclusively through dialogue and diplomacy. We strongly condemn the involvement of Belarus in this aggression, including by providing its territory to be used as a launching ground for the Russian aggression, and call on it to refrain from such action and to abide by its international obligations. The reports of civilian casualties, including of children, and the destructions of civilian infrastructure, including critical infrastructure, are deeply concerning. We are particularly outraged by the use of weapons that have indiscriminate effect in residential areas and against the civilian population. This is unacceptable and must stop immediately. We call on the Russian Federation to fully respect international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and to allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access and assistance to all persons in need. The Russian Federation bears full responsibility for this aggression and all the destruction and loss of life, and the leadership of the Russian Federation should and will be held accountable in accordance with international law. Mr. President, colleagues, it is our duty to do the right thing. We need to stand together against any act of aggression and against any violation of the UN Charter. We need to fiercely defend the principles of the UN Charter, international law, and the rules-based order, because they are our only guarantee for peace. We cannot turn a blind eye when a blatant act of aggression is being executed against a sovereign, peace-loving nation. Today, it is against Ukraine. Tomorrow, it could be against any one of us. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate Bulgaria's unwavering support for the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. I would also like to thank the Ukrainian people for their extraordinary courage and resilience. You're not alone. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bulgaria. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Italy.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, Italy aligns itself with the statement of the European Union and wishes to add the following remarks in its national capacity. We do welcome the convening of this special emergency session. Following the impossibility for the Security Council to discharge its duties and adopt its own resolution on the matter, due to the veto of the Russian Federation, the General Assembly had an obligation to make its voice heard in front of such a grave threat to international peace and security. We are thankful to those members of the Security Council that made this possible. Italy, together with its EU partners and allies, has made its position clear all along throughout this entire crisis, with statements and consistent acts, standing firmly in support of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and in full solidarity with the Ukrainian people. The unprovoked aggression decided by the Russian leadership is a blatant violation of international law and the UN Charter, and as such, it has to be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The involvement of Belarus as a facilitator of the Russian aggression is also to be condemned. In close coordination with the EU partners and allies, we have implemented unprecedented economic and financial sanctions, including on Belarus. As already stated, further steps will have to be taken if the assault against Ukraine continues. We call upon the Russian Federation to stop immediately its action and to withdraw its military forces from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders extending to territorial waters. We urge the Russian Federation to respect the principles set in the UN Charter and in the Declaration of Friendly Relations, to abide by the Minsk agreements and to redirect urgently its action towards a peaceful solution. We trust that the General Assembly will, through the adoption of the tabled draft resolution, show cohesion and determination in dealing with a situation that is threatening the existence of a member state, causing a growing number of casualties, including civilians and children, and ultimately is undermining the very essence of multilateral relations. Mr. President, Russia's actions are causing enormous human suffering and triggering a humanitarian disaster. We express our heartfelt solidarity with Ukraine and its people, and we mourn all the victims of this безмысленная война, of this senseless war. Together with our partners and building on the support it has to be provided since 2014, Italy is scaling up its financial and material support to strengthen the capabilities and resilience of Ukraine, with an amount of around 110 million euros in aid, credit and grants and additional contributions. We are also determined to provide increased humanitarian support to assist the people of Ukraine in these dramatic circumstances. In this context, international humanitarian law must be upheld. Safe and unhindered humanitarian access must be granted. The humanitarian staff must be protected. We welcome the convening of a meeting of the Security Council on the humanitarian dimension of this crisis later today, and we hope that the discussions will lead to the adoption of a concrete deliverable. Lastly, we acknowledge and support the statements of the Secretary General in defense of the principles of the UN Charter and his action in support of the humanitarian needs in Ukraine. Italy will remain actively engaged in close coordination with its European partners and allies, and reaching out to the broader UN membership in favor of the immediate halt of this aggression and in support of the urgent return to a peaceful path. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, this is a defining moment for our organization and for the world. When the drafters of the Charter envisaged our collective security system back in 1945, they probably thought they had seen the worst in terms of tragedy and human suffering. If they were here today, they would doubt that assessment. We are under a swift escalation of tensions that could put all of humanity at risk, but we still have time to stop it. Brazil voted in favor of the draft resolution before the Security Council on the situation in Ukraine. We regret that the draft was not adopted, but firmly believe that the Security Council has not yet exhausted the instruments at its disposal to contribute to a negotiated and diplomatic solution towards peace. The urgency of the situation convinced us of the need to add the voice of the General Assembly to that of the Security Council in seeking solutions to the crisis in and around Ukraine. No one can deny the primary responsibility of the Security Council for the maintenance of international peace and security, nor the complementary role that this assembly can play to that end. Brazil welcomes the engagement of the Secretary General in attempting to de-escalate the growing tensions. It also notes that Ukraine has initiated a case in the International Court of Justice based on the Genocide Convention. This is the moment for the principal organs of the United Nations to work together in pursuing one of the organization's main objectives, to save us from the scourge of war. For that, we need to be exceedingly cautious in moving forward, both in the General Assembly and elsewhere. We are currently witnessing a succession of events that, if not contained soon, could lead to a much broader confrontation. Everyone will suffer, not just those who are fighting. Those who have repeatedly pleaded for de-escalation will also bear the costs of the power play between NATO and Russia that we are currently witnessing. Over the last years, we have seen the progressive deterioration of the security situation and balance of power in Eastern Europe. The undermining of the Minsk agreements by all parties and the discrediting of the security concerns voiced by Russia prepare the ground for the crisis we are all witnessing. Let me be clear, however, this situation in no way justifies the use of force against the territorial integrity and sovereignty of any member state. It is against the most basic norms and principles we all abide by, and a clear breach of the UN Charter. Mr. President, it is of our collective interest to jointly do all we can to stop and reverse the belligerent actions before it is too late. Brazil reiterates its calls for an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine, as well as for full respect for international humanitarian law. Equally important, we call all actors involved to reassess their decisions concerning the supply of weapons, the recourse to cyber attacks, and the application of selective sanctions, particularly those which could affect the global economy, including the critical area of food security. At this moment, we need constructive solutions, not actions that will only prolong hostilities and spread the conflict, with rippling effects to the world's economy and security. As we speak, hundreds of thousands of civilians have already fled Ukraine. Many more will certainly follow, millions perhaps. The destruction of infrastructure has left people without electricity and water. Damage to essential infrastructure, interruption of basic services, including transportation and access to basic supplies, the danger to persons with disabilities, the elderly, and children are causes of grave concern. There are pressing humanitarian needs for medical services, medicines, health equipment, shelter, and protection. The prospect of hostilities conducted in populated areas, compounded by the possible use of explosive weapons and direct participation of civilians, is also extremely worrisome. We urge all parties to avoid this scenario at all costs, bearing in mind the grave risks it poses to the civilian population. We call on all parties to adopt measures to ensure the protection of civilians and of critical civilian infrastructure, as well as to ensure unhindered humanitarian access to all those in need and the protection of refugees and displaced persons. We also reiterate our appeal to Ukraine and Russia to facilitate the withdrawal of all persons who want to leave the Ukrainian territory. Brazil expresses its gratitude to Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Moldova, Romania, and others that are facilitating the exit of people fleeing the conflict, including Brazilians and Latin Americans. Let me also take this opportunity to express our solidarity to all families who have lost someone in this war, to all people left without home, water, and electricity, to those who are fleeing in fear, sometimes with nowhere to go, and to everyone who is now trapped in a conflict zone, desperately attempting to find refuge. I wish to commend all personnel that are now in Ukraine trying to alleviate the suffering of the population. We know that you are doing your best in very challenging circumstances, and we know that more could be done to assist you in your efforts. Mr. President, few times has the General Assembly been convened under the Uniting for Peace resolution. By meeting today, the international community shows its unwavering determination to reach a diplomatic solution to the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. A peaceful settlement of the crisis is not only the cessation of hostilities, it is about creating the conditions for a greater sense of security among all involved. It is about rebuilding bridges and regaining trust. And it is about respect. Respect for each other's legitimate security concerns, for civilian lives, for all countries that do not want a war, for international law, and for the most basic principles that have guided this organization since its inception. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, chers délégués, nous nous réunissons à une heure très grave. La Fédération de Russie, membre permanent du Conseil de sécurité, a lancé une guerre d'agression illégale et injustifiable contre la souveraineté, l'intégrité territoriale et l'indépendance politique de notre État membre de l'ONU, l'Ukraine. Les notions de la Russie constituent les actions de la Russie constituent une violation flagrante de la Charte des Nations Unies, de ses objectifs et de ses principes. L'égalité souveraine de tous les États, le droit de tous les peuples à l'autodétermination, le règlement pacifique des différends et l'interdiction du recours à la force. En lançant cette guerre, la Russie cherche à détruire la liberté d'un peuple et d'une nation qui est souveraine, indépendante et intégrale. C'est une guerre qui est basée sur le désir du président Poutine d'un retour à l'impérialisme colonial. Ce sont des jours contre lesquels les membres des Nations Unies luttent depuis des générations. Et encore, la Russie a empêché le Conseil de sécurité de s'acquitter de son devoir fondamental, protéger la paix et la sécurité du monde. Nous sommes ici parce que la Russie a une fois de plus utilisé son droit de veto, que nous pensons est toujours illégitime, comme elle l'a fait de nombreuses autres occasions. Et la Russie menace maintenant l'Ukraine, l'Europe et le monde entier d'utiliser les armes nucléaires en violation directe de la déclaration commune des dirigeants des 5 membres permanents du Conseil ce janvier. Mr. President, it was in January of this year that members of the P5 agreed that a recourse to the nuclear option, to the nuclear threat, to the nuclear possibility was wrong. They admitted that no one could win this kind of confrontation. Just a few days later, President Putin announced that he was going to resort to this threat, directly contrary to what he had promised signed, sealed, and delivered 6 weeks before. And so here we are, with a war that is a threat to each and every one of us. Through this resolution before us today, we as members of the United Nations have the chance to stand up in defense of a free people and to rebuke the evil notion that might makes right. And now we must all step up and stand up. Canada urges all member states to unequivocally condemn Russia's actions and to vote in favor of the resolution that is now before the Assembly. Russia has not been alone in undermining these foundational norms and rules, Mr. President. Belarus has also violated its obligations under the UN Charter and under international law. By allowing Russia to use its territory to invade and launch attacks against Ukraine, Belarus is aiding and abetting Russia's illegal war of aggression. Belarus's decision to send its force into Ukraine and to revoke its non-nuclear status are all completely unacceptable to us and completely incompatible with its obligations under the Charter of the United Nations. Mr. President, there must be accountability for these actions. As Russia has escalated its unjustifiable attack on Ukraine, its forces have encircled and shelled Ukrainian cities, targeting, killing, and maiming innocent Ukrainian civilians, children, women, and men. They are bombing civilian objects, hospitals, schools, kindergartens, apartments, and homes. They're looting and forcibly displacing civilians. Many hundreds of thousands have fled in freezing temperatures, seeking shelter across Ukraine's borders. There are credible reports that Russian forces are using prohibited weapons, including cluster bombs, and imposing siege warfare on Ukrainian cities. This is not news that comes in last week, news that comes in this morning. Pictures one can see visibly on social media as to what is taking place. Very different from the wars that have been waged in the past. We know what is happening in real time, and it is completely abhorrent. Let me be very clear, Mr. President. These are violations of international law, and they are acts that could amount to war crimes under international humanitarian law. Those acts flow directly from decisions that were made by President Putin and his inner circle, that were enabled by Belarus and their leaders, and carried out by Russia's armed forces and its proxies. These crimes began with an idea. What was the idea? We don't have to invent it. All we have to do is read President Putin's speeches and watch his declarations. The idea that a group of people are lesser, unequal, and unworthy unworthy of the protection of the law. The idea that a people, in fact, do not exist as a people, that they don't have a right to be themselves, that they don't have a right to their own nation, to their own country, that they have no right to the protection of the Charter. The way Vladimir Putin describes the Ukrainian nation and its supporters over many generations fits the description of the idea that I have described. And it's that idea that lies at the heart of the acts that follow, because actions don't come out of the blue. They don't come out of nothing. It all starts with an idea. And yet, with a terrible sense of irony, President Putin has perverted the very notion of genocide by alleging that genocide has been committed in Ukraine. I must stress, there has been no such finding substantiated by any UN or independent organization. And as my colleague from Brazil said, just speaking before me, if there are complaints, and obviously there have been in this chamber and in the Security Council with respect to the treatment of the Russian minority in Ukraine, even if those complaints were fully justified, they are not an excuse for war, and they are not an excuse for the aggression that we have seen. Ukraine has filed its own application under the Genocide Convention to the International Court of Justice. Canada takes the allegations filed by Ukraine with the greatest seriousness, as it does the decision of the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to begin an investigation into potential crimes against humanity. These decisions are not taken lightly, and they have the most serious of consequences. But I want to stress, it is the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court that are the places for these allegations to be dealt with, not the battlefield, and never by unilateral aggression. That's why we signed up to the Charter. We signed up to the Charter because we agreed that we would subject our disputes to processes created by us over many, many arduous years and debates. What would be done in the event of a profound difference of opinion between states? We don't go to war. We go to the negotiating table. We go to court. We go to mediators. That's how we resolve disputes. The other way lies madness. Canada and the international community will spare no effort to ensure that violations of international law in Ukraine are in fact investigated, that evidence is gathered, and that the perpetrators are held to account. We do so not only out of our conviction that the use of history, that the arc of history tends towards justice. We do so because what Ukrainians are being subjected to is horrific, and they deserve better, and they deserve more. Mr. President, if I may, I'd like to speak directly to the brave people and the government of Ukraine. We are quite simply inspired by you. We are standing with you, and you are not alone. Our support for Ukraine, your country, for your Ukrainian democracy, and for your right to choose your own future in Ukraine remains unwavering, steadfast, and resolute. Canada will do everything in its power to help you as you hold strong and defend your homeland against this terrible Russian aggression. Together with our partners, we will ensure that President Putin and those who ordered, implemented, and enabled this reckless war will continue to face significant costs and to be held accountable for their actions. Your struggle is now our struggle, and we are with you. Mr. President, if I could speak directly to the people of Russia. To the Russian protesters who are bravely demonstrating against the war, who have been met with brutal force and arbitrary arrests by riot police. To the thousands of Russian citizens who have written letters, had the courage to put their name on a letter to the President of Russia, condemning this reckless decision. To all those Russians at home and abroad who are opposed to this senseless war, and you are in the millions. Canada and the world, we see you and we hear you. Your President, Vladimir Putin, has sorely miscalculated. He has ignored the democratic and law-abiding spirit of the Russian people. He has underestimated the brave Ukrainians defending their country from aggression, with whom you have no cause for war, no cause for hatred, no cause for violence. And he has severely misjudged the resolve of the world to stand against him. Whatever lies are spoken here today, trying to justify the unjustifiable, or to explain the inexplicable. It is President Putin's war of choice that is making your lives much more difficult. But there is always time for de-escalation. There is always time for dialogue. And your president must choose this path. Should he not, I believe it will show just how much contempt he has for you and for the future of your country and the planet that we live on and share together. Mr. President, we should all say together, directly to President Putin, stop this war. Stop this war. Stop it before there is more death, more pain, and more hardship. Stop the use of threats. Take your finger away from the nuclear button and never put it back for as long as you live. Come to grips with the reality of our time, as in more serious and rational moments you have done. Mr. President, it is never too late to stop. It's never too late to make a turn to diplomacy, to dialogue, and to negotiation. The alternative cannot happen. So now it falls to all of us, as equal members of the United Nations, whose equality and sovereignty, as I've said before, is what we signed up to when we became members of this organization. We need to stand up to the principles, for the principles of the Charter, for the purposes of the Charter, and to heal the hurt and pain that has been caused by this terrible war of aggression. This responsibility belongs to us and to no others. We sit here, we have to make decisions. We have to take every step we can, the human footsteps to peace, to reconciliation, and to justice. That is now our job in the General Assembly, and we must seize this moment of accountability, this moment of justice, this moment of democracy. We must seize it together. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada, and now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Singapore.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We are meeting today in a historic emergency special session because the UN Security Council was unfortunately unable to discharge its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security as a result of the veto cast by the Russian Federation, which is regrettable. We welcome the convening of this emergency special session as it allows all countries, especially the small countries, to raise their voice, to state their views, and to register their concerns in this universal organ of the United Nations. Mr. President, Singapore has always taken a consistent position on the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries. Singapore is a staunch supporter of the rules-based multilateral system and of the United Nations. The unprovoked invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation is a clear and gross violation of the fundamental norms and of the fundamental norms of international law and of the UN Charter. The UN Charter prohibits the use of force and acts of aggression against another sovereign state. This is a matter of principle for all small states and a matter of fundamental importance to all members of the General Assembly. For a tiny city-state like Singapore, this is an existential issue. A world order where might is right, or the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must, would be profoundly inimical to the security and survival of small states. We cannot accept one country attacking another without justification, arguing that its independence was the result of, and I quote, historical errors and crazy decisions, unquote. We simply cannot accept such an argument. Such an argument and rationale would go against the internationally recognized legitimacy and territorial integrity of many countries, including Singapore. This is why Singapore condemns, in the strongest terms possible, any unprovoked invasion of a sovereign country under any pretext. We deplore the Russian Federation's special military operation against Ukraine, both its operation in the Donbas region and the broader land, air, and sea attacks across Ukraine, including on Kyiv, the capital city. We also note with great sadness and regret reports of the growing number of casualties and the loss of many innocent lives as a result of this unjustified attack and act of war. We have taken note of the UN Humanitarian and Emergency Relief Coordinator's comments about the scale of the humanitarian assistance required to help those affected, and we call for safe and unhindered access for humanitarian assistance to Ukraine and all those in need. Mr. President, we reiterate that the sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity of all countries, including Ukraine, must be respected within its internationally recognized borders. The Secretary General of the United Nations has stated that he considers the actions of the Russian Federation to be a violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine and inconsistent with the principles of the Charter of the United Nations. We agree with the Secretary General entirely. Let me repeat, we agree with the Secretary General entirely, and we support his call for the Russian Federation to withdraw all its troops from the territory of Ukraine and for the responsible actors to immediately cease all hostilities and prioritize diplomacy to address all issues peacefully in accordance with the UN Charter and international law. We also support the good officers of the UN Secretary General to be deployed in any way possible to facilitate diplomatic contacts and negotiations. Mr. President, let me conclude by saying that the world is watching us as we meet today in the General Assembly. As members of the General Assembly, we have to act swiftly, firmly, and with unity of purpose. Singapore is one of the main co-sponsors of the draft resolution that has been tabled for adoption in this General Assembly. Singapore will not hesitate to vote yes on this draft resolution. Singapore will always vote to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and to uphold international law. And I would like to urge all members of the General Assembly to vote yes for this resolution. And distinguished delegates, this resolution is not about taking sides. It is about upholding international law and the principles of the UN Charter. The United Nations, distinguished delegates, is being tested today. It is important that all countries, especially the small states, send a clear signal that we are united for peace and we are united to defend the principles of the Charter, and that we are united to uphold international law. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore. We have heard the last speaker in the debate on this item for this meeting. We shall hear the remaining speakers this afternoon. I would like to inform members that at 3 p.m. today, the General Assembly will first hold the 60th plenary meeting of the 76th regular session, as announced in the journal. This will be followed by the second plenary meeting of the 11th emergency special session, at which the debate on agenda item 5 will continue. The General Assembly has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of agenda item 5. The meeting is adjourned.